Good morning and welcome to day 2 in our mixed open action. England versus Jersey. England mixed open in the cruise control against Switzerland. However, it was, well, it's anything but a vintage start. Jared Lewis called offside early. And what a blistering finish this was from Jersey. Archie Lemaistre. As you see, England come back and look to reply on the first opportunity to do so. It's James Fay working with Will Stockdale and Anu Shanalenko. Fay to Stockdale, Alanko in motion. Anu Shanalenko accelerated towards the try line. And it's easy stuff for Anu Shanalenko. A familiar sweeper platform. And he has all the pace to burn. Luke Caderet was trying his best to get off the line and paint good pictures to the referees, but when you're trying to defend against someone as fast as Anu Shanalenko, it's a tough thing to get the referees to err on your side. It's really good endeavour from Jersey, looking for this open side quickly. There looks to be a bit of loss of control there. Referees are happy to let this one play. Jake Morris with a diving touch. Purgos staying wise to her job over on that far side, marshalling Freya Gamble's familiar name in England touch, now representing Jersey on the far wing. And now England going through their sub-sets. There's Richardson driving hard. There's Coombs with a big dummy. And Will Coombs working with Russell Reid and Max Pennicid. And Russell Reid diving through, escaping the touch, waiting for some support. And does eventually find it in Will Coombs. And I think every player on the pitch switched off. Because Russell Reid with a hitch kick step goes his way through this diving effort. He bounces over the top, and I think there's a lot of applauding to say, oh, you've scored it. He's off, looking for some support, and Coombs is staring him in the face, waiting to get the ball down. England may have conceded first, but they've scored twice. 2-1 to the home nation. There's Mark Knight working in the midfield with Lemaistre. Try scorer Lemaistre, bright spark in this team, but Anu Shanalenko working with James Fay, staying nice and tight on their defensive work. There's Stockdale. A good pass away and extra metres on offer for Lydia Ticehurst. Merritt. And then getting the penalty for foot in the ruck, Cara Edwards. With an opportunity. There's Merritt up positioning in at link. Morris in motion. There's Jake Morris. Check back option to Lewis. Jared Lewis with the ball down. That's lovely set piece work from England. Anu Shanalenko conditioning that sweeper platform, attacking on the outside edge twice already. And then Morris with the check back option. Lenore and Lewis always in dangerous positions in the end. Jared Lewis, easy finish. And that's a loss of control, unfortunately, for Luke Caderet. It's Coombs and Pennicid, although there's a bit of a lapse of communication between the two middles, just colliding as they're trying to get that ball away and set England off on another foray to the Jersey line. Third, forthcoming is Josh Stewart. Stewart getting in an acting half. Danger time here for England, and that'll be try time again. It's Henry Humpleby. Open side quick, he gets on. Nice interplay between him and Josh Stewart. Unfortunately for Coombs, just caught tracking a little bit too square. Beaten to the try line. It's still very early here. Anyone who tuned in yesterday, see this sun literally pass over the entirety of this pitch. Early doors for us. Fay though, extra pass to Ticehurst. Ticehurst. Touch is made. It's James Fay, who I quite comically said played for Manchester Chargers yesterday. Obviously not, it's Foxes. So thank you for all of the Foxes players for being in your group chat, taking the mick out of me all day yesterday, which I thought was very funny. And shout out Oliver Holmes for sending me all of the screenshots, which is hilarious. But yes, obviously not playing for Manchester Chargers, and I get an opportunity to rectify a bit of a slip of the tongue. Manchester Foxes mainstay James Fay, one of the nicest guys on the circuit, captaining this side and putting on a defensive nudge there, forcing the turnover, working with Stockdale and Anu Shanalanko. This is a terrifying pod to see at mixed open. Lydia Ticehurst underpinning all the good work from the boys in the middle. Anu Shanalanko feeding away to James Fay. Fay with the extra pass over towards Cara Edwards. Very rarely makes any sort of mistake. And Merritt straightening is Lewis, just accelerating his way through. Maybe got a little bit of white line fever, trying to go hard. Now on fifth. These moments of magic. Lenori with a stutter step, trying to escape through. Mark Knight stays wise to the threat. A better subset here. Jersey, problem solving some errors. It's nice extra meters on display. Good work from Claire Boot. Now coming over into this 32 channel, scooping opportunity, exposing a 2-on-2. England have numbered up very well. Forcing Jersey from coast to coast. That one's just fizzed into the back of Jake Morris's head. Really impressed with that transition defence there from England. They didn't bite on any of the switches or didn't get stressed out about the fly, just maintain their defensive spacing, and it worked ever so well. Jared Lewis, absolute money roll ball. Heather Richardson has just been absolutely superb so far in this tournament. Coombs checking away towards Russell Reid. That pass just over the left shoulder of Russell Reid. This pod just with a little bit of a, maybe need a little bit of WD-40 earlier on. Very early doors in the day, and this pod that has all of the core components to be so dangerous. Russell Reid, Heather Richardson, Will Coombs, Max Pennicid. Just not quite clicking into gear, but there's plenty of time left to go. I'm sure we'll see their attacking chops on display. But first of all, they've got to show their defensive work as well. Late pass away, that one was just fizzed into Will Coombs, who I think almost on instinct tried to catch it. Fresh set of 6 here for Jersey. There's Archie Donnelly. Donnelly, split a platform for Donnelly, diving at the line, but Will Coombs stays tight to the line. Easy touch for Coombs. Pritchard checking away to Vautier. Donnelly in motion. Donnelly with a left foot step. Will Coombs with a touch. However, referee's going to err on the side of Jersey. Archie Donnelly with a score. And that brings us all square. 3 tries apiece. And Donnelly, he's painting good pictures to the referee, Archie Donnelly. Coombs just stuck on the line for a moment. There's nice work there, and just as soon as they go and concede, this pod that has found their form early slices through the Jersey defence. There's Fay getting on the out, checking over towards Ticehurst. Lovely bit of conditioning. They've attacked quite tight areas in and around that roll ball. And as soon as they start to move it open side, there is space available to them. And who else would you like other than Lydia Ticehurst? Who else would you like crashing through those holes other than Lydia Ticehurst? The player who has honed her trade for Invicta over the past couple of years, getting her reward. Again, England favouring youth in these Euros. Plenty of playing experience and further development opportunities for these players. And there's Coombs platforming now for Pennicid. That's a bit of striking platform for Pennicid. Pennicid getting into the in-goal area, floating the extra pass away. Cara Edwards finishes. And you couldn't help but think that this pod for England had to click into gear at some point. Will Coombs worked so hard to get that ball down, giving Max Pennicid good platform. And very quickly, this has become a 5-3 game for England. Jersey guilty of not looking after the egg all too much. You cannot give this England team free possession. They'll go and make you pay. 11 and a half minutes in. It looks a little bit more comfortable for England, something that maybe fans of this England mixed open team would have come to expect, seeing how this Jersey team has performed over day one. There's Vautier, platforming for Donnelly. Vautier getting on the link punish. Stockdale with a good touch. There's Vautier with a flick past to Donnelly. It's all very speculative, just attacking down the blind alley. And Anu Shanalanko, that should be footing. That's just been given loss of control. And a fresh set of 6 here for Jersey. Looked like it could have been foot in the ruck. The referee's happy just to give this one fresh set for Jersey. That one looked forward. Referees are happy with it. And Donnelly getting involved again. Lily Merritt, who put on a finishing masterclass yesterday in their game against Switzerland. She was superb on the wing, showing her chops at link as well. Again, one of these young players that just has bags of experience already playing at the club level, but this international stuff feels a little bit different, and showing that she's capable of just doing that. Anu Shanalanko with an absolute destroyer of a touch on the line. And we saw it in the Nationals. Anu Shanalanko, that pod with Lawton Davies, he was just so defensively astute. However, that defensive spacing creeping a little bit too wide, allowing Archie Lemaistre to get over for his second of the day. It's a nice inside ball from Mark Knight. And we're back to a one-try game. Jersey staying in the fight effectively. Morris. Lenori. Oh, Jared Lewis back to Lenori. 6 more. The step-back options on this sweeper seem to be the ask of the day. Now coming into the 32 platform. Scooping back to Jared Lewis. Good touch coming in from Claire Boot. Morris. 32 platform. Out ball here for Lenori. Extra pass goes to Ticehurst. Unfortunately can't take that one with her and replicate her success. 5-4, 6 minutes to go in this first half. Morris with some good line speed. Catching Jersey behind the gain line. And Morris has to stay honest, chasing open side. And again, it's really good in industrial work from Jersey. Nicole Goddard tracking across, trying to create some 2-on-1s. England up to the task. There's Cara Edwards. Ticehurst. Lenori, Edwards, Lewis, Morris. Lovely transition here from England. Here comes the pod that have found their feet in their most recent attacking set. Coombs platforming for Pennicid. Wonderful platform here for Max Pennicid. That pass to Russell Reid just over his shoulder again. Not quite out in front. That maybe it's the timing on the pass, or maybe it's the running lines. There's something that's just not quite clicked for England as of right now, especially on that fifth touch striking platform. And they've got the quality of player and certainly the quality of coach to make things happen. There's Neesham. Neesham getting out into the link. Heather Richardson just defends it with authority. There's Russell Reid. Richardson to Cara Edwards. Edwards straightens. Coombs. Edwards. Pennicid wanted those tips. This is fourth, fifth coming. Here's Anu Shanalanko driving into the midfield, checking away towards Will Stockdale. Stockdale platforming. Anu Shanalanko. Dangerous opportunity here. And James Fay got the pass away. Was batted down in the passing lane. I love that from Ben Lenore in the sub box. I think that was just asking for a little bit more depth. They need it. 32 long. Fay accelerating, driving, diving. Scoring. And James Fay getting on this outline, 32 long. And Jersey, as of yet, can't find a player fast enough to deal with James Fay on this outline. It's an easier thing said than done. And we've seen James Fay do this at all levels, whether it's men's open, mixed open, internationally, club rugby, nationals. He's able to tear defences apart with his speed. And then as soon as you start slamming on him, he'll start ripping long as well. James Fay, wonderful player, and showing his attacking chops here on live stream. And Josh Stewart for Jersey, threatening the outside edge. I really love this combination between Josh Stewart and Henry Humpleby. Complement each other's play styles relatively well, but the hands on display from England, checking away to Heather Richardson back on the inside from Cara Edwards, and maybe guilty of overplaying ever so slightly, but this is anything but overplaying until the forward pass came in. The right smile from Jake Morris that they know that that pass just drifted forward. It's good. Habits building. It's all solution focused from this England sub box. Donnelly and co are looking to make things happen in an attacking sense. There's Pritchard. They're going to rip long, finding Donnelly in that outside edge, but Jersey maybe not taking care of the egg as much as they need to. They keep this ball in hand a little bit more often, use the whole set of six. Might get more reward as Pennicid just bursts through. And Donnelly was trying to put Pennicid under pressure, but Max stayed in third gear and was able to cruise through the defensive line, and no one was catching him even in third. And it just extends the stride length a little bit, doesn't need to do any more than that. This is what I love about that pod specifically. They've not really had a lot of opportunity to click together. It's been a little bit stop-start for Pennicid, Coombs and Russell Reid, and yet they've still come up with scores because they've got the individual talent to create moments of magic even when things aren't going their way. Jersey working with Knight, Neesham and Lemaistre. Lemaistre, left foot step, trying to get through Stockdale. A good covering touch made by Will Stockdale. And now Jersey trying to back the pace, creating 2-on-1 opportunities. Just not quite happening. And now England off to the races, not willing to take their foot off the gas for a moment. Anu Shanalanko coming in and acting half. There's James Fay, Cara Edwards, Heather Richardson. Again, lovely subset, fluid interchange. Jared Lewis coming down in front of Jake Morris. Morris scooping, right foot step, beating one. Morris ripping long, maybe should have gone to the wing. I think that's where that ball was destined to. Heather Richardson takes the claim over the head. 15 seconds to go in the half. And that is half time. And it's been anything but plain sailing for England, and yet they still go into half-time with a commanding 3-try lead. They've allowed Jersey try-scoring opportunities. I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities to fix that. So just in front of us, we've got both coaches locked in deep conversation, probably just trying to problem solve some of these problems. There's Josh Bendel chewing the fat, trying to make some adjustments, but at the half-time, England will be relatively happy with their performance. Maybe just need to secure up a little bit more defensively in this mixed open clash on day 2, pitch 2, game 1. England 7, Jersey 4.
T-minus 1 minute.
The second half about to get underway in our opener here on pitch 2. England 7, Jersey 4. In a game that's been a little bit of a strange one to call, actually, because Jersey have stayed in the fight well. It was 3-3. England have pulled away without playing their best touch. I'm sure that the coaching staff will agree with me on that one, but yet they still find ways to get over the try line. And this man has started fit and firing. James Fay, unfortunately, that pass to Lydia Ticehurst. Just asking Lydia to do a fair bit of work. The ball goes to ground. They won't mind the opening stanza there, especially when they can put the defensive nudge on with this Jersey transition. There's Josh Stewart. It's a brilliant first half for Jersey. And Jersey historically a nation where a lot of their really talented players unfortunately end up drifting over towards the English Isles and representing England, Wales, Scotland or Ireland. But they still show up and show out here at the Euros, almost always. Faye, Anish Analanka, Stockdale. Pyrgos has to work hard to get the ball off the floor. Pyrgos again to Heather Richardson. Richardson with his familiar latching work. However, the sideline ref spotted something he's not happy with. And they've given 7 on. So it'll be tap penalty here for Jersey, bang on halfway. So Lemaistre. Looking with Knight in the midfield. Knight to Lemaistre. Lemaistre diving. Coombs and Russell Reid see off the threat. Heather Richardson on that side edge as well. In the link channel, who is probably in for a shout of MVP so far, is Lemaistre. Pennicid had a bit of work to do. I think the referee's going to err on the side of Jersey. And that is another score for Jersey. And Archie Lemaistre, I believe it's a hat-trick for the boy now. He's getting on the outside of Coombs, Pennicid. And you can see there, Coombs just saying he didn't quite make the touch. It's been tricky work for that pod early. 2 tries the difference now, but they'll be backing the boys on the pitch to create some more scoring opportunities. There's Lenori working with Morris. Morris to Lenori. Lenori coming down in front of Jared Lewis. Lewis feeding, stepping, escaping into the in-goal area, ripping long. Jared Lewis is a player who's gone from strength to strength in the past 12 months and is flexing and showing out here on live stream. And this is much harder than it looks, and carrying with the ball in 2 hands, fixing defenders. It's a lovely pump here just to create some space, just having that ball on the back hip. Always a passing threat. Lovely pass over on the far side. Cara Edwards with the finish made by Jared Lewis. Player who's enjoying his touch at the moment in this mixed side. There's Cadere. Anish Analanka beating the first man of Cadere. And flick pass out to Stockdale. Stockdale puts on a little bit of footwork to brush off the attempted firm touch coming from Stuart Johnson and Henry Humpleby. There's Russell Reid platforming here for Pennicid. Pennicid can't quite take that one in stride. Turnover almost on midfield. The Jersey sub-box like that midfield defence. It's lovely. I'm really impressed with this pod of Luke Cadere, Josh Stewart and Henry Humpleby. They just worked so well together, and they were bending, not breaking in that midfield defence. And here is Lemaistre working with Knight, trying to replicate his score. However, referee not happy with the quality of that turnover. Pennicid, inside to Coombs, that's better. Pyrgos to Russell Reid. Russell Reid saving the extra pass going towards Lily Merritt. Merritt platforming well, there's Morris. Late check away towards Jared Lewis. Jared Lewis back on the inside towards Lenori. Lenori on 4th, 5th touch. And here is 5th touch. Morris scooping accelerating into the goal area, beating Knight, all ends up connecting with Jared Lewis. This pod has clicked together so far in this second half. Jake Morris, Jared Lewis, Ben Lenori. And then you've got the youthful dynamism of Lily Merritt, who stitches it all together. You can't have the three boys in the midfield doing their work without the women on the outside who have played their role perfectly. And Lily Merritt and Heather Richardson specifically have just been nigh on unplayable for Jersey in this game. It allows the boys in the midfield all the space to do the damage. This time it was Morris and Lewis combining for England's 9th. Donnelly. Checking away, just steadying the ship. Donnelly getting in and acting half, looking for the quickie platform. Not a lot of initial go forward, but then accelerating through, and that'll be given 6 more. It's Pritchard, the inside pass that hit the hand of Anushan Lanko. Donnelly in motion. That's an incorrect play of the ball, not spotted by the referees. In fact, it was. And that is certainly the right decision, because there was that was as clear an incorrect play of the ball as you will ever see. Anu Shanalanko. And a wonderful drive. Ticehurst following in suit. Russell Reid with a show and go. And what were we saying just moments ago? That even when England don't quite hit their groove, they've got the quality of player to create moments, and that Anu Shanalanko drive on touch 2 just set Jersey off on the back foot. They were always reeling, they were scrambling in their defence. Then Russell Reid was flying onto the field off the back of some great work from Lydia Ticehurst latching. They're dragging in defenders, and Russell Reid's got the pace to carve jerseys up. 10-5. Doggy's platform here, you could hear it being called, unfortunately, for Josh Stewart, just losing his footing as he looked to put the big left foot whack in. And Stewart accelerating through, diving. Jared Lewis. The relatively comfortable defensive touch gets the applause from Josh Henderson and Josh Bendel. Nice transition work. Lewis just having to work hard to get that ball off the floor. There's Stockdale, Pyrgos. 5th touch coming. Anu Shanalanko. There's Faye. Anu Shanalanko scooping. Left foot, right foot. Anu Shanalanko escaping away. Oh, James Faye to Richardson. It's so lovely. However, I mean, the referees have spotted infringement here. I mean, it must be that last pass that's gone forward, but there's no real clear signal there, so we'll err on the side of it staying 10-5 and that last pass being given forward. Yes. And Jersey with a repeat set of 6 on the line. 10 minutes to go in this game. Offside. So more work for the English to do. Open side quickie hit for Lemaistre. Lemaistre trying to get through Richardson. That's much easier said than done. Heather Richardson. They're superb defensively, almost always. Knight to Lemaistre. Lemaistre again trying to take on Heather Richardson. And the expert female link for England sees him off again. Now moving away from Heather Richardson. That feels like the smart move. In fact, no, they're not. They're going back toward Heather Richardson. And then yet still, the female link does enough to see it off. However, on the 5th time of asking, Jersey do go through. And they get there eventually. It's a nice little overload that they manufactured. Claire Booth, who's been great for Jersey in this game, gets her reward. And you can't help but feel like Heather Richardson probably needed a little bit more help there from her inside players. It's Pennicid and Coombs. Russell Reid, Pennicid in motion. And a forward pass given. The tap penalty here. Coombs getting up to put the pressure on. It's nice work. Nicole Goddard was barking orders and orchestrating that subset initially for Jersey. This is forthcoming, fifth coming now. Getting back on the inside to Stewart. Stewart with the platform now, accelerating open side, looking for a 2-on-1, but again it's good defensive spacing. However, that'll be a penalty for Jersey. Again, I've just missed the hand signal. And it'll be a fresh set of 6 regardless. There's Stewart working with Humpleby. And Stewart and Humpleby again coming back into this familiar middle platform that they like so much. This time, Stewart picking away towards Canneray. Canneray accelerating. And Jersey bring this one to within 3. And defensive spacing for England, just a little bit too wide. And there certainly is a bit of problem solving to be done here for England. This defence has been a little bit leaky, probably. These spacing's too wide for the coaches to be happy with it. However, they'll be happy with this pod's, especially this pod's attacking work. Here's Morris driving, Morris scoring. That'd be the easiest score that the people will give all day. You talk about defensive spacing being too wide. You cannot give Jake Morris opportunities to dive at your line. Wingspan of an albatross. Telescopic arms on the man from Chester. Again, it's good platform here from Lewis, Lenori with a fizz pass, and yeah, that's as easy as you like. Jake Morris getting over. And it is probably an important thing to mention that England are resting a couple of their players, namely the man who got 4 tries in 10 minutes in their game against the Swiss, Harrison Cross, who unfortunately did his thumb in when he was trying to make some defensive touches on the line. There's a nice dive. Again, seen off by Heather Richardson and co. His 5th touch here, big left foot step, trying to create a 3-on-2 opportunity, but England see off the threat, turn it over, and will look to execute this transition to the same level that they usually expect of themselves. Nice platforms here. Anish Analenko not used. Instead, it's Ticehurst driving hard. There's Russell Reid accelerating. Russell Reid carving through Jersey. And Josh Bendel, Sam Thorpe in the sub box, screaming to the boys who got those touches 1, 2, and 3 nice and crisp. That's all you. Every time they get Jersey rolling, Russell Reid has the pace to go and execute. It's 12-7 now. It's a little bit more comfortable, but his defence is probably still a little bit too leaky for England's liking. There's Humpleby. Coming over towards Stewart. Stewart being asked to platform for the Doggies platform. It's all a little bit stop-start, and people are splitting the wrong way. And Jersey do a good job of rectifying that very tricky attacking set. 6 and change is Lenori. Lewis, Morris, Lenori. There's Lewis, there's Burgos, Stockdale. Very nice interplay. Anish Analenko. Platforming here on 5th for Will Stockdale. Will Stockdale beating one, dropping a lovely late pass off. And Fate goes through the gap. So good from England. And the past two transitions have been on the money. And this platform from Anish Shanalanko, carving Jersey up. Stockdale with a double pump. And Faye hitting hole one to perfection. And this is a little bit more familiar of what we're used to seeing from this England mixed open side. A side that is almost certainly gearing up towards World Cup time. Ticehurst with a good shot and sniping up, making touches. Unfortunately though, Jersey will go through. Jersey's day one results were tricky to say the least. There's a couple of people watching expecting England to come through this a little bit more comfortably. But they've put a really good account of themselves out here. Mark Knight checking away to Claire Boot. It's back to a 5-point game. They've attacked down that far side, trying to expose maybe some frailties on the link channel for England. And they've got a fair amount of scores. As Heather Richardson goes over, no touch claimed. And both defences switching off and exchanging scores in less than 30 seconds. So again, it's this 32 out ball. This time they hit hole two. Heather Richardson ghosting through. Easy stuff. Stewart, Humpleby. Again, if they're looking for the doggy, Stewart's got to step back against the grain, not go for a familiar link punish platform. They're just making the pitch oh so tight, and then there's no touches to play with. That'll be 6 and change. There's some good learning opportunities for Jersey in that attacking set. It's just getting their setups a little bit wrong, undoing the good work that they've done up until that point. Russell Reid. Pennicid escaping into the in-goal area. Max Pennicid trying to find the late pass. Just hitting the floor. 14-8, 2 minutes to go. The result of this game, very much signed, sealed and delivered for England as Pennicid puts the nudge on Stewart. They'll still look to get some more scores on the board, and Jersey can take so many positives from this game. They've defensively added some security. Offensively, they've found their groove at times, especially this man wearing 15, Archie Lemaistre. Love the interplay between Lemaistre and Alex Neesham. However, that one just drifting forward. But I've been really, really, really impressed. He's probably been the pick of the bunch for Jersey in this game, Archie Lemaistre. Not only offensively, but defensively, very strong. There's Pyrgos, there's Morris, who has kicked on in his own personal development. And they're working with Jared Lewis and Lenore. Here is Jared Lewis, 5th touch coming. One more to work with. Lenore platforming, Morris on the splitter. Lovely rip open, unfortunately. Not quite taken in the in-goal area. I think that's Lily Merritt over on the far side, and it's such a shame because we've been singing her praises about her finishing ability, but on that occasion the ball just squirting loose. And for England, with about 20 seconds left to go, it might have been the tune-up game that they needed in the morning. And in this pool stage and in a very large mixed division. Oh, Cora Edwards with the intercept. Throws the extra pass to Jared Lewis. Lewis And Edwards will be looking to create something special as the hoot is about to go any moment now. There's Heather Richardson flying through. It's his last play territory. Cara Edwards, late pass away to Heather Richardson. Look to have a go down the short side. And England avoid the potential banana peel of Jersey. It looked to be a closer game in the first half, but in the second, the class and quality of England shone through. And in this game, the likes of Jake Morris really standing up to be accounted for. Jared Lewis and pods that really clicked together, created scoring opportunities at will. And that's full time in our opening game here on pitch 2 in the mixed open division. There'll be plenty more mixed open action coming up for you today as well. We've got 3 mixed open games back to back later on, starting at 1:05. Let's start with the Cayman Islands versus Italy, and then the Netherlands versus Switzerland, and then Scotland versus Belgium, which is probably going to be the pick of the bunch. But coming up for you next in the men's 45 division, it is Switzerland, and they'll be taking on France. And then after that, mark it in your calendar and set yourself some reminders, because it's potentially what will end up being the big dance on Saturday. At 11:15 in 2 games time, we have men's open action, and that'll be Ireland versus England. Certainly a game you won't want to miss. But as I said, coming up for you next, men's 45s, Switzerland versus France, full time here in the mixed open. England 14, Jersey 8.
Oh yeah, the almanac. That's so good, the almanac.
T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 3 minutes.
Maintenant t'as vu, regarde. Non. T'as vu notre match ce matin? Ouais. Elle te met.
T-minus 1 minute.
So welcome back, game 2, day 2. Switzerland versus France in the men's 45s division. Switzerland with the tap, first opportunity for their line attack. Nice left foot steps on offer. Gavin Maloney working with Sam Chadwick. There is Maloney driving the line. That brings up the 6 and change. Early shutout here for France. Take a little bit of confidence going into the rest of the game. With that, I mean, you know, we were discussing quite a lot in these age, these age groups that often the game requires a little bit more thought and intention behind your setups and your platforms. It's a little bit more tactical, potentially forward to get away with a forward pass there, but the French go marching on. There's play-through calls as well. That's fifth touch, but that's a bobbly roll ball. And it's unfortunate for Mikhail Flory. He's working well with Laurent Boutet. And making a lot of yards at the midfield was France on that occasion, but just that fifth touch platform coming unstuck gives Switzerland an opportunity to get out of dodge. Nice enough platforms here for Switzerland to keep marauding forward. Subbing relatively well, but just coming unstuck now, moving laterally. Now this is fifth touch platform, scooping over into the short side. Lofted left-hand pass into the in-goal area. There's James Weston. The Switzerland side, just having a look through this team sheet, there's a few familiar names here for Switzerland. Rob Milnes, James Weston, Credence Waitford, Richard Watts, Daniel Kilminster. I'm expecting a little bit of something special from this Switzerland side. I mean, they look like they've got a bit going forward. They're defensively quite astute. However, that's a good call from the referee. Just spotting that off the mock penalty. I think early turnovers, my second game of the day. There might be some cobweb still to brush off, especially in these age groups. Obviously, age playing quite a big factor. We've also seen in these combined age groups, so the 30s and 35s and the 50s and 55s, just how big of a difference things are between 50 and 55s and 30 and 35. So age playing a factor. We're both these 45. Switzerland having a drive, escaping into the in-goal area. That's ball away. Is it ball down? There's a good covering touch. Again, it's the number 11, Gavin Maloney. I wonder if there's any relation to the Swiss mixed open player Maloney, who had England's number, especially in that first half. Late switches on offer for Switzerland. Unfortunately for Sam Chadwick, can't quite take that one with him, so France get an opportunity to get their fresh legs onto the field. Now getting up over halfway, and fourth touch coming. This is fifth coming. And Maloney with a good touch that brings Olivier Mate all the way back to the mark, but France are able to just cut off through. A static fifth touch platform, no problem at all. Marc Lejeune just went scything, and Switzerland were all too static, and then out of nowhere, and Nicolas Ashwegi goes flying through the open gap. France with the opening score 4 minutes in. And that must be slightly worrying for Switzerland. If you do a good job at putting the press on, you create static fifth touch platform, and yet France still find a way to ghost through. Switzerland trying to go through, however, blast of the referee's whistle brings that one to a close. And France keep moving forward. Jerome Dinal back to Dinal. Nice interplay between the French. There's a nice late pass away. Extra one goes. However, that last pass just drifting forward. Otherwise, Christophe Guerin Langlois would have been through for France's second. It's lovely late passes. However, it's just a little bit more depth needed. Cyril Pocard with a nice draw and pass. It's just these familiar, core rugby skills that you see in all codes. This draw and pass, execute your 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s. If you're part of a team that's really quite special, then you're looking at 4-on-3s as well. You just need a little bit of that in all codes of rugby. France have certainly got it here in the 45s. Rob Milnes has to come back to the mark. Late check away for the Swiss. There's fifth touch getting in behind both middles. Milnes is in quite a lot of space. Late pass goes to Rob Milnes. Can't take it quite in stride. Would have loved to have seen the half just get into the goal area and stop running. Assess his options, look for the cleaner pass. Milnes was in space about 3 steps before they got into the in-goal area, then the gap closed. Plenty of things to keep an eye out for the Swiss team, but France are just extremely well drilled. Asking for off-the-mark penalties. Gavin Maloney, but France are able to play away nicely. Again, it's scoop platform for Marc Lejeune. Lejeune bouncing around one, although Maloney with a diving touch brings that one to the 6 and change. And unfortunately an off-the-mark penalty. It surrenders possession over to France. And they will have an opportunity to establish a 2-try lead, slightly more comfortable than the 1-try one they currently find themselves with. 7.5 minutes into this game. Open side quickie for Marc Lejeune. Lejeune driving, ripping long. I tell you what, this number 6 has got a fair bit about him. Marc Lejeune. Lovely set piece play for the number 6. He's certainly the talisman in this side. Showing his class. A cut above the rest on this pitch so far. Just dominating. It's a lovely long ball as well to Stefan Chansibo. I've got a feeling that I'm going to be singing the praises of the French men's 45s number 6, Marc Lejeune. He comes off and drenches his head in water for his reward as well. Yeah, he certainly seems to have a bit about him. Switzerland with a bit of problem solving to do. They have some good players of their own. Need to find a way to kick them into gear. There's also lovely kit from both of these teams as well. Going to spend all week talking about how nice some of this kit is. Late check away. Really good red touch platform here. 3-on-2. There's a nice show and go from Jerome Denale. They're at Switzerland. Able to see out that onslaught. There's the Irishman's open, walk behind me, blasting out some Ayaz replay, which is very nice. They're fully up for their game against England, looking quite calm and composed. And Switzerland trying to side through a gap. It just shut on them by Cyril Puccia. Switzerland with some good attacking platforms, but not able to find the same level of success. I wonder if in the second half they want to just go and pinch Marc Lejeune and see if we can really make this a tasty affair, because there's number 6 who's entering the field now. On the ball. He seems to just be a little bit special. And again, executing 3-on-2s, 2-on-1s, late wrap around for Marc Lejeune, big dummy, but it's well covered in the wing channel by Charles Robinson. Is Lejeune working with Eshwage. Lejeune open side quick keep for the number 6. Lovely hole cut off the ball. It's easy as you like at the moment. And it's Marc Lejeune pulling strings in the midfield. He certainly is the orchestrator. This is just lovely. And again, it's just Wage with a lovely line off the ball. But what more can you say about Marc Lejeune? 3 scores for France. He's had a hand in all 3 of them. For Switzerland, you just go man on man. And try and stunt his momentum as much as possible. But you need to get over the line for yourself as well. It's Gavin Maloney. Lovely late check away. That should be try time. This is much better from the Swiss. There's Richard Watts checking away to Fabian Dutasta. I think he do get on the board 11.5 minutes into this game. That's exactly what they needed to stop the flow of scores going against them. A little bit of pointing in the midfield. I think the referee is just going to turn this one over, surrender possession back over to the Swiss. isolated player here. And the referee's come to the right decision. I think there was just a thought in the back of the mind to see if that was half court, but it took the pass off the transition, so we just take the roll ball and reset. Probably benefited Switzerland a little bit more as that player was completely isolated over on the far side. His good hands and wrap around platform for fifth touch, stepping back against the grain. Lovely hole hit. He's well covered by the winger, and they're staying wise to the threat. Wonder at some point if the Swiss are just going to go over the top of that hole 2, go to the wing option instead. 13 minutes in, it might be time to start changing things up. You've got to stop the flow scores going against you, which you've done so somewhat successfully. However, it's this man you've got to shut out, Marc Lejeune. The fifth coming, Lejeune with a right-handed scoop. Good defensive press from Gavin Maloney, who spies the threat and shuts it down with authority. It's much better from the Swiss defending that strike platform. Over inside quickie platform for the Swiss, driving hard, escaping into the in-goal area, but again it's the number 6, Marc Lejeune, who shuts out the threats. I mean, whenever he's on the pitch, he seems to be a cut above the rest. He's had a hand in all 3 of the French scores. He's shutting out the Swiss with ease. Marc Lejeune just taking a tumble, hard touch penalty. A little bit of afters as well between Lejeune. What to say? Yeah, it was Ben Proquin. Second touch here for France. Third touch. Progressing into the red zone. Second penalty. Offside. There's Laurent Boulet. And Marc Lejeune subs himself on. He wants this score. He believes he's capable of getting it for France. Here is Lejeune. Brooklyn with a good touch. Just holding Lejeune up for a moment. Lejeune now into the middle channel. Up inside quickie for Marc Lejeune. Lovely late pass. I mean, it is authoritative from Lejeune. Subs himself on because they want the score. Almost picks the lock of the Swiss team. If not for the forward pass right at the very end, and then Lejeune comes subbing himself off. Switzerland avoid conceding a fourth, going back down to a 3-score deficit. Continue marauding forward, getting up over halfway. 4 minutes left to go in this first half. There's Maloney checking away towards Milnes. Rob Milnes platforming. It's all a little bit stop-start though for Switzerland. Maloney coming over towards Milnes. Milnes trying to escape his way through, but that'll be 6 and change. It's good defensive work from Switzerland. That turnover will give Switzerland an opportunity to bring this back to a 1-try game. They've certainly stopped the flow scores going against them. Whatever's happened in that far sub-box is, well, done the job up until now. Oh, lovely show and go. And it's Gavin Maloney, who I think is trying to go one-on-one with Marc Lejeune. Maloney certainly got a little bit attacking prowess about him, especially in the Swiss team, where they do need it. They need a little bit more go forward. Chatsy, you've got him from Gavin Maloney. Here is Maloney, left foot step, gets into the try line, and Gavin Maloney does bring it back to a one-score game. There's a few Swiss supporters down at the bottom of that sub-box. They loved that one from Gavin Maloney, left foot step, siding through the French defence. Brilliantly done from the Swiss number 11. 2 minutes to go in this second half, well, in this first half. And Maloney. Oh, he's picked off. And this is just how quickly a game can turn on its head. Alexandra Covino brings this one all square with a poacher's finish. And there's Button shot. The Swiss finding a little bit of their flow. And they came through a very tricky initial 10 minutes where Marc Leger unpicked their lock more often than not. There's 4th touch, good touch made by Maloney, 5th touch coming now. Good 5th touch platform getting 2 Swiss in the same roll ball, hands go. They get an offside penalty. The Leger. Leger looking to make things happen again. And it's a very easy job for a commentator when you've got one man single-handedly doing attacking damage. Because even if on this occasion you couldn't quite see the number, you know who it is. Marc Leger, 4 tries for France. 4 try involvements for Marc Leger. Half-time. Switzerland 3, they come back so well, intercept score. Gavin Maloney having a bit of a day of it. But they can't shut out the number 6 for France, Marc Leger. Half-time, Switzerland 3, France 4.
Camille. Non mais sinon elle rentre. Camille. C'est ouvert. voir contre l'Angleterre. Là, oui.
C'est la stabilité du genou en latéral, quoi. Oui, bah oui. Et en fait, le interne, c'est un peu en rotation. Oui.
Et puis c'est peut-être pas donc tu fais moins ce geste. Voilà.
Bah ouais, si quand même.
T minus 1 minute.
So welcome back, second half underway. And it's been Marc Leger versus the world. This French side is obviously geared up to give Marc Leger as much attacking platform as possible. And on home soil, Marc Leger's flexing here on live stream. Here he is on the 32 long, right foot step, ripping long. Marc Leger, easy ball, easy finish. And in fact, there is a little bit of a clash in the corner. I hope that that's not a serious injury. That is France 5, Swiss 3. And Marc Leger with 5 try involvements. And Marc Leger with 5 try involvements now. It was a good finish on this near wing. I think that was Christophe Langlois. He's got a couple. And Marc Leger with 5 to his name. And Swiss looking to go through. Now 5th touch. There's Gavin Maloney. Left foot step, accelerating into goal area, almost ghosting through a gap, if not for Laurent Boutet. He's been brilliant defensively for France. But, I mean, it's hard to single out anyone other than the number 6. Marc Leger. That one just hitting the floor. Well, France doing a good job at completing all their sets. And keeping the Swiss defensive line honest. Charles Robinson having to come all the way back to the mark after slightly overrunning it. Is something that the Swiss can certainly do with fixing, is these core skills. There's a big touch. Taking a tumble, the French and the sub-box aren't happy with it. Jerome Denale just putting the nudge on. The big number 12, Ben Brookween. Open side quick here. Inside pass from Proquin, back to Proquin. Did he take the ball in stride? A touch and pass given. Is that we turn over? The referees just stamping their authority on the game. France has to get to the line effectively and then put the ball in the hands of Marc Lejeune. This guy is, well, certainly the player out here with that bit of star quality. Lejeune on 32, it's a really good bit of disruption coming from Switzerland. Opens so quickly for Marc Lejeune, left foot step, exposing a 3-on-2, finishing in the corner. And I wonder if anyone else from France wants to get involved with setting up these scores, because Marc Lejeune is just dominating. If we had the ability, I would absolutely love to see try involvement statistics for the number 6, because France have scored 6 and he's been involved in every single one of them. Dominant stuff from France and Marc Lejeune. Wing punish. Here's Maloney. Open side quickie for Gavin Maloney, working with Rob Mills. Maloney driving, late pass away. That should be given. There's 6 more. It is a fresh set of 6. I thought they were going to turn that over for a moment, which I thought would have been incredibly harsh to the Swiss. That extra pass was destined for hands. What? Maloney. Milnes. Maloney. Back to Milnes. Milnes coming short side. Maloney. I think he's, attacking down a very congested avenue. There's Maloney and Milnes. Milnes picking up against the grain, ripping long. That ball just drifting forwards, unfortunately. A little bit of inaccuracy. Would have liked to see them use the full set of 6 available to them there on that occasion. Nothing doing. Gives France another opportunity to go down the line. However, defensive turnover. And Maloney checking over into that link channel, but Aurier unable to use that possession effectively, not taking care of the egg, and France don't make any mistakes as of yet in this subset. Much better stuff from Team France. Nice check away. The diving touch from Rob Milnes bring this one to a close. And even though Team France are up by 3, the sub-box is not happy with some of their latching work and their subbing work. And setting high standards in this French 45s team. And 6 and change, and quick turnover here for France, trying to catch Switzerland napping. Moving the ball from left to right. And here he is, the number 6. Brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. It could be try time. While it's just scooping. It's a lovely snipe, however, just gone a little bit too early. In Martin Buttonshaw. Open side quickie. Legit. Need I say more? I think I might just let this one breathe. 7 tries for France. And who else? Well, Marc Leger. A good drive from Sam Chadwick. Mills and Maloney. Maloney going open sides, but that pass just slightly inaccurate. These little moments of inaccuracies that have just stunted Switzerland's good work. Maloney wanting to go quickly, and the referees are happy to let it play. I think they probably should be. Yep, agreed. 7-4. Switzerland catching France napping. It's good heads-up play from Maloney. Now France looking to re-establish their 4-point lead. It'd be nice to see other people's attacking prowess without the need of breaking the Marc Leger safety glass, but as of right now, it's the number 6 who's got the keys to the Swiss defence. And one just going to ground. It's a nice endeavour, isolating a dangerous area, but not able to use all too much of that line attack platform. That one just going to ground. The game breaking up a little bit, 10 minutes into this second half. It's becoming a little bit stop-start. It's probably to be expected as the temperature starting to increase. There's a bit more of a breeze in the air, so things staying a little bit cooler. France just camping. Hard touch penalty, so fresh set of 6 here for Team France. There's a 4 sub in there as well. Leger looking to go open side, having to fight through Mills to get the ball down, and just going one-on-one with Gavin Maloney. Leger. That's off the mark as well. That's good line speed, maybe fortunate to get away with another off the mark there, but Charles Isaac driving forward. And then back-to-back turnovers. There 3 off the mark penalties in quick succession. 7 minutes to go. 3 points the difference. Apologies if you're picking up any fruity language from the French sub box. Passionate bunch on home soil. Good midfield drive, best bit of go forward we've had in about 5 minutes or so. Open side quickie. It's this combination of in the midfield, Barry, lovely platform here, had to work hard, it was muscular stuff, late check away, diving touch comes in. That's well defended by Waitford. Switzerland just having to come back to the mark. And it's tricky stuff for Switzerland because they've got a lot of ability. That's very plain to see. But they're just coming unstuck with some of these core skills, getting the ball down cleanly, predicting the touch, not going over the mark, getting the ball off the floor effectively. It's these little core skills that are just undoing a lot of their good work. There's still plenty of time in this game as well. They can tie together some performances. That'll be a late touch or a late pass. A turnover, tap penalty here for the French. Oh, well, that's turnover again, and Switzerland want to go quickly. There's a scrambling defence. Instead, they carve back against the grain. And Gavin Maloney, well, he'd gone through. Good touch by Laurent Boutet, who again for France has been really good. And I feel a bit harsh not singing the praises of a lot of these other players in the French men's 45s, but there's only ever really been one standout. It's the number 6, Marc Lajus. And Switzerland just having a go, using no touches to do it. Need some striking platforms here. Late check on the inside, trying to get through one, but again, there's no one there enacting off. And I think they're very lucky to get away with having the penalty there, because the striking platforms they're leaving a lot to be desired. You need to start getting on the same page. It's a better quickie, but too upright in the touch. He's able to be held up. I'm going for the link punish. It's better, but the half just takes a bit of time to get there. And let's check again. I mean, France not advancing. They're probably fortunate to get away with getting a penalty there. It was 5 French defenders basically on the line and only 1 point man. But the referees are happy. 4 minutes to go in this one. They need a Swiss score quickly if they want to stay in the fight going into the latter stages of this game. Switzerland keep driving forward. Just coming back to the mark. For the French, this pace of this game just slowing up in the latter stages of this half. You can't switch off when this man's on the pitch, especially when he's got touches to work with as well. Leger, basketball pass over the top, cutting out the middle. It's just a inaccurate roll ball. Marc Leger, a player with plenty of ability. Switzerland just isolated, 2 minutes to go. And lovely late pass away. Switzerland do get their score. It'll be 7-5 for the Swiss. Yeah, it's opportunistic. It's a lovely link punish as well. Richard Watts with a late pass away. I think it's a real good example of just where the Swiss have struggled in this game. They've not really been able to find that attacking structure consistently, thus meaning that the French can just defend man on man and not have to worry all too much about the line attack threat. But as soon as they do get this line attack threat going, they're really potent, and there's a lot to like about this Swiss men's 45s team. It's just not quite happened for them. Maybe they'll look at this game back on live stream and they'll think, okay, the areas to improve here: get consistent line attack structure, just two-man platform, quickies, and just start going hard at the line and really attacking the line rather than passing away early, which we see quite a lot in these age group categories. And don't worry about burning touches, just take your time, get those structures right. As soon as you get those structures right, you take it to a very well organised France men's 45s team. Unfortunately, there's a hips not square penalty. And there's probably not a lot of time left, or enough time, for Switzerland to really take it to France. About 20 seconds remaining on the clock, but still like to take it to a one score game at minimum. Maloney, Mills. Open side quickie for Mills. Maloney picking up against the grain, looking to go long. Does go long. Switzerland do finish. And lo and behold, they get their attacking structure down and they get scores. Fabian Dutasta in the corner. They're bringing it to a one-score game. And at full time, you can't help but feel like Switzerland have probably left a few scores out there. It just needed to get this attacking structure down. But France do come through unscathed. 7 scores for France, 7 try contributions for Marc Lejeus in the 45s division. Certainly showing what happens when you get your attacking structure competitive. You're making the world of difference. But our second game is complete, and coming up for you next is a game that I think has everyone excited. I imagine that the sidelines will start to become a little bit packed. Coming up for you next in about 10 minutes, it's England Men's Open, and they'll be taking on Ireland.
minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So welcome to what is potentially going to be the final come Saturday. Team Ireland in the Men's Open, boasting one of the more talented sides that we've seen from them in recent years. The likes of Joe Balance, Sean O'Sullivan, Jimmy O'Donnell, Sean Balance, Rory Fulton, a lot of players honing their trade in England. This is an Irish Men's Opens team that certainly has all of the core skills to create try-scoring opportunities. And the elephant in the room as well for Ireland, Mark Phelan. And Phelan is the mainstay in this Irish Men's Open side for many a year. Is back representing his nation at the Euros. Joe Wright's bringing you all the action here, joined alongside by Adam Brimlow. Adam, we've been around the touch block a fair few times. This has set up to be an exciting game.
Yeah, it's a really exciting game. I think, like you said, it's what people have earmarked as the final, so it's a good one. And then Ireland have got a fast start already down at the 7th.
Yeah, they're not going to stop going. This is one thing that we know. Ireland are just going to go hell for leather from moment 1 to moment 40. And there's your first warning sign for England. Wing tap back play. It's good endeavour from Killian Daly. And good ability as well. And already you can feel there's something special about this game brewing.
Yeah, lovely bit of skill there, and then England running hard. It's a fast game already.
Yeah, and I know some of the cameramen who this was their first opportunity to shoot some touch were blown away by the speed at which England ran against Spain on pitch 2 yesterday. Lovely long rip from Louis Treys trying to connect with TP, and that far link channel not quite happening for them on that occasion. 2 warning shots, narrowly missing the mark for either side, and there's your first look at the level of physicality in this game from both sides. Not shy of putting a bit of a nudge on. I think there's just slowing up for a moment. There's balance, striking, driving. Sean O'Sullivan checking away. There's Jimmy O'Donnell. O'Donnell right-hand scoop. Coming over towards the short side for a moment. Bouncing open, trying to escape into in goal area. Does so, connects with Sean O'Sullivan. First blood to Ireland. It's the 2 boys who've owned their trade in London for the past 2 years, flexing here in Vichy for the Emerald Isle.
Yeah, like you say, lovely footwork from Jimmy O'Donnell to get aside there. Sean's got space and time as he finished in the end. Terrible throwback, but good finish.
Yeah, less said about that the better. I'm sure Sean won't mind as long as the score was given. And Ireland coming unstuck, losing by 1 against Scotland Men's Open yesterday. I was talking to Sean O'Sullivan about that, and he was less than impressed with their performance, and certainly started much faster here today. There's Gus McMahon working in the midfield with Conahan now coming over towards Shahabdeen. Shahabdeen just repositioning back out at link. Conahan driving round, late pass away, that's lovely. And the recycling from England is oh so impressive there. Weren't happy with the striking setup. Clacker finishes in the corner. It's great work from the young boys in the middle.
That was really, really nice patience from England, like you say. Seb Conahan with a diving pass, I think it was as well. Great bit of skill.
It's nice, and we've spoken a lot about just how young this team is. I got a veto from Mark Aldous via Instagram message yesterday. 23 and a half years old is the average age in this England Men's Opens team. That is a terrifying statistic. See Ireland come rolling through. Another line attack opportunity. Sweeper step back, not taken cleanly in the far corner, unfortunately. It's lovely work again. It's behind Kyle Lever trying to pull strings in the midfield. It's become clear early. These wing options at the avenue that Ireland are going to use more often than not, and then looking at tap back options as well. It's an area for England to shore up, but again we see this time it's Dixon marauding through the transition. Conahan with a dangerous latch getting into that near middle channel. Ireland just retreating. England able to save touches. Louis Trays positioning into this familiar link channel, stepping back. The counties option. Trays maybe playing a little bit too close to the line, allowing Kieran Byrne to come up and Flynn Lever to put on the defensive pressure. There's Ollie Simon. Pennicid in motion. There is Tom Pennicid looking to step around the oncoming pressure. It's nice snipe from Kieran Byrne. Fourth touch.
It was nice smart defence from Ireland, just took it all the way into the 7 there, just took a bit of that sting out, but still some talent on show. Seb Conahan, lovely pass over to the captain, Tom.
It's a lovely sinker from Conahan. And this is what you want from a fifth touch platform, scooping off the 32. And what a hole hit, hole 2. Tom Pennicid ghosting through a gap. There's a lot to like about that score from England. They've started fast, and they weathered an early storm as well, because this is certainly the best performance Ireland have put out here so far. There's O'Sullivan. O'Donnell finding himself in at link. Here is Jimmy O'Donnell. He's hard to miss. A bit of a muddled platform. O'Sullivan checking, stepping, diving. Archie Devlin staying alive in his defensive work and making a touch on Joe Balance. Both Balance brothers. We saw them play for Old Wesley in the NTS. Dangerous players. And again, Rory Fulton, another one to keep an eye out for in this Irish Men's Open. But it's nice as well. I suppose it's a good opportunity to touch on it. Such a young team. You can often favour the attacking side of the play, but defensively, England have been brilliant so far.
Yeah, I think when you've got those young players, you run the risk of making errors, which I think a bit of a commentator's curse there, but also young guys fearless. They've still got a wealth of experience though. You talk about players like Archie Devlin and Ollie Simon. They've come up through the youth. Sam Dixon's a pretty big name in English touch at the minute. A lot of confidence with those young players as well, and they're certainly taking it to Ireland as much as Ireland are trying to bring it to England. And
then you've got the likes of Camille Shahabdeen, Vaughan Meredith, Louis Trays, just giving them a little bit of that structure that you need. It's an exciting time to be a fan of this England Men's Open. 32 channel, we're going to go around the short side, and you can't forget about Harry Richards, who's done a little bit of everything you could do on a touch pitch, stays wise to the threat. There's William Hickey, again coming down this short side. Don't mind it from Ireland, now moving the ball expansive. O'Donnell checking to O'Sullivan. O'Donnell in motion, no touch claimed. However, I think there was.
That's nice from Ireland, just spreading the defence, making sure England are as wide as they can be before trying to take those touches.
Sean Balance, who didn't feel the touch, so bringing up the 5th and change, and the referee's just wanting this ball rolled on the mark. 6.5 minutes then. Is this one shaping up how you expected it?
I think so, yeah. They've not quite got the scores on the doors. We wouldn't have been surprised to see a lot of early tries, but those early warning signs coming in, testing the defences is what we expected. But it's just great defence, stopping the scoreboard from taking over all the time.
And Ollie Simon getting up over halfway, saving a touch, working with Louis Trays. What a dangerous pod this is, Louis Trays. Gus McMahon, Tom Pennicid, Ollie Simon. I mean, they do you every which way you could possibly imagine. Louis Trace scooping, stepping, trying to get into the in-goal area, bouncing through Sean O'Sullivan, play on call, connected with Harry Richards. And Louis Trays pulling strings, doing Ireland all ends up. Harry Richards with the ball down. But what about this from the big number 6?
Oh, great footwork from Louis. I don't know how many times we can keep saying it, but yeah, he's obviously a very good player. Good finish from Harry as well. I think he's a firm crowd favourite here in Vichy.
Oh, we love him. And in that game against Spain, which was a riot for England, we saw Harry Richards scooping from wing and ripping long, which was a magical thing. And if you know, you know. He used to do it quite a lot for London Scorpions, and it's sort of coming back here a little bit at the Euros in these more comfortable games. But as it stands, this is anything but.
I think every winger's had that dream of getting the scoop in down the wing.
Yeah, Harry Richards living the winger's dream. Lovely fire-up option out to the, I think, channel. Well defended. Again, it's staunch work over there. This time Josh Henderson tracking over to make the touches. Huge wingspan, sweeping platform here. Step back option. Again, Henderson with a good touch. Mark Phelan looking to orchestrate some dangerous line attack for Ireland.
Yeah, like you say, 2 nice touches from Josh Henderson there. They tried to go outside him and then going inside him. So again, Ireland just moving that ball side to side and seeing if it can keep that connection.
Sorry, Adam.
Calm that time.
Flynn Lever has pulled a flick pass out of absolute nowhere, pulling rabbits out the hat on the English line. Look at this, lovely flick pass. And it's the old head in the team, Mark Phelan, getting over. And this game is starting to develop into something very special indeed. Ireland pulling out all the tricks to get over the English line. England with bags of momentum, and he's found a little bit more try-scoring prowess. Dixon looking to go back on the inside towards Lawton Davies. Tap down, fresh set of 6 here. There's Cole Graham. Lawton Davies working with Pennicid. Here is Pennicid, right foot step. Getting another penalty. It's good patience on display here from England. And Graham, Lawton Davies, Pennicid, and Dixon just being incredibly patient. Lawton Davies wanted to go back on the inside, touch first. It's very tight defence here from Ireland. Frustrating this English line attack set. It's Cole Graham now flicking over towards Pennicid. Pennicid, doggy's platform, step back option. Pennicid ripping long. It's picked off though. What about that for a defensive shot out, Adam? Ireland will take a lot of confidence from that.
Yeah, they will. They were down there for a lot longer than they wanted to be, but yeah, like you say, the connection, the height from the winger, getting up, nice tall guy. So in that passing channel, picking that one off. It's positive signs for Ireland.
It is indeed, and now this transition is starting to roll. There's Sean O'Sullivan coming down for a 32 platform. There's his scoop, pick up, flash pass into the link channel, coming over towards Jimmy O'Donnell, dummying, flick pass to O'Sullivan, taking the hat off with it. It's muscular defence, and England wasting no time, getting back underway. This opening 10 minutes have flew by.
Yeah, like you say, great speed from England on this turnover. Seb Conahan again, he's just kicked and got some space, and now we'll just see what the referees are saying. I did say I'd give him a shout out. We've got Jack Harris, Mike Davison, and then Will Gaines over on the far side. So made the call in England's favour that one, and they'll get a few touches at the line. Yeah,
you really couldn't ask for a better 3 refs to referee this. 3 referees who, for my mind, like a little bit of physicality. They like it to be bitey. Here's Louis Trays, stepping, driving. Ollie Simon, phase play. Trays goes quickly. A little bit of inaccuracy. I think that comes from the pressure that Ireland are putting on this line attack set. You often see defences sitting off and trying to be quite slow and settled and composed, whereas Ireland just trying to take the time away from England in their attack.
Yeah, I think if Ireland can come with that intensity and just catch England a little bit unsettled or unprepared, not quite ready for those strike touches, it's going to make it harder for England to see those opportunities. But I think Ireland, as they go into the attack, will be trying to do the opposite. They'll be trying to fly into these strike touches, moving that ball around.
Yeah, you can see right now, a little bit of manipulation. There's a good touch coming in from Clacker.
Oh, I don't think he's going to agree with that call, Clacker.
He's a young lad. He's also a massive winger, but referees deemed for him to play at that. Fresh set of 6 here for Ireland. Defensive work needed. It's a good touch on Mark Phelan. I wonder if they'll go back to that doggies platform and use doggies too, stepping back and potentially looking to rip long.
Yeah, I think England looked a little bit too comfortable for my liking in that defence. I think Ireland have looked best when they've gone side to side, really spread England laterally. So we'll see if they go back to that, or whether they're going to go a little bit more at England.
It's Hickey, Lever, Phelan, Lever. Playing flat to the English line, maybe getting away with a little bit of a sticky roll ball. Phelan escaping into the in-goal area, connected with Lever. Oh, it's a last-minute touch. And that was Louis Trey scrambling for a touch on Lever. Phelan with the left foot step got through Ollie Simon. Still touches yet to make for England. Long ball rip. Richard was flying through his touch line to make sure that there was no scoring opportunities. It was a tricky defensive set in moments, but England come through without conceding.
Yeah, not to be biased, but hopefully that means England have started to just click onto that Irish lateral movement, and they're getting a bit more settled. Like you say, great read from Harry, but Ireland get the ball before the halfway line, so they'll be keen to get back to that 7 and put the pressure back on.
Absolutely, and then there's another turnover. As you've come on the mic for about 14 minutes and you've had 2 curses. I'm sorry, Adam, it's contagious.
Yeah, we'll pretend that one was intentional and the England bias was coming through. What I will say now is Ireland look really connected in defence, so hopefully there's no commentator's curse and England won't get an easy score here now, or with Josh Henderson on ball.
Big touch from Phelan on Josh Henderson, does good job to get the ball down. Archie Devlin, basketball slam. Phelan with a good defensive touch, must have only just hit the onside line. And it's nice to see Archie Devlin out here at Euros Men's Opens debut and playing with bags of confidence. He was rested in that game against Scotland, maybe coming out here with a point to prove. Pennicid, right foot step, trying to bounce through Phelan. But it's good enough, that 6 touch and change, and I'm really loving the connection between Mark Phelan and Flynn Lever. They complement each other's games really well offensively, and we've just seen defensively very little mistakes coming from the Irish until transition defence. It is contagious.
It wasn't just me. At least it wasn't just me.
No, it's you put a microphone in your hand. You know, there's no replays in live TV. You've got one chance to do it, and unfortunately, we get it wrong sometimes. 5 minutes to go in this half. England will be looking to get another score on the board. Pennis here trying to bounce around Sean O'Sullivan, but if there's one bloke wearing a green shirt who takes pride in his defensive work, that is Sean O'Sullivan. Cole Graham platforming in for Pennicid. Fire up option for Lawton Davies. Accelerating left hand rip. Finds Vaughan Meredith. Meredith with the ball down. And that is Tom Lawton Davies delivering a pill on a dime for Vaughan Meredith. I mean, you summed it up, Adam. What a pass. Yeah, that's diabolical.
Obviously a great finish from Vaughan as well on the dive, on the way out. Great read from the Irish winger as well. Such good pressure on Vaughan there. Wasn't far away from making that touch. Oh, and it looks like Ireland might have just made a little error there as well. It's a turnover. England's ball with the tap now.
And Ireland now, just a little score correction, 4-2 to England. There's Camille Shahabdi platforming here for Archie Devlin, stops on a dime and then accelerates around, positioning now into the link channel. There's Pennicid. Devlin coming back against the grain into the midfield, trying to use his footwork to create something. He gets the penalty. It's great to see someone like Archie Devlin playing with such confidence in the middles for England against probably their toughest opponents in the Irish Men's Open. He's been tearing it up in the club scene. He was tearing it up at Nationals. I mean, he's a cameraman's favourite for us here at Next Gen. It's great to see him here in the white and red of an England shirt, doing what he does best. Shahabdeen, doggy's platform here for Pennicid. Diving touch. It's a combination of William Hickey and Sean Balance. He sees out Tom Pennicid on that occasion. The referee's just having a little chat.
I think it looks like a penalty against Ireland here for not walking forwards, but I was just about to say, I think the Irish defensive connection is really good at the minute. They're not they're just sort of taking their time. They're making the touches when they want to. I know they were going up with great speed before they decided to slow it down a little bit and get that connection going.
Oh, Tom Pennis here with a left-hand pill. Ball Meredith beats one, check back. That's 6 more as well. And Connaughton, I think it's still play through. I know Vaughan was screaming that no touch was made. It looked like the was touched on the ball whilst in flight. Referees have a bit of a chat to have. There's another penalty. That's either. Yep, that is penalty number 3. So Ireland go down to 5. 2 minutes to go in this first half. And England will have the man advantage for the rest of this set. And they sub on the magic man, Louis Trays, left foot step, driving, late pass away to Ollie Simon. It's a bit of a gift. Ireland back to the full set of 6 and with ball in hand. I mean, it's stubborn defensive work from Ireland, but England maybe made it a little bit easy there, giving the ball up on first.
Yeah, it was a great option from the English players, just that execution didn't get them over the line, but I think Ireland will breathe a bit of sigh of relief before they turn the ball over and put the pressure back onto themselves for the defence. My
word, it's been a baptism of fire for you in terms of commentators' curses. They've come thick and fast.
I don't think I'll be invited. Not
no,
by the Irish anyway.
You're more than welcome any time. And Trays, Ollie Simon, Dixon in this near link. Dixon in motions, familiar sweeper platform. Sam Dixon, extra pass goes, lovely tap on, and the referee's happy. They are, my word, what skills on display for England. This is a tasty replay. Sam Dixon sweeping, usually strike threat, passes on to Henderson. Henderson with a tap pass, finished in the corner. What can you do?
Yeah, it's a great question. I wouldn't like to be in the Irish box right now because I think that's the question they'll be asking themselves. What can we do there? I think it's potentially just great attack by England. Sometimes
you've got to take your hat off to what you see in front of you, and Josh Henderson with the softest of hands. There's Phelan driving, asking questions of the referee if Lawton Davies had made it onside. Refs are happy. 40 seconds to go. There's Lawton Davies trying to repel the green onslaught. And coming over towards the short side, 6 in change with seconds remaining on the clock. England will go into half-time with a 3-try advantage. What's the assessment from both the Irish and English perspective? If we start with England, we'll finish with Ireland. There's been a lot to like about the English performance.
Yeah, I think England should be really happy with that first half. They obviously were put under pressure early by Ireland scoring. They didn't panic. They went through their processes, got themselves back in the game and then back in front. And they're trying to go again here just to give themselves an extra finish.
Oh, well, that's a little bit naughty from Andrew Mays. I think maybe fortunate to get away with nothing happening there. I think for my mind, he just threw Josh Henderson to the floor.
Yeah, I think Ireland would feel a little bit hard done to if they just conceded to go down by 4 for this. I wonder if the referees are just asking the question as to whether England were blocking the Irish defender a little bit.
Yeah, it's really tricky one, isn't it? Because he probably was, but he also can't disappear. You know, you can't immaterialise on command. And there is, I think it has been given as a blocking penalty, and Mark Phelan just with the diplomatic decision just to take a very soft touch after Andrew Mays launches Josh Henderson to the floor right at the very end of that. Sorry to cut you off there. And we were saying there's a lot to like about the England performance. They've been dominant.
Yeah, they have. They've worked really hard. They've earned the score being in their favour. I don't think Ireland have been far away. So, and again, if there's any team that can go and put 3 on England unanswered, I think it is probably this Irish team. So they'll come out second half with full of confidence. If they keep moving the ball around like they are doing in attack, they'll have that success. In defence, I think it's about as we saw at the second half of that half there. When they take their time into the touches and they're more composed and connected, they look really, really difficult to break down, and there's smaller and smaller opportunities for England to score at. So there's huge positive signs for Ireland as well. I don't think they're far away at all.
I completely agree, and I suppose probably from a selfish perspective, I'd love to see Jimmy O'Donnell on the ball more from a striking perspective. Well, you could argue, you can certainly make a case, was one of the most informed strike players in England over the club series. So we'll see if this second 20 minutes favours the Irish or the English. But at the half-time in this men's opens clash in our third game slot, England 5, Ireland 2.
T-minus 1 minute.
So welcome back. The second half underway. England slightly late onto the pitch, and we were just having a look at how that first half ended, and we feel that England probably deserved to have a penalty go against them. We count 8 English players on the pitch at the end of that half. Although it doesn't excuse the Andrew May's little shove on Josh Henderson, but it's a game of 6. 7 on is egregious. 8 on is diabolical.
You've got to push it. Look, you've got to find those opportunities when you can find them. Credit to the referees, though. I think they just calmed that down. They didn't get the luxury of a replay. And a positive step for England to start the second half, but defensively, I think for Ireland, really, really strong there.
Yeah, and I think they've kind of got to take a leaf out of England's book in this transition, because England's transition, I mean, we saw them score off 0 touches against Spain, just put the ball through the hands consistently, and it's been fluid all tournament. They absolutely crucified Scotland. That's the best fifth touch strike we've seen so far from Ireland, escaping into the in-goal area, connecting with Phelan. Is it ball down? Unfortunately, he's just stepped out the field of play, but there's your first warning shot. Kyle Lever connecting with Phelan. Such a dynamic fifth touch platform. England have got to disrupt that as best as they can.
Yeah, Ireland should be really happy with that, going the full length of the pitch on their first set, getting into the in-goal as well. Unfortunately, hitting that sideline. It's England's turn to try and deal with the pressure. He just managed to get a 6 more call as well. Yeah, couldn't help himself. He saw that Harry Richards was isolated, stood in the passing lane, but Richards probably just fizzed that one a little bit too quick for him to take it in stride. Lawton Davies coming down, and Cole Graham. There's Lawton Davies, Gus McMahon on his left, coming over now towards McMahon. Recycling to Lawton Davies, open side quickie for TLD. Lever with a great snipe from Link.
Ireland repel the first 2 English attacking sets.
A really great read from the link there to shut down that last play, get the turnover. Ireland will be looking to do the same again, go in the full length and see if they can't get into that in goal.
It's funny, isn't it? Because Ireland were able to go full length of their first set, but to my mind, their touches 1 and 2 were not the best. So 3 and 4 with the fresh legs on, certainly where they're doing the damage. Forthcoming now, striking opportunities for Ireland. And they're checking back against the grain, coming into the midfield for a 33 set up. And that pass just winged a little bit too much, but they'll get the penalty for offside. So fresh set of 6 here for Ireland to work with. There's chats between Killian Daly and Jack Harris just on this near side. They've got a penny for the conversation that's happening over there, but this fresh set of 6 for Ireland, a score here, bringing it to try the deficit. It'll be an important moment here for the Irish.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this first repeat set on the line for Ireland. I think they were really positive in the first half. Great ball movement, so excited to see more of that.
There's Sean Balance wearing 8, looking to pull strings. There's Balance coming over towards Dorenzi. Balance with a long ball option, just falling short. Harry Richards was always in the eye line of Killian Daly, and I don't think Killian fancied having a date with Harry Richards. Just opting to let that ball hit the ground. It's a bit of a coach killer, throwing long off second touch, surrendering the possession. It's much harder to defend than it is attack, and Ireland had plenty more opportunities, although forcing the turnover, potentially a momentum shift.
Yeah, Ireland putting this pressure on. We know they can get in goal. We know they can test this wing. Harry Richards will have another tough job to watch those long balls, but they're going to the other way to start.
Sam Booley having a go at the line, conditioning this English defence to stay nice and honest. There's Sean Balance wearing 8. Balance putting over to Dorenzi. Balance back the ball in hand, looking for this link punish platform. Dorenzi having a drive at the line, and that is try time. It's Kieran Byrne who subbed off for Dorenzi after that first set didn't go Ireland's way. It's this lovely patience from Ireland, just getting both the middle and the link up in that touch. You're then striking against 2 offside defenders, and it's easy work for Kieran Byrne to get over. That's the start that Ireland wanted. 2 completed defensive sets. You complete your attacking set, it's back to a 2-try game.
Yeah, looks like whatever they said at half-time has had a really positive impact, which is good. We did see that this is how Ireland started the first half as well, so England hopefully aren't too worried. They know that they can wrestle this momentum back, and earning a penalty in this first attack would be helpful.
Yeah, there's Trays working with Lawton Davies. Lawton Davies back to Trays. Trays right foot step diving, just losing control of the ball. I think it was grounded against the foot of Jimmy O'Donnell. They're 2 players who've come up against each other more often than not, especially at nationals. Those games phenomenal to watch. And then again at the club series, NTSs, both men's and mixed. There's Louis Trays feeding to Pennicid. Pennicid back to Trays. Ball goes to ground. It really does feel like Ireland are starting to turn the screw defensively and try and take the time away from England.
Yeah, I think their links are doing a really, really great job at getting up into the eye of those England attackers and just putting a doubt in the mind, similar to what we saw Harry doing on the other side of the ball. But the Irish links are having great success at narrowing the English attack and putting pressure on.
It's a fair bit of Irish DNA about this performance. There's a bit of brutality about their defensive work. Often you see links sort of sit off a little bit and wait to be engaged, whereas these Irish links are flying up to try and take the time away from England, and England are slowly being dragged into a little bit of a dogfight. There's a couple bits of afters, a little push and shove after some of these touches. The physicality level creeping up to a level that maybe favours Ireland compared to England. Lovely check away from Dixon. There's 4th touch, 5th coming. Henderson. Dixon scooping, stepping back against the grain. Lovely ball to Henderson. But Kieran Byrne standing up to the task. And again, Ireland are finding ways to seeing off this English transition, which, to be honest, no team has been able to do so far in the Euros.
Yeah, England have been strong in that area of the game, but as you say, Ireland are going toe-to-toe, as they should be. The favourites coming into the tournament, depending on who you ask. So Ireland will be happy with how this the second half, and they look to be going through again. But Sam Dixon doing the same job, getting high as that link, taking that space away.
There's Balance trying to get into the in-goal area, does escape his way through, and that is a crucial defensive intervention from Sam Clacker. over on that far side. It's a hard thing to beat Ollie Simon and Sam Dixon, while Sean Balance has just done both of them. And that is another warning sign. If this comes back to a one-try game, we are in for a big finish. There's a cricket platform that looks to be well disrupted from England. Unfortunately, we are fighting a very crowded English sub-box to be able to see the work of Sam Booley all too convincingly.
Yeah, it looks like it's ended with a penalty in Ireland's favour, so they'll hopefully go rinse and repeat for what they've just done and see if they can't find a space on that left edge. But they're looking at the right first, diving pass. Oh, I could feel for Vaughan there, thinking it's a bit hard done to be said playing at that. But Ireland have another set again.
There's Byrne and Booley over towards Balance and Dorenzi. Dorenzi gets in. They're going to play at half. I think the referee's going to give in the ruck. England are walking a very tight line. Luke Dorenzi with ball in hand, tap penalty. But I tell you what, if England come out of this unscathed, then we might see yet another momentum shift in this game. Dorenzi going over towards Balance. Balance having a go at the line, but couldn't take the ball cleanly. So just had to check his stride. You see, here's Booley.
Nice footwork there.
There's Byrne. Link punish here for Byrne. Kieran Byrne looking to get on the out. Booley this time stepping back against the grain, coming over towards Sean Balance. Is well defended from England. This defensive set looking a little bit bitey. Camille Shahabdeen involved in everything that's good. Kieran Byrne though, carving through the middle gap, and I think that was just the pressure that was building and became unsurmountable for England. Lovely split of play. Kieran Byrne goes through. England get their spacing all wrong.
Yeah, that was it. That was a great call to go to the splitter there. What a dive.
And we are back to a one-try game. 11 minutes to go. There's Cole Graham. Sweeper platform here for Pennicid. Pennicid stepping away from the link. Extra hands have to go, and that is absolute money from England, and it's the golden response. They needed to rectify their defensive error, and what about this from Pennicid initially bouncing through. Quick hands from Gus McMahon, who has always delivered a 7 or 8 out of 10 this season, showing why he was picked for this men's open side, and clinical finish in the corner by Harry Richards.
Yeah, that try felt important just to keep that 2-score buffer, and I think it was Tom Pennicid that initially, just with a bit of footwork to beat that link snipe. The Irish links have been so effective this half already, so England might be starting to figure that out, and if they are, we'll have to see how Ireland adapt.
Yeah, it might just put some doubt in the mind of those sniping players from Ireland. There's a little bit of disguise there. Set piece platform just disconnecting at the crucial moment. 2 tries in it, 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a shame that ball didn't go to hand. Ireland came into that with a lot of momentum, and they had England going backwards, so a nice set design there.
We might need a little bit more of that. It's an absolutely golden roll ball from Ollie Simon. Again, a young player with bags of talent and ability. There's Pennicid, captain's contribution from him for the most recent score that came in. Late switch coming down into a 33 scooping platform for Pennicid. Left hand rip into the link channel, right foot step. There's Clacker with the late pass, balls away, refs are happy, it's through the cat flap, and this would be an absolutely magical score, but Ireland stay wise to it, and they had to, because there was a lot of disguise about that play from England.
Yeah, really exciting from England there. They really wanted that score, but Ireland, great connection. Players working really hard, earning that stop, and now they're coming on just as hard, punching it down England's side.
There's a thunderous foot speed from the Irish transition, is Balance. And Sean Balance having a set, checking back on the inside. Luke Dorenzi denied on the try line. It's a strange thing because we've not really said the name of Jimmy O'Donnell all that much, especially from an attacking perspective. But Ireland are obviously happy with the way that these pods are rotating, because Sean Balance, Luke Dorenzi, Kieran Byrne, all on the score sheet, all dominating, and they've got clean ball in hand. 8 minutes to go. There's a potential foot in the up, but Luke Dorenzi with a little bit of dark arts is met to huge applause from the Irish sub-box.
Yeah, Ireland did well to recover in that set there. England initially moved the ball well, started to get a bit of a roll, but Ireland fought hard, and now England have done the same thing. They've just took out a little bit of sting from that Ireland set, and I'm sure you can hear the boxes enjoying it.
Yeah, we are. Everyone's up for this, and that's just loss of control. Josh Henderson will probably feel a little bit vindicated after tasting some floor at the end of the first half. Goes and puts the defensive nudge on, then gets the turnover. So it felt like an important moment there because Ireland were really starting to get up for it, and as soon as they've got their tails up, they're a dangerous team to play against.
100%. We won't speculate as to whether Josh Henderson accidentally got a hand on that ball in the ruck, but England have taken the opportunity and just got over halfway in a few touches. They took it away from the box, which I don't think we've seen much of this game, so a nice bit of new play from England, and it takes them into a nice roll ball for Tom.
Oh, Pennicid escaping his way through. Unfortunately, that's a late pass.
Yeah, a really great recovery from Sean Balance to make the touch there.
Yeah, Sean Balance has been so impressive for Ireland, especially repping old Wesley. He's a dangerous ball player, super athletic. Brother Joe Balance as well. Had the pleasure of commentating their game against France at the Nationals when Team Ireland and Team France came over. I was alongside Rory Fulton, who was repping Galaxy Southwest, but obviously repping Ireland here. And he was telling me all about the Balance brothers and just how dominant they can be, especially when they feel things aren't going against them. He was saying that sometimes there's that bit of adversity needed. We've certainly seen it on plenty of teams so far at the Euros, namely England Mixed Open, who certainly didn't have it all their own way against Switzerland, and definitely didn't have it all their own way against Jersey, and then that little bit of adversity was just needed to kick them into gear. Maybe the Irish Men's Open will be looking to do exactly that here. Vaughan Meredith working hard to get in at acting half. There's Graham losing the hat. There's late switches on offer between Dixon and Lawton Davies, but Sam Dixon, I think that was given for not giving the ball back, which felt a little bit harsh because Sam Dixon put it in the hands of an Irish player, but we play on, we move forward.
Yeah, maybe a bit harsh, but I think the referees just don't want to bring any more sting into this. They'll be aware that there's not long left in this game. The score is tight, so every moment, every call is important.
Yeah, unfortunately that one just going to floor. It was nice latching play from Joe Balance, but Sean O'Sullivan couldn't quite connect with Kyle Lever. And now England with an opportunity to get out. And much better 3 touches there for England. Fourth is dominant coming in from England. Play on calls for offside defenders. This is 5th touch for Tom Pennicid. Pennicid dropping a lovely pass off into the link channel for Henderson. Late pass over towards Pennicid. Pennicid with a left foot step, but it's going to be given touch and pass with 5 minutes to go. Ireland have got to score now.
Yeah, and I think you can see the demand for that ball coming from Sean O'Sullivan. He wants to pick the speed of the game up. He wants the ball back. Ireland are punching it hard again. I think we're going to go for a bit of a frantic finish, which I am excited for. Yeah,
this is going to be grandstand finish, especially if Ireland can go and make something happen here. It's nice work from Luke De Renzi, who's been brilliant in his line attack sets. Here is De Renzi. Split a platform here. Lovely option back on the inside, but what a wonderful touch that is from Archie Devlin, who we may not have spoken all too much about from an attacking perspective, but defensively, there's been very little errors from the man out of Nottingham.
Yeah, another great splitter play from Ireland there. They got success from it before. To go back to it with a slight variation was really, really nice, but Archie Devlin up to task.
It was nice work from William Hickey as well, the 17 for Ireland, who that little bit of variation, as you say, Adam, was obviously designed, but it's just crisp hands, ball in hand, little tap back. 4 minutes on the clock, 2 points in it. Ben Grinter in the sub box trying to just provide some cool-headedness, a player who's gone from strength to strength and added a lot of maturity to his game. England will be needing that to see off the most recent threat from Balance. Balance coming over towards De Renzi and Hickey, but again throwing long and ball just dropping to the floor. On another day, these scores do go over for Ireland, but as of right now, I wonder if going for that left-hand rip so early in the sets is the right call, because you're just giving position back towards England.
For a minute, I thought you were going to say Ben Grinter was known for his cool-headedness.
No, it's slowly coming into it, emphasis on slowly. We know Ben Grinter's game through and through. He's been magnificent for Chester all season and has shown his chops here, but I'll leave your assumption on Ben Grinter's temperament to you.
Yeah, I think he's had a really important role in the box. He's getting around the team well. He's really trying to, like you say, keep the team going in the right momentum, and they look like it's working. They've got that opportunity, having a repeat set on the line, so whatever England are saying in the box is translating to pitch. So if they could get the score now, it might just be game with 3 minutes to go.
Cole Graham platforming, lovely platform hit for Sam Dixon. Ball's away, ref's happy. There's Tom Lawton-Davies. And there's just a gesture to the mouth of the ref. I think just reminding Kieran Byrne that the chat's not okay. In fact, that was a tap penalty for Chatback. A bit criminal hit for Ireland, especially if England go through and score, which they will. And for Meredith with a clinical finish. And it comes from the penalty given for Chat on the line from Ireland. It is now a 3-score game, and that might be all she wrote. England have weathered the Irish storm effectively.
Yeah, they should be really happy with how they've managed the game, managed the intensity and the aggression and their aggression. It's been a really nice balance, but I'm sure Ireland won't be saying game's over yet. They'll want to go and get one more.
They'll need to. They'll need to do it quickly as Flynn Lever. They're going to platform, but again, these long balls are just a little bit too inaccurate. And it's certainly things, you know, an area for Ireland to look to fix. These long ball options that aren't quite connecting. And for me, I wonder if I can get you to just put your coach's hat on for a moment. These balls dying short of the wing, but then always drifting over that link channel. Is that a case of just, is there enough beans on the pass trying to look for the wing, or is it destined for the link and just mismeasured, do you think?
Yeah, I think when those passes are just dying a little bit short, obviously this Ireland team can throw. They can throw very, very well. So they've got the ability to get it to the winger. With it dying a little bit short, I wonder if it's more of an indecision. They're looking to the link and then decided last second just to try and get it to that next hole, and that's why it's dying short. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ireland, next time we see them play, they're throwing to the wing earlier, straight to the wing, and then start to rain the passes infield, just to spread that defence out and create those wider holes more infield.
Yeah, and it's a good subset. It's sort of half direct, half subbing as Sean O'Sullivan comes on to join the fray. A nice scoop there from Hickey. Hickey getting into the in-goal area, looking to connect with someone. Sean O'Sullivan was waiting for the ball. There was a bit of a collision in the in-goal area. And 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, we do like a bit of a collision to finish these halves, don't we? I think it was Tom Lawton-Davies. He's not known for being overly physical. I think it was probably accidental, but yeah, I think a good call from Jack to award that penalty to Ireland. Still a danger time from England though. Ireland managing to get into the end zone. They might not need the long balls if they can keep doing that.
Absolutely. Link punish option, diving at the line. Good touch from Sam Dixon. And that is the hooter. There'll be one last play. And Ireland look to skate their way into the in-goal area, but England come through. Ireland all too successful. Ireland certainly put the pressure on, and especially in that first half, really looked to threaten England. But the English just had a little bit too much. Adam, what's the ceiling for this England Men's Open side? Because I think every man and their dog looked at this European Championship and thought, Scotland could probably do a bit, Ireland could probably do a bit. This England Men's Open side, it's the first competition that they've had together. They've favoured the youth. There was questions over how they gel together, and no one's really been able to land a blow on them as of yet.
Yeah, I think questions answered for me after that game. I'm sure the English had no doubt or no lack of confidence in themselves. We talked about the age of the group, but it's still a very experienced team. They get to go at each other at club and national tournaments a lot. So when you come into this environment, it is just about getting a ridiculously talented group of individuals to play as a team. And I think we saw a team performance there. This team is obviously going to be planning to see where they can go in World Cup. So this is one of those stepping stones, and manage to get a foot up on Ireland there. They'll look to do it again if they get another chance later in the tournament. But I think questions answered in my opinion.
I completely agree. I feel like I'm going to have to eat my words when I was talking about this European Championship, because Ireland struggled against England. England just flew through them with reckless abandon. Full time here in this Men's Opens clash. England 7, Ireland 4.
Just fucking cheering for him the whole time.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So welcome back, and our first look at women's 40s action on pitch 2. It's England versus Scotland. And Scotland with ball in hand, looking to get over early, getting to the 7 relatively effectively, and then sweep a platform here, sweeping round the back. We're going to go open side, ball to the wing is good. It was nice endeavour from Liesel Lipstra-Holmes, but not quite able to connect with the winger on that occasion. First possession here for England. It's good hands and step from Zoe Warren. And Kylie Hutchinson platforming for Quinn. An early transfer. A good subset as well. Decent enough yards made. Has to come back to the mark. Good touch made from Emma Court. A couple early turnovers for both teams here, just feeling their way through. What's nice to see. Not a lot of errors early on in the game. Both teams using their full set of sits. Good roll ball there from Quinn. And Zoe Warren driving up the pitch effectively, following suit by Julia Elmgren. That's a good scoop. But touch made and turnover. Scotland on 5th touch, just struggling to get into that England red zone on this occasion. Much better midfield defence. Laura Anderson making the final touch for the women's 40s. What a brilliant thing to have all sorts of representation. And straightening very well. Hannah Gale coming in at acting half. His nice hands. Hannah Gale was on the wrap. Not needed. As England get the opening score. And it's good hands and lovely show and go. Danielle Powley-Williams. However, the score might not have been given. A missed the calls, too busy looking at the replay. I mean, it looked good, but the score's chalked off. Instead, it's penalty ball. It's Pauli Williams looking to go again. Can't avoid the oncoming touch of Elaine Irvin. An open side quickie. It's good hands and lovely ship into the corner. Covering touch does just enough. And we remain locked all square. And score goes over. Just take a look at this on the replay. I'll explain why I missed it in just a moment. His lovely hands into the corner. I think the referees have just aired on ball down first. And it's a good finish by Sally Seymour. And for the first time this week, I have back-to-back games with co-commentators, which makes me very happy. And it's even happier to say it's a man with probably my favourite name to call of all time, Bradley Bonifacio, representing the Netherlands. Brad, how are you?
Nah, I'm doing very good. I really love how everything is going here for us, but for everyone. And the sun is shining, accommodation is beautiful again. So, as a touch player, this is the place to be, eh? Absolutely,
and the Netherlands going well. I mean, we're going to see the mixed open as well on live stream later on, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I suppose we can speak on the wider implications of these Euros as we see a very nice setup that just is disrupted expertly from the Scottish Middles. It's the largest of its kind. We've got the most amount of age groups, most amount of categories, most amount of teams. It is a record-breaking Euros. And, I mean, you're no stranger to help growing the sport, right? You act as a wonderful ambassador. This is just phenomenal stuff, isn't it, at the Euros?
yeah, it's actually an honor, actually. Like, for my background, I played football before and baseball. And in football, well, we know, like, every Saturday you want to play, it's always argues with the refs. It's always fighting, and you're like, I'm done with this. Yeah. And at a certain point I started, someone told me like, hey, why don't you try touch? I've never heard about it. And that's for me, it was like, okay, let's give it a shot. And it's so different, and I really love that. And since day one, I'm like, hey, I want to be in this game.
It's a score for Sally Seymour, and it's certainly a sport that you fall in love with, right? Like I'm the same, sort of coming from rugby union, getting involved with touch after injuries, which feels like the very familiar pathway for a lot of people, and we've never looked back off the back of it. It's a sport that lends itself to inclusivity, diversity. I mean, what's lovely is we've got a brilliant advert here in the women's 40s category. England obviously going 2 to the good quite early, but Scotland coming back and having a drive at the line. I mean, why wouldn't you want to get involved in touch? It's a phenomenal thing. And I believe, if my memory's correct, and my memory isn't, I played union for far too long, so it might not be quite up to scratch. You were involved with bringing, was it Montenegro into the Dutch fold? That's a phenomenal thing for the growth of touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we signed a memorandum, and they put a lot of energy into touch now. And they're really based on rugby league, and so they're also involving other countries around them, like, hey guys, get involved and affiliate with FIT, which is a very good thing. And we just try to help out together with Chris and Jane Grimber as well, and it's working out well. And Montenegro, they're gonna play in our leagues as well, so it's really amazing to help them and give them something nice.
Absolutely. And I just think, you know, all throughout this week, it's been a pleasure walking around Vichy. We were at a very nice bar last night, just talking through day one, and you're walking around, you're hearing Spanish accents, Portuguese accents, French accents, English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, like anyone from everywhere walking around Vichy, all just enjoying themselves. And I think every single person that I've spoken to, whether it's a player, an organiser, the other commentators, a referee, there's a feeling that this is something special, and this is going to be a Euros to remember.
Yeah, 100%. You're playing for your country, yeah? It's a honor. We're maybe like still an amateur sport, but still you see the work the players giving and sacrificing at home for the families and some for the friends. So social life is different. Touch is really a lifestyle, you know, and everybody's together, everybody understand each other, going for the best for everyone. That's amazing. And yeah, what can I say? Everybody should try it out actually, huh?
Oh, completely agree. Completely agree. We've set up plenty of teams down in Brighton as well, where I'm currently living, and trying to get the sport off the ground there. And people who come in and get, thoroughly invested, just love it. Absolutely love it. And I think as well, like, as I was saying, coming over from Contact, had the pleasure of sharing a touch pitch with Tom and Ben Curry, who now apply their trade for the England national team. And they just used to love how fast everything was, and the speed of hands, being able to throw long basically whenever you liked, and there wasn't some very big forwards coach telling you it was only reserved for the fly half. They were allowed to go and do what they liked, and I just think it's a phenomenal sport. And we all saw that interview between Richie Mwanga, Nahi Milner-Skunna, where Richie Mwanga said if touch was a professional sport, he would have played that over uni, and that's one hell of a vote of confidence.
Yeah, and those are big names. Like, let's be honest. Like, this is what touch can bring as well. And it's not always about contact. Actually, rugby you play actually less to have contact. It's more playing around the ball, running lines, and everything, decision making. Touch is like it's good for everyone. Youth, whatever you play, what age you are, you can still learn rugby, eh? And this is perfect for everyone. And it's just a community, everything, the vibes are everywhere. So yeah, everybody, if you want to try it out in your country, just check around, and we will help you out, no worries.
Well, it's actually really surprising as well. I've done a fair bit of travelling with the commentary, and I'm in a very privileged position to be able to do so. Obviously, we went to Spain to do touch and tapas, which was amazing, and I was blown away just looking on a map and looking on Facebook, the amount of touch teams that are around just playing in local parks, free spaces. There's a lot of affiliations happening as well. I mean, the most notable one by country mile is Touch New Zealand, going on in affiliation with the All Blacks. It's an exciting time to come get involved, and full testament to the organisers. I think Chris Simon's done a wonderful job, although I will not say that to his face because he won't let me forget it. It's brilliant. And speaking of brilliance, there's another score going over for England. The scoring had just slowed down for a moment. And it's good work from Rebecca Maxwell, throwing that extra pass, and then just the speed on offer again. It's these core skills, right? And then finished by Emma Court in the corner.
Foot raise, ball down, that's a try. Good one, England, well done.
And isn't it so lovely to see that, and I'm sure anyone watching will probably agree with me, I've had the pleasure of commentating touch for quite a while now, and you go back maybe only even 2 years, and in sort of the older women's categories, and especially the older men's categories, actually, like men's 50s, men's 40s all the way through to 55s, you used to struggle quite a lot with those structures, and sort of what you would coin your very simple line attack structures, your 32 shorts, your quickie platforms. It's not the case anymore. The sport is growing all throughout the age groups. People age out, they come into older ages, they bring their experience, and we're seeing a wonderful spectacle of just how much this sport has grown here on live stream with the women's 40s playing great touch.
It is, and like where you see like the decision making and everything. But hey, you have like a 30 short, you have a 3-person drive and everything, quickies. But these are basically tools you use against the defense, how they stand, eh? You try to read, like now we got one shooter up, now the back line, now 2 defenders going up. Oh, unlucky stop over there. But it's all about momentum, and yeah, it is so easy actually. You just need to implement the correct tool to gain forward momentum, and that's creating overlap basically.
And it's really nice to see. I think we've seen it all throughout the tournament from a lot of teams having plenty of tools in the toolkit. There's a good drive coming on from England again. Rebecca Maxwell involved in all that's positive. There's the hands. There was a 3-on-2. Now 2-on-1. Extra pass goes. Unfortunately, not quite there, and it seems that Emma Court was just limping off a little bit. So we hope that that's not a serious injury. Hopefully, just a tight calf or a little bit of cramp in the heat, as we've seen plenty of players go down.
Yeah. It's the sun is everything, eh? Everything comes in. But luckily, like England has got a really good staff to basically fix your players as quick as possible. And that's what I want to say. Like, it's getting more and more professional. The money's rolling, so yeah. I mean, it's getting there, like especially with 2032, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you start to. I mean, I was there at the Touch World Cup. Absolute privilege to go and commentate that. That was the best spectacle I've ever seen in my life. I remember leaving on that final day after doing the Men's Open final and thinking, this was just unreal, and how quickly it's grown. It's a phenomenal thing, and no, I won't shout out the coverage, Richard. Thank you for doing Talk Back in my ear. You can get outed on live stream. You're welcome. No, I joke. Next Gen, obviously, being involved with the broadcast of Touch, and it's something that I've spoken a lot to like Seventh Touch, the Seventh Touch Instagram, saying it was like, you guys are so lucky in England. The A, quality of streaming, B, the amount of infrastructure that's put into Touch, and then the money that's thrown into it as well. I think England really trying to lead the line in the development. They might still have a fair way to go compared to the playing ability of Australia, but doing their bit for the development.
No, we're still a long way to go, of course, but still, we're learning as well a lot from them. You see our gameplays are really changing, so the gaps are getting smaller actually. And like for example, for England, some teams are going to the NTS, I think, the State Cup, I heard. That's how amazing is that. I mean, you can like really compete and see like, hey, what can we learn here? And they bring all the stuff to Europe. I mean, yeah, we can also be grateful that they're doing that, and we can learn from that as well. And yeah, this is how we grow in Europe, actually. Eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it was amazing to see at the Nationals, the France, Ireland, all going down, sending teams, honing their trade. And I think, so it feels like the Nationals are almost becoming an opportunity for just more touch to be played, and bringing more international teams in. Like, I'd love to see almost like I'm trying to think of almost like a dummy Euros where you get players and they just want to come over and represent, get loads of reps in against teams of a similar quality. It's a wonderful thing for the sport, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's making the gap close again. Oh, unlucky there. I only saw overlap there. Lucky Scotland. Now, like, indeed, the gap is getting close, although the distance is still very big between Europe and, like, Australia and New Zealand. But sending these teams are, like, it's amazing. Like, we are thinking, we're dreaming big, and we need to keep forward that in Europe. And, yeah, definitely one day it will be, like, very valuable for us and for the youth, for the future.
And I think as well, you're seeing a lot of that in certain age groups. So like Germany mixed 30s, they're just absolutely unreal.
They are so good. I just played against them, and that's really good lads. I love them all.
Yeah.
And yeah, on the field, we're not friends, but how they play and execute is phenomenal.
I know, and we know them quite well from Big Bang Europe. Like we've seen them. Like, there's a lot of familiar players in there, and they are just unreal. And a really good example actually, the Lena Ert going down and honing her trade in New Zealand for a little bit, then coming back and representing Germany. And Germany is a nation that you wouldn't have thought has that sort of touch prowess. It's amazing to see a native German go down, hone her trade, come back, represent Germany. It's almost like a little microcosm of how that sport is growing in Germany, and then the wider continent of Europe. That, as you say, the gap is closing. I think everyone looking at this Euros, we're coming into it thinking, this is the one year that there is a possibility for there to be a winner in all different categories. Now, I think we've seen England Men's Open sort of put a lot of that speculation to bed. They are phenomenal. But especially in the others, like Wales look amazing in the mixed. You've got France looking brilliant in the women's.
Like, hey, they're doing so good, eh? Like, it's also Germany, where you said this correctly, like in this, like the senior mix. There's the potential they can actually go for number one, eh? And so France, England, like England's kind of struggling now. Maybe they might kind of recover and come with a different setbacks and stuff. We might see a different England, but you see like they're now like, oh, it's not only England now anymore. It's other countries now, which is good. And yeah, we should be grateful for that as well, eh?
Absolutely. I think it's really nice. Like, I was having this discussion a few weeks ago with a couple of friends, and they were saying, is it not bad that England are so far ahead of everyone? And I was like, no. It's the wrong way to look at it, because what you want is you always want someone to chase. If you don't have someone to chase, there's not the motivator. And you're seeing that like New Zealand in that Pacific Cup, taking the victory over Australia in the Men's Open, that combination of Rapati and Eve Jones, again, that only comes because they had someone to chase.
Yes.
And I think what you're seeing here is like Ireland are chasing England so hot in the Men's Open that on another day they could have won this game that we just had here on live stream. Wales are doing the same in the mixed, and France are doing the same in the women's.
Yeah.
The gap will always be closing because there's someone to chase.
Yeah, 100%. And don't forget Scotland as well, eh? I mean, they are doing also amazing. They had a little hard time because it kind of slowed down the touch a little bit there. But you see them now, they're growing up, bringing some new young fresh players in.
Yeah.
And because of the youth program they're using, it's really good. And you see they're starting to live up to their end. So even that, so it's not for everyone that you have a lot of youth players. But that's the key. I need to find a way how we can let it grow and let it work in Europe. And same thing for the women's touch as well. Yeah. And if I wish this game is like the speed still, on these ages, and they like execute it, brilliant to watch,
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And I think it's just such a good example of just what sport can do. It brings people together, there's scoring opportunities, and we know that Quinn's got bags of pace. Unfortunately, that right knee just drifting out. There's a bright smile on the face. Another Quinn.
Really unlucky. Good play though, good play. Nice overlap. Unlucky with the sideline, but hey, well done, eh?
Yeah, and England just enjoying themselves out here on live stream. It takes us into half time. In this women's 40s clash, England with a commanding lead, 3 points to nothing over Scotland. So we'll come back to the second half. 20 minutes remaining. England firmly in the driver's seat, and a very impressive showcase of touch skills and touch IQ on display in this women's 40s category. Hey Brad, I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. I'm so sorry. You've come over. You've done me a great service by coming over and joining me on co-commentary. But I'm gonna just shout out some of the games that we've got coming up, because I think they're extremely exciting. They've got 3 mixed open games back to back. First of all, Cayman Islands versus Italy in the mixed open. I mean, that for me, it's going to be interesting. And then we've got Netherlands versus Switzerland.
Yes.
And Switzerland, I was talking to a few of them, and I was saying, "Oh, how long have you been playing for Switzerland?" And one word came out of his mouth, and I went, "Oh, you're from Auckland." I was like, "You're going to be very good."
Oh, wow. Okay.
and then we've got Scotland versus Belgium. After that, it's 3 mixed open games. The mixed open category has never been more even in my perspective, and any one of those teams could beat each other, and that's an exciting thing.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen some surprises like Switzerland. They really developed well. They really play a very tight game against England. Oh, well done, eh? England scored.
Oh, good. And we'll just take a moment. Julia Elmgren just skating through. Lovely open side quickie. Yeah, late switch. Oh, good. Lovely bit of combination between Hannah Scott and Julia Elmgren. And England, I mean, this is what we were saying in the first half. The women's 40s, they've got a lot of structure. They've got a lot of skill. And it's such an impressive thing, especially, typically, in the older age groups, especially under this heat. To be able to have these default plays to go to, it's incredibly impressive.
Exactly. Like, you see the speed is still there, hey? I mean, the age doesn't matter actually in this game. It's a lot of execution. Like, you can do more than you think. Especially when we see people getting older. We see actually they are getting more fitter than some of the younger players actually. They really make it work for it. And that's just lovely to see what it can bring, and fitness-wise, of course. So unlucky there though. A little bit more composure on the first setup. But hey, Scotland, you can do it again. But that's what I say, like the fitness and everything is all complete in these sports, and it doesn't matter. The adrenaline is pushing you big time in this field, eh?
Yeah, and I was talking to actually Wilfred, our current pitch 8 commentator over on the other side of the complex on day 1. And I was like something that. So my current day job, not for much longer, which is quite exciting for me, is as I work for the NHS. I do a lot of work with like weight loss programs, helping people be a little bit healthier and try and achieve a nice and healthy lifestyle. So like all clinically backed. It's all very interesting. But I noticed a very common theme, especially with women of a certain generation, where I was saying, what movement do we do? And he's saying, not a lot. And I realised that actually a lot of this negative relationship with movement and exercise comes from their experience with PE growing up. So PE teachers who are typically a little bit bored or uninterested and then there for a paycheck and going home. And I had a sort of a penny drop moment watching the women's 27s game, in the showcase at the Darragon Stadium on Tuesday. I was thinking, these women have an avenue for activity and exercise that is so valuable and so inclusive and so diverse that it's accepting. It allows complete beginners to come in and hone their skills and create a pathway. I think we all love the sport for what the sport provides, and for some people what it provides is social connection, physical activity, and an opportunity to better themselves in more ways than one, and that for me I think is invaluable. I love it.
Yeah, 100%. Like from my experience as well, in our country, we feel more like our females are more like they're taking the body more serious, I feel like, than guys. We still kind of the macho feeling. I can roll and I can take it. But it's actually the females who are like, it's a beautiful play again. And this is what I mean, like on this Asian, on full speed and still making a beautiful pass. Well done.
And it's these core catch and pass skills, lovely draw and pass, passing under pressure. It's brilliant stuff. It started with Danielle Powley-Williams. It was then Helen Wilson, Laura Anderson. everyone getting involved. As you say, Brad, it's wonderful skill sets.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. And this is what touch is. This is makes you a very good rugby player, league player, whatever you can call it. It's got all the ingredients, all the basics you need. And yeah, and you see these women, whatever the age are, brilliant to watch. I'm really excited.
And Scotland's Ruth Kurt. It'd be awesome to see Scotland get a score on the ball. That's a lovely inside
yeah,
line.
Well done, well done.
What a
Good
score
play.
that is. Joe Amis getting over. We had a perfect angle of that. We could see the whole opening.
It was all
But
over
what
the
about the
ceiling.
recognition to go and execute?
That's beautiful. Follow.
That's
Unders
a-
and overlines, get it done. Well done.
That's a hard catch to make as well, right? It's like at the knees.
Exactly. Like this beautiful play by Scotland. Rip the 2 mids out of the way, make a big gap there. Unders and overlines, and you're there. Brilliant play by Scotland.
I actually think some of the English players have just come off the pitch and gone, that's amazing. But I think it just encapsulates the spirit in which this game is
Yeah,
being played.
exactly. And that's what it is, eh? It's so nice, actually. And there you go. And still playing on. Good. Keep the composure in.
I'm so impressed with the way they keep this ball alive. Oh, unlucky.
Good play there.
The way in which they're keeping the ball alive and recycling is so impressive. Never sort of accepting that the touch is going to come. They're always looking at other opportunities to score.
Yeah. Like, I do see like they're doing a lot of tunneling, like playing a little bit around with the mids to bring them forward and make a decision, and then suddenly they go the other way, and then the defense totally scrambled, and that's really good play by England. That's what they really. I think that's one of their keys in their plays in general.
And I think that was a no-touch call, or at least grounding the ball before the touch was made, which is quite a niche one. But I think as well. I suppose we can talk about the wider things of the tournament. Standard of refereeing's been awesome.
Yeah, 100%. We need them, mate, and they're getting really strict, and which is good. You should see that the level's also getting higher now, and especially with all the World Cups we also do with the Australians together. Really big respect to the referees here.
Yeah, and what's really nice as well is there's this shifting of no longer sort of relying on simple. Oh, Quinn just goes through, wanted to give the extra pass.
There's one lady down, she's okay.
Just not quite connecting with the winger on that occasion. But I'm really impressed with, the desire and the emphasis of all of these plays. It's very rare that you see age group categories trying to score without using a touch.
Yeah.
And this women's 40s side just have it, and they're playing with such confidence.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, eh? And I think also like the girls are playing really nice structure, but they are like how they defend, like England now, like how they're shooting up. There's a fifth touch and then even like halfway. That's amazing. And now Scotland is gonna push it. Oh, lucky. Good play by England there. Good defense, eh?
Sorry, I was just marveling at the Cayman Islands kit. This is
they're
very
looking very
nice. What's a boy
beautiful.
gonna do for one of these tops? Hey, this is lovely.
I'm seeing some swappies going on.
Yeah, agreed. And you'll see the Cayman Islands strip in full force in our next game as they take on Italy in the mixed open. But we might have to go do some figuring out and see what it will take to get one of these Cayman Islands tops, because that's the thing of beauty.
There
That
it is. Oh yeah, very proud. Yeah, it's really lovely, and it's really cool to have them over here in Europe, right?
Yeah, it sort of goes back to the point we were making earlier of just, you grow the sport, you need reps, you need to play, you need to represent, you need to, have showcase opportunities. Cayman Islands going to have that on live streaming. It's Italy, which I think is going to be a very difficult game. Italy probably a bit further down that developmental track compared to the Cayman Islands, but as we've seen with Switzerland, who pushed England all the way in the mixed competition, anything can happen in this division.
Exactly. I mean, every game is a new game. We were talking with the senior mixed Germany, and they were playing against Chile, and they were struggling. I mean, it doesn't really matter like who you are. You think you're better, but it's not the case. It's always a new game, different game. You need to adapt to it, and it's always like in touch.
I'm so glad you brought up Chile, because that team is I mean, they're obviously, I think they stick out like a sore thumb a little bit. So obviously just rugby league players, right?
Yeah,
but
of course,
but
yeah.
they've learned this sport so well, and they're representing their team. And I think it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
And Scotland and England here doing a really good job at representing their nations in this women's 40s.
Yeah, 100%.
What's also really nice as well, just to quickly touch on it, how big both of these squads are. Women's 40s typically a division that you struggle to fill consistently. It was amazing to hear from the ambassador of touch out of France that the Euro Select had over 100 applicants, and unfortunately they could only pick 16, but over 100 applicants. They said I think I was talking to someone in a lift yesterday, and they were saying that they could have fulfilled a Euro Select team in every single women's category bar one.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal for women's growth in sport.
It's really good. I mean, it's really good what they're doing actually, and we also need to think of like at a certain point also the women's they will get gifts. Pregnancy is playing, the body is changing, and the mindset is also a little bit different than they used to be. And they're still there, eh?
Yeah.
And they just do it like, hey, let's go. It's not over. Life is not over. Let's keep going. Let's reach
Yeah.
the country. Let's play touch. I mean, that's amazing. That's really, really good stuff.
I completely agree. Completely agree. And what a good representation. And every time Zoe Warren touches the ball, this sub box gets a little bit louder. And you sometimes just need a player with a good bit of go forward. There's Quinn establishing themselves bang on that Scottish line. That's fifth touch.
They need to force now something. Are they?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was number 22 for Scotland who was flying over to make something happen. Although I've just realised that we've not got a 22 on the team sheet, so I can't shout out the name that I would love to, because there was a never say die attitude about that defensive covering.
Nah, and it's like what I like about the sub-box here. They're going outside. That's phenomenal. Just going forward momentum. They keep pushing forward, Scotland.
There's fourth touch, fifth coming now, and getting into the red zone. I'll tell you what, I've just got that ball down. That would have been a wonderful strike platform.
Exactly, just a little bit of momentum there. If she would come down, you're going to switch to the other side and force something out.
Although you can't really say all too much about Jo Amis, because she's got the try. She's got the try for Scotland.
Exactly, and that's good. And it's in the heat of the moment as well. So, but a good try by Scotland. Really smart to do the sixth touch on the other side. To let England work harder here.
Oh, really good foot speed. Becca Maxwell. Oh, it's just I think that was just knee on knee. So it won't be anything too serious, but it will be really sore.
You're gonna feel that, yeah. We also had one player who's like, no, I'm good, and then like, hey, you okay? I can't walk anymore. Well,
yeah. I'm immobile for 5 minutes, but I will be back. I will be back, but that is a sore one. Good to see that. It doesn't seem too bad. It's just a little bit of cold water. I mean, it's nice and cool underneath where we are. We're in the shade, which is very.
We were pretty lucky there to be like. It feels like you're playing midday. It's really tough. The sun is hitting you. It's asking a lot for the body, but yeah, everybody's just going on adrenaline and just try to push as hard as they can.
Absolutely.
And also same for the referees, by the way.
Yes, team ref. There's 5 of them on every pitch. Options for rotation, hydration. As you said earlier, we don't get a game without them. So, and for my mind, they've been really good. I think there's only one call that I did have to say was a little bit wrong, where a half scored. And I was like, this happens. It's very hot. It was like like one of the last games. And I was like, well, you give them one. You give them one error, and that's fine. If you're only getting one error in a day, yeah, you're not doing too badly.
No. I mean, to be
Trust me, if it was me, there's a million errors.
I have to tell you, I've been repping as well, and sometimes it goes so fast. Sometimes you don't even recognize, the player was half. No, I was a runner. I'm confused. Anyway, let's play on. That's all you can do as a ref.
Yeah, when in doubt, play through. There's offside penalty for England, 5 minutes to go. It'd be great to see some more scores go in. Scoring's just slowed down a touch, but coming over into this 32 platform, going for the long. That's nice to see. 2-on-1.
Good control as well.
Yeah, that was nice as well. There was calls there from Rebecca Maxwell who wanted the phase play. So Maxwell not content, diving at the line, looking to get the ball down. Good touch.
Well done. Good defense by Scotland.
Alison Freshwater. There's still opportunities here. 4 minutes to go. Again, coming this 32 long, instead picking up. It's nice conditioning from England. I love the long options. We're seeing it a lot in the mixed game as well. 32 long has been kind of the default for a lot of teams. It's a useful attacking set to use.
Yeah, definitely. If you know like your opponent is shotting very hard, then it's really like a good way to use the 32 long to expose on the open side. And also we see a lot is a 32 scoop lately actually, quite a lot.
Oh, unlucky. The hands just falling foul. Again, the catch and pass. There's such great chat as well. I've been so impressed by Becca Maxwell.
This is good, yeah. Looking for options, get around it, one shooter, expose the player, and just go forward again.
Yeah, and Julia Elmgren, number 8, on the ball now. And I've got to shout out as well, number 6, Nolly Quinn. And she is, I mean, she was at Touch and Tapper. She was phenomenal in that on the 7 All-Stars side, but also played a lot of touch in Manchester, all around the country. And such a nice person. I'd be remiss if I didn't give her a shout out, and I'd probably get told off. So, Quinn, there you go.
Respect for that. Giving him for the sport, also a good ambassador. You just want to play and have fun. I mean, that's what we need, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things I've been really impressed
there
with.
We go. A lot of meters, well done.
Amazing. One of the things I've been really impressed with is the spirit in which this game has been played. There is that feeling of, okay, it's not going to be bitey, it's not going to be furious, but it's also not going to be unprofessional. This has been a professional performance from England, who have absolutely dominated and been going for gold in this category. Lovely hole.
Touches made. That was a good recovery by the lead player.
And thankfully, Zoe Warren is back on the pitch after taking a bit of a bang to the knee, but she is up. There is Warren again. Lovely transition of the ball.
Skills. This is what I mean. Hey, this is what I mean with touch. Decision making. Brilliant play by England.
Zoe Warren with a skill that not many people can replicate under pressure. It's finished well in the corner also. But look at this. Little catch and pass under pressure, just shovel it through. You don't need to do anything more, and Helen Wilson finishes. England 6, Scotland 1. How impressive has this women's 40 side been?
Just the skills is like amazing. This is just one example what I want to say. The decision making, draw and pass, 2-on-1 situation. Like you need to beat that one, and they just they do it, execute it perfectly. I'll
be honest, if that was me in that position, that pass is going so wayward. I'm not able to execute. Especially it's so hard when you've got someone stood just so close to you to be able to then go and
100%,
catch and pass. It's some people look at it and think, oh, well, that feels like a straightforward skill. It isn't.
No,
it's easy to see it on the TV and go, yeah, well, I could do that. Yeah, if we gave you 100 tries, you might execute 25, 30 of them.
Often the time it's maybe a fourth pass as well. And
yeah, exactly.
Hands like 6 more can happen as well.
Yeah.
But this is brilliant. Quick hands, boom, go.
Yeah, and what an advert for the sport as well. Have women's 40s, 7 scores in the game, 6 to England. If you want to get involved, well, if you didn't know before, now you know. Yeah, I think Scotland are going to get their second.
Beautiful sweeper.
And it's a brace for Liesel Lipstra-Holmes with a nice dive. I think it was really good call from the referee there as well, offside player. And I always liked that from referees. It used to be quite a big bugbear of mine where an offside player would make the touch and they'd give the penalty rather than the score, because the score is the advantage. Whereas what we're seeing now is refs just go, score given. Oh, lovely endeavour from England. There's a
one more.
Got to give the hands. It does go to the wing. What a wonderful representation of England touch. 6 tries to 1 over Scotland in this women's 40s, a game that was played in exactly the right spirit of things. But huge shout out to Becca Maxwell, the number 16 for England, who was unplayable. Bradley, thank you so much for joining me on commentary. You're welcome anytime you want to come over. But coming up for you next, we've got 3 back-to-back mixed opens games. And it starts with probably the best kit of the day here. Cayman Islands, they'll be taking on Italy. That'll be with you in 10 minutes' time.
Try. Didn't let go. Touch. No.
minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
You know what will have happened with that?
We should have sat around this.
T minus 1 minute.
So welcome to our first of 3 mixed open games back to back here on pitch 2. It's the Cayman Islands with ball in hand taking on Italy, and I might be the happiest person at Vichy right now because for the 3rd game in a row I've got a co-commentator. If you listened to this pitch 2 stream or yesterday, you would have heard no one's voice but my own as the Cayman Islands go flying through for the opening score. So Haraku Brown with the opener for Cayman Islands. It's a golden start, and I'm joined alongside by Elliot Huget. Elliot,
Hello.
that's the perfect opener.
Exactly. What more is there to say? They stole our thunder. They decided to score even before we were ready to begin. So Italy are tapping off.
Yeah, we're going to see what the Italians have to offer. This is my first look at both of these mixed opens teams. We were just talking to Theo Edwards a little bit, and
Played yesterday, so they should got a whole day in their legs, testing each other out, ironing out the game plan. So we should see what they produce.
yeah, and it's some familiar names in this side as well. You've got Idris Hill
That
as
is
we
a
see Italy go
try.
flying through.
What a dive!
That is a golden reply, and I'm hoping that we keep outscoring the minute count because Harrison Petruno gets over, and we are less than 2 minutes in, and we've got 2 scores. If we continue with this
That's the
run
beauty
rate,
of
we're
the
in for
mixed
something
game, isn't
special.
it? That is a lot of it is in the defence. Always very high-scoring affairs.
Yeah.
Like Cayman Islands on the response.
Yeah, try a piece, 90 seconds in. I mean, just a quick word as well. I'm going to keep doing it because I want their kit. Cayman Islands
Everyone is
stash.
saying this.
Oh,
Everyone
it's
is
so
saying
good.
this.
This is so. I absolutely love it. They were walking past the commentary box earlier, and I was giving them all of the plaudits on live stream in hopes that someone just said, "Oh, I've got a spare large
Wasn't
for you."
good enough for a response though. We're still 1 try apiece.
Is
It's
it?
the side part on their shirts.
It is. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. I'm gonna have to stop because otherwise I'll forget to commentate and I'll just be.
We've got a skill that could have been a beautiful opportunity for Italy to take the lead in the middle on a scoop.
Yeah, Giacomo Alleria looking for that late
He's one
switch
of the best star
option.
players, I don't know if you know.
Thank
but
you.
He's been on the circuit for a while, and everybody's worried to play him. Have you seen the wingspan? He doesn't need to get very low or.
I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if he'd got a job working with Christopher Nolan in the Odyssey. If you know, you know, fielding a lot of 7-foot people to fight the 3-foot people. I'm sorry if that spoiled this film, but it's an amazing book. You know what's coming.
Got quick play.
Giacomo goes early. There's play on calls. Think there'll be tap penalty.
Yeah, I think this is an offside call potentially. Yes. So the Italians with a new set of 6 on the line there. This is a really good opportunity for them to take the lead early.
Yeah, it was
Break the
nice.
stalemate.
It's nice
It's only
work
been 3
from
minutes, but nonetheless.
Moira
On a quickie.
Tura. Yeah, this might be try time.
That seems to be a touch. That's an excellent touch from the defender in the middle from the Cayman Islands. That is a very low, very rapid dive.
Yeah, that is a hard man to defend, especially when he's on the line. Wrapping round, sweeper, step back, looking to drop a late pass off. Hole 1 just closed.
The middles have sorted themselves out for the Cayman Islands. They're defending nice and tight.
Oh, they needed to split a platform, play back, batted on, ball down. There's a good defensive set for the Cayman Islands.
They'll be happy with that. You've got to take in the small wins and capitalise on them and move forward from there.
It's a nice.
Good meters as well.
Yeah, it's a good transition. And Cayman Islands just coming a little bit unstuck in that third touch. It's good physicality from Italy, and then the big man.
That was an important one for Italy because Cayman Islands were rolling there. So
I think that was
stopped
hip.
momentum.
I think that was hip on head. He's that big.
But good meters behind that. Ooh, on 5th touch, sending it away from the Italian box. Good set completion there for Cayman Islands.
Absolutely, and I knew you were coming over, so I've got some questions as well. You know, you've played a lot of touch, right? A lot of touch. I think that's very fair to say. We were speaking a lot in the men's Open game, specifically England Ireland. We were saying if we had a statistics board, England's set completion was just completely outshone the Irish, especially in that second half. Can you just touch on, from a player's perspective, how important that is and why it's so important?
It's so important. I think for me, one thing that keeps me going is all the small wins, right? You've got the big win over 40 minutes, you've got the small wins over 20 minutes, and then you've got the small wins over each set. And statistically speaking, if you complete the most sets, then you're most likely to win. And if you complete the most sets, and if you don't score, sending it away from the attacking subbing. Oh, that is an incredible pass and dive from the winger.
That is absolutely unreal.
I'll interrupting myself for.
I'll come back to you in just a moment because we're going to talk through this replay. That is an absolute dagger, and Rhea Plunkett with a finish, representing Cayman Islands out here on the wing. What a miraculous pass that was to take it to 2-1.
Because now it's taking it to 2-1. But yeah, what I just want to finish my point about set completion. Most important, small wins. When you're having a bit of a low moment in the box, the coaches often say set completion is the most important. And ooh, that looks like it could have been a try.
It could have been. I was also worried about the 2 Cayman Islands players colliding at speed, and yeah.
Got a tactical sub there. She seems to be all right. Hopefully we'll see her back on the pitch in no time.
In Italy with prime time opportunity to re-establish some parity. They look like a bit of a messy roll ball, but the referee's happy to let this one play. There's penalty.
For offside, I think. So again, Italy really need to score there. This will be a big boost for them. Trying to stay up with the Cayman Islands.
Yes,
Link quickie. Shut down well.
It's nice, isn't it? Because a lot of times you'll see teams go to this link punish, but they end up making the pitch really small for themselves. Defensively, Cayman Islands are doing a really good job at just congesting that defence, although...
That is the second penalty on the line, as it is, isn't it? The rule. Third one is an automatic sin bin.
Yep.
time there on the line, I believe. That's a big disadvantage if it happens to Cayman Islands. You have to watch out for that.
Yeah, especially if you've got someone with the go-go gadget arms. Then
That
just
is a try. They've been working hard for it.
it's Leon Preetz with the opening. Well, with the score that brings them back all square, but it's
7 minutes in.
it's
This is
also
what
the
we love about mix.
lighthouse in midfield for Italy, the Italian lighthouse. I'm going to start calling him, because if he goes anywhere near a beach in the south of France, he'll have boats trying to moor off of the back of him. He's that big. Lovely
you
step
come up
back,
with his
taking people in. Easy execution.
Wow. Right, Cayman Islands. Do you know what? I always think if you get scored on, then you get to start from the middle, and you're basically halfway there. So
That's a great mentality to have.
gets you close to the line, doesn't it?
Trail line option for the Cayman Islands. Oh, yeah, I'm going to... Jason Sinclair wearing 6. Sinclair in motion, wraparound play. It's late, it floats
floating
into
on
a
the far
dangerous
line,
area.
slightly
Not
too
quite
far.
able to execute on that occasion for Tiani Ritchie. It's oh so close for the Cayman Islands. However, ref's going to give an
Oh.
offside penalty.
Interesting. This is what we mean when we talk about team ref and that collaboration between the referees. We're able to come back to important moments in the play that can make a difference, actually. They are integral to the game.
I think we're just establishing where the tap's coming from as well, which is always good. We've got Louis Shakespeare wearing 16, which
Oh
is
my
a
God. That is the
stunning
best
name.
of the tournament.
Well, I've just been commentating with Bradley Bonifacio, and
also great.
that's pretty good. That is pretty good. It's scooping,
Ooh,
trail
drag-
line.
oh.
It's a lovely bit of
Touch.
disguise play.
Great touch from the midfield there.
That's Tiana Ritchie once more wearing 4. There's Shakespeare out here in this right-hand link, not used for the moment. Just
Getting it
this
back.
time.
Oh, he didn't have enough time to get it out.
Oh,
Now getting
lovely
out to the
phase
wing,
play.
she's
Rhea
got it
Plunkett will
down.
finish again. That's the second in the corner for Rhea
Best
Plunkett.
hands on the pitch so far, I have to say.
What about this bit of comms as well? That is furious work. Screaming, get it down, was Jason Sinclair. Dishes a pill to Plunkett. Plunkett with 2, Cayman Islands with 3. Shaping up to be a pretty good game.
And shout out to the wingers always on the far wing. You do feel a bit isolated from the game, but they have to be on it all the time. I've got our friend Giacomo back on the pitch now. I mean, I say our friend. None of us know him personally.
No, but he is.
But-
It feels like our friend. He's been around the block too many times.
That being said, Cayman Islands have shaped up well in defence. It's now touch 4. Italy have now one more touch, really, to attack with. Be interesting to see what they can produce.
Nice sweeper
Sweeper.
platform. Oh, it's gone.
Look at the intercept!
And they
He's
might go
almost
full
there.
length. He
He's
might.
nearly there.
There
Keep
are
running.
players coming.
Oh, look at that chase from Italy. He might make it. Wow.
That's Marcus Rowe going full length.
Oh,
But-
what a touch! Okay. But it's a touch, but now we've got 6 small.
Yeah, well,
So Cayman Islands,
we're going to have a look at this on the replay as he's driving towards the line, diving. He is, yeah, he's grounded. He's dove short of the line. Italian defenders diving after him, making the touch. There's now screams for 7 on from the Italian sub-box.
Okay, so
We've
but
had a
we're going-
chaotic 40
so this
seconds.
is touch 1 coming from Cayman Islands, for Cayman Islands. Hopefully with that momentum, they can make something. Okay.
Good chat there from the referee. That ball's away. Cayman Islands with line attack opportunities with Doug Rowland.
Right, this third touch coming. They are still early in the set, so I hope they can build on it. And that looks like another touch. Italy scrambling in defence.
It's
Really
very
impressive. After a chase like that, none of the players have subbed either.
no, it's leggy work for Italy. They'll do well to see off this onslaught, but unfortunately for the far wing, that one just goes to ground. What a momentum boost that is for Italy.
Silver lining though, Cayman Islands sent it away from the Italian box, so the Italians have a big task ahead getting back towards their sub box and up the field.
Yeah, skip pass over towards the wing. Good hands. There's a pass over the top of the head. I suppose he thought he was passing to someone of his own height. There's no redwood trees around playing with him, so no, none of them will be. Lovely
Oh,
inside
look.
check. Fifth touch platform, scooping, driving, late
Sending
pass
for
into the wing. Not quite happening for Italy. It's good endeavour though, and we're not really shouting out Idris Hill as of yet. You know, player honing his craft in England. He's lingering in this left-hand link channel for Italy. Yet to see him really influence the players
I
of yet.
went to university with him in Exeter, and I didn't know he was Italian.
Nice.
So, fun fact, he's
Now you know.
Italian.
Now
Some
you know.
Italian heritage.
Yeah, well, I wish
I wish you had some Italian.
I really do, actually. I really do. It would be nice. Just say, like, my nonna. How
Yeah.
nice. Unfortunately not.
Big touch from Idris there. Killed the momentum from Cayman Islands, so shout out to Idris there.
We're going to... It's certainly not biased towards Idris Hill, but it's very nice to see a familiar name.
He made a big touch there too.
It's very nice to see a familiar name who we've called plenty of times showing out at Euros. And this isn't anti-England bias, but it's nice when someone who's not in an England team starts to do extremely well. That's always nice. Lovely pick-up,
Oh,
stepping
look at
back
that
against the
scoop.
grain, gets
Back
into the
against
goal area, looking for support,
And
connects.
we have a try there.
Jason Sinclair pulling strings in the midfield for the Cayman Islands.
That was an incredibly well-crafted try. Show and tell from the half. We'll be able to see it back now. Show, run off, and the girls doing really well to get free there. That was excellent.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure about you, Elliot, but I couldn't quite get the number of the link that carved back against the grain to get a score on the board there. We'll problem solve that one for you, don't worry. We are professionals here at Next Gen. We will get that number because it was a wonderful score that gives the Cayman Islands a 2-score buffer. And Italy, maybe a little bit of overplaying there. There's a touch left in the chamber. I suppose you fall foul of that potentially when you feel like you've got to chase a game and nullify a score that's just gone against you.
Exactly, and it's warm. I think we can't underestimate how hot it is outside today. We're in the shade with a bit of a breeze, but it is the middle of the day, all in the sun. And Italy under pressure. We have to say it how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Cayman Islands. I mean, a nation that I think it's really important to highlight, coming over to Euros, getting all of these reps, representing their country in a way that's incredibly impressive. Look at the footwork here. Real Plunkett with a catch and ground. The referees, I think, has got to... Yeah, I think we're going to come all the way back. We don't know that we've stopped, but we have. We're coming back for an infringement on the 10-metre line.
So it looks like Cayman Islands are getting the ball back. They're going to reset. In really good yards made there. Second touch. Dive, he had a go at the line. The referee is calling for an offside there, it seems. So Cayman Islands have a new set of 6 to play with there. If they get another try here before half-time, this could be potentially danger for Italy there.
Yeah, 3 tries. I mean, it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially when you've got 20 minutes, but it is a lot when you're playing against a team that is yet to fully kick into gear, and I think that's what we're seeing here for the Cayman Islands. Is good pace coming round.
Excellent touch there.
That is really putting your body on the line. Diving touch at link. It's good work by Doug Rowland trying to get on the outside edge, but then Cayman Islands cough the ball up. It's a bit of a momentum swing for Italy there. Good defensive set, but they need to get this transition good.
That was really good. Second touch up the middle. And they have won themselves a penalty for a hard touch, so that's really important momentum shift.
I think you can tell just how hard Italy have had to work by Alessandro Colombo, who has come off into the sub-box and is currently sat down on the floor and looks to be in a fair bit of discomfort, and his teammates are looking at him smiling, giving him a little bit of encouragement. This has been hard graft for a lot of these Italian mixed open players.
Great meters made. I believe that's 4th touch coming, so they're in a good position for. With Giacomo back on the field, let's see what they can produce. That is touch 5. Got a scoop. He's through. That was good defensive shift for Cayman Islands. A great opportunity for Italy, but they're able to reset quite quickly back on side and in defence, which is really important.
Yep, Rhea Plunkett with a try-saving touch, sniping in from wing. And as I know, especially in this season's NTS competition, and the pleasure of commentating all 5 rounds it was in the end with the men's and women's, and there was so much made of just how important the wings were. I think especially in the Euros, you've seen, like, and I keep coming back to the men's open because I've had the pleasure of commentating them the most out of any team. Like, Harry Richards is a really good encapsulation of this. He's so staunch in his defence, he never switches off. It can often be quite a thankless position, but you know when you've got a good winger because there's just no stress about any of their defensive or offensive work.
Especially when they're far wingers. I mean, in the mixed game, it's very, very often one of the girls who are being asked a lot by the pace of the game and to stay switched on. And you're never really interacting with the sub box that much. So, but we've got high speed scoop, switch, 6 more. Now we've got Cayman Islands under pressure.
There's another example though of your winger digging you out of a problem. There's a nice wraparound play. Rhea Plunkett just slams the ball down on the floor, says no thank
She's
you.
having a great game. First touch Italy, building on a set of 6, so we should see them striking at the line soon.
Yeah, Delamy, step back option coming over towards Idris Hill.
Oh, she did not make that. Good honesty, but
The link helped her out.
onside.
90 seconds or so to go. 32 short here for Italian mixed open, looking for the early release, trying to go long. That's away.
That's a great touch. That's 5th touch.
And that's our man Louis Shakespeare.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Right, this is very important for Cayman Islands to defend out because we've now got a minute and a half to go in this half, and they're now cementing their 4-2 lead. So Italy need to get a turnover here. They need to be putting the Cayman Islands attack under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think as well, I was talking to the German mixed 30s coach yesterday quite a lot, and he was saying there's a lot of situation-based drills that these teams have been doing, and this was one of them that we didn't quite touch on, where you've got a minute left to go in a half, you've just defended out a set, you've got to get off the pitch, but you've also got one mind on drawing penalties or killing the clock. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Cayman Islands couldn't execute.
Yeah. And Italy succeeded, so we'd really like to see them score there.
I wonder if they're going to go back to this 32 shot and feed that wrap. I'm not sure about you, but
Commentators curse, don't say it too loud.
there is a little bit of a gap appearing, although Giacomo looking to get over, 6 touch and change. And what about the momentum here for Cayman Islands? It gives them such confidence going into the half-time break.
This is a really key moment for them. I know that they've come out against a really difficult game versus France this morning, so this is going to be important. Confidence booster, really, because a lot of this is about building confidence. Everybody is a capable and excellent touch player if they're playing at the Euros.
Yeah, confidence. It's about building relationships, getting reps in, creating some sustainability of your mixed platform. However, tap penalty here for Italy. Last chance saloon to make something happen. Skip pass over the top.
Oh,
There's
pulling it back to the tap, the right mark. Well, that's given time for Cayman Islands defence to set. So
yeah, you can't help but feel for
you
Italy
can't,
there. Thought they were away and free. Not happening.
This is the kind of touch that we like. It's the creative side of things.
I like it. I like it. Very unceremonious. Get us into half time. Let's regroup and recuperate. At the half, Cayman Islands with a 2-try lead. They're pretty good value for it, aren't they?
Yeah, I think this has been a fantastic game. Two nations we don't really expect to ever play each other.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is why I love this. And yeah, this is shaping up to a fight because it is not over for Italy, not in the slightest. They have an experienced squad with some experienced players, some very decisive players. So Cayman Islands needs to watch out. I mean, my coaches have always said you come out of half time, whether you're winning or losing, it's 0-0, and you treat it like. It's very difficult to do, to be honest with you. Very hard.
Easier said than done, I feel.
Easier said than done, but it's an important part of like having the right mentality going into the second half, because as we know, this is a 40-minute game, not a 20-minute game.
Yeah. It's going to be, well, it's set up, it's finally poised for Italy to come out and do something special, but for the Cayman Islands, it's probably just more of the same. Oh, your second half will be with you in about 4 minutes' time, where Italy need to find a way back into this one. Cayman Islands in cruise control, 4-2 at the half.
minus 1 minute.
So welcome back, second half in our first of 3 mixed opens games here on pitch 2. Italy with the ball in hand, and Giacomo Alaria will be looking to spearhead his team back into the affairs. That ball just dropping loose, touch comes in first. It's not a bad opening stanza from Italy, but I think maybe they need to start using Giacomo as a little bit of a disguise play, because Cayman Islands are just going man on man with him, and it's a hard thing to do when you're that big.
The midfield defenders especially are doing an excellent job, but they are throwing themselves. They're very tight, which means that there's space elsewhere. There's always a bit of space on the pitch in touch, even if we don't think that there is. So it'll be interesting to see how Italy adapt their attack, what their coach has been telling them at half-time, and how they're going to adapt to try and get through. Cayman Islands there coming on with a third or fourth touch with an incredible amount of speed. Love a bit of momentum. That is fifth on a scoop. The ref has said no, he's going to bring it back to the touch that was claimed.
It's unfortunate. I've been there when you think he's definitely offside, and you go through, and you've got to come all the way back. It's a hard thing. Is there anything? I'm gonna put you on the spot just a little bit. Is there anything that's really stood out for you so far for the Cayman Islands? If you look at it from almost like through your playing lens, is there anything that you've been really impressed with in the opening half?
I think their defence, and I think, and this is the case for most mixed teams, but I think the girls have been just as they have stood out just as much as the boys have. We sometimes forget about the girls on the pitch because they're not necessarily the striking players. But we've had a couple of try-saving touches. I'm gonna hold you on that for a moment, because I had the absolute pleasure of commentating the mixed final at the NTS with 2 of my best friends, which was amazing. We had myself doing lead, Ollie doing a little bit of co-coms, we had Ben writing all of the little stats down. It was amazing. And Phoebe Simon ended up carving through on first and picked up from half of the sweeper, stepped back, drove through, long ball, and I made a very clear point of saying, well, London Scorpions obviously forgotten that there was 4 players in the middle and not 3. It's so good. It's often about whether you use your 6 players to the best capability. We've got another incredible.
What a ball that is. And I'm really hoping it's the man I think it is. It looks like Louis Shakespeare, it talks like Louis Shakespeare, it scores like Louis Shakespeare, because it is Louis Shakespeare running a lovely into outline, getting over. Cayman Islands just have that little bit of quality when they need it to unlock the Italian defence.
Cayman Islands have been very patient in their attack in a way that Italy haven't necessarily, probably because they're down, so you panic a little bit more. Cayman Islands have definitely got, even in the first few minutes of the second half, we can have a momentum shift in their favour again. They've just gotten the ball back, they're marching up the pitch, flying up the pitch more like. So now on touch 4, they're over halfway, which is always where you want to be.
Yeah, they just need to set a dynamic strike platform. We've seen a lot of teams do really well up until 4th, and then 5th touch it comes and everyone's asking everyone else to platform for them rather than having one player just get the ball down.
Because Italy have now come away with an offside penalty, which is really where they don't want to be right now.
Yeah, especially when you find yourself 3 scores down.
Yes, especially when that's the case.
Cayman Islands just taking a settler, coming back into this quickie platform, having a look down the short side, long ball option, potentially could have gone to the link.
Yeah, and that was well covered. Good read by the Italian winger there. Mixed touch is also about early reads, especially in winger position.
Oh, play on goals. It's danger now for Italy.
Is this a hat trick? Is this a hat trick?
If it's Rhea Plunkett, it certainly is a hat trick if she's number 12. Is it coming off the line? I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
She did
It is.
incredibly well to get in space there.
It's the shake and bake.
It's the shake and
It's
bake.
the shake and bake. I mean, anyone who's played touch at any level has heard their coach at some point say, "We need to shake and bake on the wing," and you've almost
Who came
certainly
up?
gone, "What is it?"
Who came up with shake and bake? It is effective.
I love it.
It does represent what happens.
Touch,
That.
double touch.
A good opportunity for Italy if they can build on that now.
Now, I've been really impressed with the number 17 as well for Italy, Moira Tura. In the link position there again, operating in a really nice hole.
Down. Giacomo finally. He's put in the reps. Statistically speaking, he was going to score at some point.
I think you're
we all
right.
knew, we all knew. I think
You're right.
but it's a well-worked try. Sometimes you've got to work hard for it. You've got to be creative. You've got to problem solve. On the fly, it's difficult.
It is difficult. It's a lovely open side quickie. Dummy, QB, very nice.
Yeah,
A little bit of variation because they've used Giacomo as a really dynamic strike player, and they've necessarily forgotten about, at some point it was sort of like 2v6, which is a really difficult thing to do, and they start to use the other players, create more space, and you need a fair bit of space for the big man to go through.
About half-time, we'd like to see some variation from Italy, and they were able to provide that. That is a strong defensive set there. There's touch 4, touch 5 is coming. So if Italy can hold out and get another try, this could get really interesting. It's already very interesting, but it could even get more interesting.
Yeah, we always love very close finishes.
Yes, we love them. No one else does.
No, agreed. Well, I always say, I'm in the most fortunate position more often than not.
Is it going to be awarded? It
Touch.
has been called back for a touch. Big moment for Italy there. Offside. Oh, I think that was an offside call. Cayman Islands with a new set of 6. So this is dangerous territory for Italy right there. Let's see how their defence shapes up.
Yeah,
They're
they've
coming
also
up with a hard press, working hard.
good touch.
Has been called for a touch. Called back for a touch.
Yeah, I always also like the look of Doug Rowland in this near link channel. He's holding some decent width. I think they might come back to this out ball if they keep it in hand. Well, there's
Commentators curse.
it's contagious, Elia, so it's coming for you as well.
How many have happened in the last 24 hours?
Well, I actually feel really sorry for him. So we've done relatively well, and there's maybe only like 4 or 5, which is pretty good. We did a 12-hour stint yesterday, so I'll take 4 or 5. And Adam Brimlow had 3 in about 25 minutes, where he joined as co-coms for the Ireland Men's Open against England, and I felt so bad for him because I feel like he just took all of the.
So the quota of commentators curse has been reached for the day, is what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Right, Cayman Islands back with the ball. On the line.
If they dropped it, then it would have been so good.
Oh,
how good.
Oh, look at that. Diving pass.
How good.
I haven't seen any.
It's a lovely bit of variation. Oh, what about the hole hit?
Yeah.
I'm going to...
Try and get the numbers.
Agreed. It's hard on the replay.
Oh, that looked like it was on the floor.
I mean, it's a superb finish. It is a superb finish. And I suppose, again, I can pose you another question. I've spoken a lot today and yesterday about what's the difference between emerging nations and established nations. Is there any size? And someone asked me, as a commentator for teams that you're not too familiar with, is there something that you see that can just sort of tell you everything you need to know about a team? And I was like, well, there's a couple of things, but the one that you see almost instantly is depth.
Yes.
If teams play too flat to the line, they're probably more emerging, and they're not quite an established nation. And the speed at which the ball gets off the floor, instead of being two really big telltale signs. What's really impressive about that Cayman Islands score is there was a bit of both there. The ball was off the floor really quickly, and that more crucially, that link hole was run at such depth that afforded the time for the pass to go.
I would add one more: the speed at which they reset in defence.
Yeah.
When you know the set, it's not in your favour, is to get back in defence and ready to press.
Yes.
Because that is your best chance for a turn.
I'm gonna steal that and claim it as my own. Actually.
That's okay. I'll give it
Lovely.
to you. Right, Italy, I really, really want to see a good scoop there.
Yeah, I
But
think they
look at
need
that
it.
marching on that latch. Really great meters. Oh my God.
There we go.
commentators Cursing the other way.
Well, it's just called
That
being good at your
was-
job. What a score
Right,
from Italy.
This was big. They needed that momentum shift, I hope. Cayman Islands trying to contest something, but
No, they can't. It's all
it
good.
was a bit of Italian flair. You know, we talk about the French flair, but I think we need to introduce the Italian flair.
Yeah. There was
Because
Nicolo Tenese it was getting the ball down. And you called for it, you got it, and you asked what's the opposite of because of the commentator. It's just been good. It's just
I'll
been a
take
good
that, I'll take that.
commentator.
I'm invited back then.
Absolutely. Well, you've been booked for another game,
Yeah,
so whether you were
exactly.
good or
Too
bad, you were
bad,
coming
too
back
bad.
anyway.
Oh, look at that pass. Oh,
That might be the first mistake Rhea Plunkett's made in this whole competition, and that was one of the hardest passes to take.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a compliment
she
if
made
that's
the
the
mistake not
only
being tall
error.
enough. But they get the ball back.
Yeah, the mistake was genetics. It wasn't ability.
So,
It's not being the size of Giacomo Alaria.
yeah, many of us have made that mistake. Oh, that is incredibly good read from Julia Colombo, number 3 on the near wing. She's a very experienced player as well, actually.
I wonder if there's relation to Nicolo Colombo, who plays in the men's 30s. I might try and problem solve that one.
Yes. That was an excellent touch from number 5 from Italy. We've got Elena Brown. The girls are really showing it up.
They are, and I'm going to be the bad guy. Pass had to go. Pass had to go. And if they don't score in this set,
Oh, they have scored
Taharako
in
Brown
this,
might have had some blushes, and they forced the turnover as well as Italy. If I was Rhea Plunkett on this near side wing, I'd be looking at Taharako Brown and saying, oh, I was in, mate. I was
Let me have it.
unmarked. Got to give the extra pass. A 4-try difference is a big one.
Oh, we have a turnover there from. This is big from the Cayman Islands. Also, unforced errors is a big difference between an emergent nation and an established nation.
Yeah.
If you're able to get the ball back when you're defending because you're putting a strategic
Yeah.
tactical touch, that is a good sign that you're doing well.
If you want to see a really good example of that as well, go watch the Germany mixed 30s game yesterday. Last game on live stream. The amount of times on touch 1 they were targeting the ball carrying arm. They're trying to make the touch like high on the arm to knock the ball loose. Wonderful touch IQ.
Oh,
I think
that's right.
they might be
touch.
lucky to get away with a forward pass there. I think the sideline ref is coming to have a chat. I think it looked forward to me.
But they're certainly bringing it back. We don't quite know what for. An offside penalty. So Cayman Islands, they've been camped out quite a long time. Every time we look up, they're on the attacking 7.
Yeah, if we had statistics for field position, Cayman Islands would be
Yeah.
dominating, which is a worrying thing if you're watching this from an Italian perspective. 7 minutes to go. Lovely open side rip, fire up option, diving at the line, try time. There is the 4-try buffer. That was a lovely score.
Number. I'm not sure about the number.
It's Louis Shakespeare.
Ah,
It's Louis Shakespeare.
I didn't
I was
need the number.
waiting. I
didn't
think
need the number.
you pointed
I was
directly
hoping.
at it, and I thought, well, she's got it. She's
I knew
absolutely
you wanted
nailed
to
it.
say it.
It's Louis Shakespeare.
Right, Italian starting from halfway, 6 touches to play about. They still got, 7 minutes. That's a long time in touch. It can be done. I'm sure it has been done. It's about keeping your head held high and trying.
Absolutely. There's a
It's looking good. Oh. And they've dished out an offside penalty for Cayman Islands. So Italians making some tactical subs, getting some fresh legs, fresh head on, and guess who's coming on?
the lighthouse. He's turning the redwood. I wonder if there's an Italian trait that's really. I need to stop thinking with my mouth. Open side quickie. Getting on the outside of the link, diving at the line.
That's a good touch. But look at how the Cayman Islands defence has now shifted all the way. Oh, he's
No,
giving it.
I was going to say he did not make the
Offside.
touch. There was clear body language difference.
The refs are happy. Italians are happy.
The Cayman Islands, not so. Well, what a score that was.
Yes.
in a moment where they really needed it. You get these crucial moments. You know, I really like what you were saying earlier about those small targets that you set yourselves, talking about set completion. When you're approaching the latter stages of a game, it's about focusing on each set as an individual. Italy go and execute when they really need it to start
This is also
shifting
where they
momentum.
show, like, the depth of players that they have and the experience that they have on the pitch. So hopefully they can come back from this. Then runners with a sweeper play.
Really wide sweeper.
The link and the middle had done well to get off the line, so they were in a good position to make a touch.
Yeah, County step back, releasing early. I think the referee's happy with
The ref
that.
was happy with that. That was an incredibly good defensive set for Italy. They should take a lot of strength from that and fly up the pitch, get their subs going. It's touchery, they're in good field position. We've got a rapid latch coming on about halfway, and it's fifth coming.
Yeah, scooping out, offside defenders, left foot, right foot, beating one, not able to beat the other. However, there's going to be a penalty.
Wow, he worked hard for that one. Big opportunity for Italy here. Got a quickie. That looks down to me.
And we are in for a bit of a grandstand finish.
Italians, we can see them running onto the pitch in defence. They've got a bit more, how do you put it? A bit more fight in them now,
Yep.
I feel.
Bit of
Which is
desire.
lovely to see. Right, so Cayman Islands are tapping off again. Touch one. Driving forwards, Italian set in defence. We've got touch three coming up. Four, these are some good meters made there by Cayman Islands. Five, we've got Italian defence is set for fifth touch coming. It's a dangerous moment for them. Five. He scooped through in the box. Oh, and is this who I think it is? Again, she is on fire. Rhea Plunkett. Right, so we need the Italians to score here. Well, the Italians need to score. Cayman Islands, they've replayed, tapped off quickly. Second touch coming.
Thank you for doing that by yourself for a moment, by the way. Also, go do a little bit of problem solving.
Got fourth touch coming, I believe, for the Italians here.
Oh!
You need to leave more often.
Here
Come
we
back
go.
in Italian school.
Goodbye. What a finish this is setting up to be. It'd be phenomenal if we just got shootout central. You can see defenders just collapsing onto each other. And
I'll make one comment that's interesting about this mixed game. We have had quite a lot of tries on the wing, but we've also had quite a lot in the mid-link channel, which I know is something that Cayman Islands are going to want to tighten up before their next game.
yeah,
Because we often try and say push it far out to the wingers.
As
much force the
extra
pass.
passes.
Exactly.
Extra passes, more chance for error. 2.5 minutes to go, 2 points in it. Italy get a shutout here,
show
it's
and tell.
danger.
He's through in the box. Just had a try.
I think it might be Rhea Plunkett again looking for a 5.
And she's standout of the game. I mean,
Agreed.
She has done superbly. Her hands have been so reliable, and she's been able to get into space every single time that her team has needed it.
And I think I'm right in saying Rhea Plunkett playing a lot of touch in England as well. The name is so familiar, and I've just my brain
That might help
under the
explain some
sun
of it.
has just not been able to put two and two
Maybe you need
together.
to bring her in for an interview.
Agreed. I'll just be like,
Ask the source.
I'll exchange airtime for some Cayman Island stash.
And we've
Oh,
got
there we go. Another lovely finish in the corner.
is the ref. Oh, I think yes,
Yep.
it's being granted. Right.
Caterina Manzanto.
Will it be enough for Italy to come back?
Well, I think the clock is certainly against them. It's a great finish.
Yeah, absolutely. 10-8, a minute and a half to go. If they can get a turnover here, it isn't all lost.
I mean, I wonder what was said in both boxes about
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, because all of a sudden the scoring is
Both turned around and thought, should we just win this?
yeah, should we just score?
Just score. But you know what? They look like they're enjoying it. It's a fun game to touch. The penalties have been minimal, which makes a big difference to the fluidity and speed of the game. So players have been disciplined. The referees have been really helping them present their best selves. So Italy defended that set out well.
No, we were doing. It's a nice point that you make, because doing some interviews with some of the
Marching up the
referees,
side.
trying to ask what the like what would it look like from behind the scenes, what was the message coming from like team ref, and a lot of it was we just want to let the games flow. We
Absolutely.
just want to,
Yeah.
if there's like a marginal call, we're probably not going to give it because we want to see them be as like fluid as possible. And I think we've had a really nice demonstration of that here.
I know that the one thing the refs will be very.
Oh, I know what's coming.
serious- Oh, what do you think it's going to be?
You're forward off the base of the ruck.
That, but also 7 metres. They're 7
Yeah.
metres to be as consistent as possible. We find that when it's a low-scoring affair, we've got a player down. Maybe a wrist or a hand, a shock. But Cayman Lions are getting the ball back. And it looks to me like they've won.
Yeah, they have, and I think there's a bit of remonstrating from the Italians on the pitch, but
That was a comeback.
it was.
They may not have won, but it was a comeback.
It was a valiant effort, but I mean, Cayman Islands just come through unscathed in the end with lovely performances. I think summarised very nicely by Rhea Plunkett's performance.
Absolutely.
All the finishes, superb.
Yeah.
Now that's it for us here on our first of 3 back-to-back mixed opens game, and the next one, I'm slightly really excited for it. I know I'm not Swiss, but I'm rooting for them because they've got probably my favourite player
Oh, I
of the
thought you were gonna say
tournament
was
playing. Santiago Olds, number 3, the blonde buzz cut. He's a man after my own heart. He's a phenomenal player, and they'll be taking on the Netherlands. That'll be with you in 10 minutes' time.
7 minutes till the game.
You go. I trust you, guy. I trust you. What's up? I mean, good. Good to see you. It's been a long time. I knew you.
Thank you.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
Just in time to see the proper athletes run, right?
Well, you would have scored if fucking Marcus got the one out. I was going to go next one out to go.
I think it's all first one to you then. I'm glad I'm one of them. We fucked up on the line and we got a turnover on the box up. I'm so glad we won. He's timing.
Maybe over.
minute.
So welcome to our second of back-to-back-to-back mixed open games here on pitch 2. Is the Netherlands with the tap taking on Switzerland, who ran England oh so close in that opening mixed open game that we had on pitch 2 yesterday. I'm actually buzzing to say, for the 4th game in a row, as we see Netherlands go over for the opening score, and it's a quick start for Maud Zwijnpoel, getting over on this link punish. In fact, it's nice. Jessica Tan getting over. The number 3s and number 2s keeping us tripped up. And this happened in the game beforehand. I was trying to introduce my co-commentator, and Italy very selfishly decided to go and score in the first 10 seconds, not giving us any time to breathe. But I'm joined alongside by Theo Edwards. Theo, we're interested in this game for more than a couple of reasons, because we know that both of these teams have players with extreme skills.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Netherlands have been building over the last few years. You saw them come out with a men's and a women's team in Italy last year. A lot of the same faces playing again today. And Swiss, as we've seen, they can really put teams to the sword when they want to.
They absolutely can. And it's nice work from Almans to say over on the far side, setting and fixing Santiago Olds. Another Netherlands coming over. Open side, got to keep an eye on the number 3. For Swiss mixed open, Santiago Olds. We saw him absolutely tear England to ribbons at times in their fixture yesterday. But we also know that Switzerland haven't had it all their own way. It's shaping up to be an interesting game, Theo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Netherlands seem to have started the brighter of the two. You know, they've got a tap, got a score, got a stop as well, and then put a good rocking set in off the back of it. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Switzerland respond.
Yeah, they're going to need to respond quickly. It's a nice flash pass. Fine in the middle channel, and hole 2 was wide open, and Jessie Kilminster goes through a grab. We're locked all square. This might be a bit of a shootout happening.
Yeah, just a nice little kind of pick up and then step back. Actually, probably didn't really have a right to finish that off there. You know, defense was covering and 2 players actually got in the touch, but really good athleticism to get the ball outstretched and get away from those covering defenders.
Yeah, and they needed to establish themselves because the Netherlands had got off to a very quick start. Netherlands just resetting. That's Sam Holman. Nice interplay, getting onto the middle. Tan has to work hard to get the ball off the floor, back over towards Jessica Tan. We'll see what magic she can conjure. Superb player. And just looking at this Swiss mixed open side, it's been a mixed bag for them. In Pool A, they played Belgium, won 12-3. They then played England, lost 13-9, which is by no means a disgrace. That English team is absolutely phenomenal. They then beat Jersey 11-0, Ireland 12-2, and now playing the Netherlands. And Switzerland starting as they mean to go on. Lovely hands out to the corner. It's well covered and stepping out in touch. The Netherlands needed to react quickly to that threat.
Yeah, good work from the Dutch to cover across. Swiss looking to run a step back into a passive line. That link sits really, really nice and deep, tries to get on the outside. I think they actually ran it one player too far over because the passive runner had to try and kick outside an extra player. So you'd probably want to see them take the dump on a player just a little bit further this way to actually create that overlap.
Yeah, and the Netherlands also a mixed bag of things. It's slightly further down the pecking order compared to Switzerland, losing 11-5 to Ireland yesterday, and then losing 15-5 to England. Beating Scottish Mixed Open 10-4, but then losing to Belgium today 11-2. So Switzerland really putting Belgium to the sword, and the Netherlands struggling a little bit with that. So this is set up to be quite an interesting affair, because 4.5 minutes in, there's nothing to separate these two teams.
Yeah, it's a really interesting division, and always mixed touch is always one of those ones where if it's not going your way, it's not going to go your way. But sometimes you can just pull stuff out of the bag that you really don't expect, and certainly Netherlands looking to be the surprise package in this game so far.
Absolutely. Paleo Casanovas to Alosh, driving through, checking away to Jessica Tan. Tan trying to get the ball down, good covering defence from Switzerland. Really impressed with the way that the Netherlands move the ball from left to right and right to left. They're using the full space afforded to them. I think a lot of the time in mixed, you see teams guilty of making the pitch much smaller than it needs to be.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really nice about both these teams so far is they've brought their female players into the game really, really well. So Switzerland, they're running a lovely punchline for their female link to gain loads of yards, and the Netherlands using the fact that number 3 Jessica Town's got a really good direct threat on her, using her to compress defences so they can try and use the space that creates on the open side. So if you watch high-level mixed touch, the best teams are the ones that play as a cohesive unit. They don't the boys don't just try and do everything themselves or relying on individual players. It's one thing.
Yeah, completely agree, because then if you start to only use the 3 of you in the middle from a bloke's perspective, you are playing essentially 3v6, which you've got to be a miraculous set of 3 to undo 6 defenders, no matter how good you think you are. Here comes Switzerland with a good opportunity for line attack. They're diving at the line, not quite happening for Charles Grimes. And Louis Maloney positioning himself in this near link channel. Here is Maloney, just accelerating, putting on the brakes, checking away, balls away. Ref's happy to let this one play. Louis Maloney checking to Grimes, back to Maloney, right foot step. Can't get through. Armand Toussaint with a good defensive touch. Jessica Tan's also claiming the touch, but the referee, I think, is just going to give ball down, and Louis Maloney might.
I think it's being brought back for a forward pass. Potentially. Yeah, I believe it's forward off the ruck. Or no, yes, forward off the ruck. So nice to see that we're finally being picked up on it again. Touched on it yesterday. Yeah. Probably would have been nice to see that call made a little bit earlier, keep the game flowing, but right outcome in the end.
Yeah, completely agree. I was talking to Elliot Hughes in the game beforehand. That touch is a little bit firm, and I think will be given a hard touch. There's a hand of an apology coming from Charles Grimes, which is always nice, and the even nicer thing is to see Irene Rodriguez de Lopez Ruiz get up, bounce straight back up off the floor, ready to go again. There's no injury, there's nothing hurts. Positive stuff. Switzerland find themselves locked in defence. The Netherlands moving from edge to edge. Lawrence Maroon wearing 1, coming in and acting half, checking towards Holman. Back to Maroon. Holman wants this scooping platform. Maroon with a flick touch, just has to get that ball down a little bit cleaner. Slightly criminal. Holman trying to bounce through. That 5th touch platform, it was begging for something to be more dynamic than it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they kind of stuttered through the first 3 touches a little bit, kind of a little bit too much passing, a little bit too much running sideways. Ooh, that's not too sure what's gone on there. It looks like just a nasty coming together from first watch. I'm sure just have a little reset as we get the ball back underway.
Jonathan Furyman came flying through the roll ball. I don't think there was anything really in it. There's probably not a penalty to be given either side. I'm really glad that the referees have just said, look, play through, because Furyman was bending at the hips trying to get the ball down, and also the player making the defensive touch was also trying to sort of absorb it. I think it was just 2 blokes running at pace.
Yeah,
sometimes it happens.
To see both of them try and get a bit more separation from each other.
Oh, Santiago Olds flying through. And it always feels good when you spend a couple minutes before a game talking about someone you really enjoy playing, and then he goes out and does something
I do hate to
special.
stop your flow though. We have been brought back for another forward pass.
No, Theo, you break my heart.
I do. I know.
I do love the look of Santiago Old, and now gets up with a good response, turning the ball back over. He's one of these players where we went and spoke to him earlier, and we were like, oh, how long have you been playing for Switzerland? And I was like, oh, you're just from New Zealand. This is brilliant. You're going to be absolutely phenomenal. As you see Santiago Old fly over, brilliant touch coming up from...
We have seen that twice from the Netherlands coming out their own end, is that they compress the field, and they're not really getting enough depth and enough momentum on that punch lines. They're trying to escape the shooting pattern of the Swiss, as Louis goes in for a lovely little dive there. Yeah,
Louis Maloney. Superb player, really putting his hand up to be accounted for this Swiss team. And it's funny, I suppose it's a testament to the Netherlands' defence, because Netherlands are holding the Swiss to a lower score than England did in their game yesterday. So the Netherlands, obviously, yes, they've not had the games, well, the results go their way, but they've obviously got a great defence when it all clicks together.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you say a lot about the England team that we've saw. They can certainly put scores on, but they seem to be quite leaky at the other end. But the Netherlands have been rock solid for a good 10 minutes so far.
Yeah, split a platform here, a little bit disjointed. It might actually favour them. It's a wonderful take, but a great covering touch. Eva Stouffer chasing across to make a covering touch. Nice line speed coming from the Netherlands.
You can see the difference in the subset there is that both teams are trying to run that middle punch with the link coming on. Swiss link, female link there, she gets nice depth, really good momentum onto the punch line and creates the space, whereas the Dutch are really compressed and they're not allowing themselves to actually get any flow.
Yeah, Grimes, right foot step, stops on a dime, accelerates through, late pass away, it found the breadbasket, but there was a hole in the back of it, flew straight through the hands of Jonathan Furryman. And I'm really glad you brought up the link work as well, because Margot de Stande, that female link that you were complimenting, had a brace in the game against England and was, without a shadow of a doubt, the best female on the pitch by a country mile. And she's often used in these middle platforms to give the Swiss boys an opportunity to strike with. Phenomenal player, certainly one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, definitely. It's one thing you'll see, especially from the French mixed open, is they love to switch their girl into the middle so she can provide a really solid platform.
Oh, that's good line speed. That's good foot speed. I've seen Colom's.
Really nice platform from the Netherlands, running that sweeper onto the link on the far side. It's a really good set finish from them, leaving it right down in the Swiss corner.
Yeah, Switzerland with a fair bit of work to do. 11.5 minutes in. Theo, is this one shaping up in the way that you would have thought it was? Because I've got my own opinions, but I want to get yours first.
Yeah, I would probably you'd have imagined, going off yesterday's performance, that the Swiss would have come out a little bit more firing, but the Dutch are obviously well up for this game. They've really come out hard, and the Swiss have been a little bit shell-shocked into conceding and not really getting into their line attack as you'd expect.
Yeah, good footwork as well. And Jessica Tan, unfortunately, leaving that one behind. I've been really impressed with the defensive work of the Netherlands so far. I've been maybe sort of silently a little bit critical of the attacking work of the Swiss as well. Not quite finding the same success with those familiar striking platforms that we saw them absolutely crucify England with yesterday at times. See Grimes picking up, right foot step, trying to get into the goal area, just coasting through. There's a late pass option. Good covering defence. I think that's penalty. Is that for holding?
Not too sure what the signal was there. I imagine if it was an in-goal incident, there might have been some holding. Other than that, could have been coming through an advantage. But either way, Swiss the repeat set to work with on the line here. Yeah,
and you give Louis Maloney platform to work with. Louis will make you pay, and he does so on the first time of asking, offside called. And I was saying this to Bradley Bonifacio when he came and joined us on commentary earlier. I was saying that one of the things I've been so impressed with the referees at Euros is moving away from offside player makes a touch, you give a penalty for offside, and just giving the score. And it's a really good example there. I think it's spot on refereeing. The advantage is the score. It's the natural conclusion. Swiss are starting to establish themselves in this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good. It's nice to see that we're kind of in line with what you'd expect from the Southern Hemisphere in terms of our refereeing decisions. There's a good lot of collaboration at the World Cup to try and make sure we're all on the same page.
Oh, lovely late pass. There has to be a try saver of a touch, but the referee's going to err on the side of Jay Mummery. And it's 3-2 to the Netherlands, and this orange sub box right to our left hand side is well, they're loving it.
Yeah, so I think he's missed the first touch on the shorts, just got him on the boot as he gets the ball down. Ball clearly down first. Little counties platform from the Netherlands, and just shows that they have got a lot in the locker when they try and strike with a bit of flow and a bit of momentum.
Yeah, they'll need a little bit more of that as well. Yasmin Eastwell involved in that latest drive. Louis Maloney, left foot step, goes to Niels Bury. Niels Bury with a score, and Louis Maloney destructive with the feet. Gunpowder in the boots, explodes off the left, carves a hole, dishes the pass off to Bury. It's easy stuff for Swiss.
Yeah, it is. It's probably a harder play to defend. So the open side quickie step back is actually quite a hard play to defend. Depends on what your policy is. A short side quickie, you want to give them the 4v3, try and chase out. When it's open side, you're having to change your hips almost three times in the same play. And a lot of teams obviously want to get their open side link up to hit that play before it can even get going. But in that situation, you got your link's got to move out, then they've got to move in, then they've got to move out again. It's really difficult to cover.
Jessica Tan with some really good heads-up play, working in the middle with Lawrence Maroon. Maroon picking, steadying the ship back over towards Jessica Tan. That's 6 and change. Logistical error for the Netherlands, giving away free possession without having any real strikes to the line. And I'm also just keep having a look. I've just noticed that Charlie Grimes, it seems, might be. We'll have to keep an eye on. I'm not sure who it is, but there is certainly a Swiss player who is moving not very good.
Be one of the
older boys.
Older ones.
Thankfully, you can tell I've been in the sun for 2 days.
Yeah, that's Grimes on now. So I think he's all right.
Thank Lord. We've had one too many injuries here on pitch 2 today and yesterday, so it's good to see everyone here fit and firing. And you're right, here is Charlie Grimes. He's killing the ball in a good area for the Swiss, a less than favourable area for the Netherlands. And now Lawrence Maroon and co will have to go full length of the pitch to get these fresh legs on the field. They're getting to the outside edge successfully, struggling a little bit with their momentum. There's chest on chest, leaving a player to the floor, and I think the Netherlands might
just a little lack of control in that one there. No malice in it at all. He's just he's a very big boy running into someone who's a bit shorter than him in that respect. So
yeah,
just a little bit more control.
It's that whole thing, isn't it? If you're 100 kilos and you go running into someone who's 50 kilos, that's game over. Speaking of game over, this might be danger. Switzerland really turning the screw in their line attack. Here is Grimes. Diving on the line, Charlie Grimes getting over. And for someone who we've commentated a fair few times in England, I've got to say, this so far in these Euros, Charlie Grimes is having the best performances I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see people in different environments. He's been playing for, I believe it was West Wildcats Men's Open at Nationals. He was playing for Birmingham Uni in the UTCs, and obviously he's a very prominent player in both of those teams. But he seems to be really stepping up for this Swiss Mixed Open and laying down the marker for them all to follow. Yeah,
it's a remarkable thing. He's certainly one of the standout players. Him, Santiago Olds, and obviously the elephant in the room, Louis Maloney. There's another physical touch that comes in, sends Thomas Angst flying to the floor. It's a nice level of physicality that's in this game. I also like that the referees have just set their stall out with what they're accepting. As Santiago Olds dropping a lovely late pass off, 2-on-1, right foot step, well covered. 90 seconds left to go. I think the Netherlands could really do with a score here, bring this back to a 2-try game.
Kind of similar story from the Netherlands. They're really, really compressed on their subset, and the Swiss are doing a really, really good job of shortening the field, not allowing the Netherlands space to actually play.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Netherlands start running like what you would traditionally see as a fly option, as we see Maroon look to connect with Jessica Tan, but just that first player really providing a lot of width, and then you can check to the male subbing on at second, fizz it long, and then you just undo the Swiss pressure all in one. Whereas at the moment, they're trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's just not happening.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the principle behind what they're doing isn't a bad one. So they're trying to run the punchline, absorb the first touch pressure, and then escape on second. But they're not really deep enough to access the space. You know, sometimes you do have to go backwards to go forwards.
And I think it's also, as we see Louis Maloney drive into the in-goal area, escape his way through, but it's a good diving touch. I think it's also a case of, because when the subbing players are coming on, they're having to go backwards on the pitch to then come on the field that the Netherlands aren't getting. I think you'll see, this might be a good example. So there's first touch. There's second touch. Here's the fresh legs coming on. They're having to come backwards behind the play. That's third. Again, still coming backwards. There's the fly option. It's just a little bit inaccurate. And all this momentum is just being stunted because they're not gaining enough meters on first and second.
Yeah, it's very common for teams to want to go directly up their sub box when they get the turnover by there. But actually, it's sometimes better to bring the ball into the middle, stretch the defence that's already compressed, and see whether you can get the space back over the other side.
I completely agree. And this first half, it was a very close affair for the first 10 to 12 minutes. And then all of a sudden, the Swiss kicked into gear and Louis Maloney started to dance his way through that Netherlands line more often than not. At the half in the mixed open, Switzerland 5, Netherlands 2.
minus 1 minute.
So welcome, second half underway. There's Switzerland in the driver's seat against the Netherlands as team sheets start to go flying because we've got a little bit of a breeze picking up. There's Santiago Olds, Louis Maloney checking away to Billsbury, and there's a rare hands mistake from Santiago Olds, who is normally near enough perfect with the ball in hand, but nothing quite doing for him on that occasion. Looking to put the nudge on in this Netherlands transition. I wonder if they would have problem solve this in the sub box at half time, because it's certainly a problem area, isn't it? This transition, it's not quite kicked into gear.
Yeah, definitely. You'd assume that their coaches would have noticed what's missing from that transition and how they need to fix it. So just back on the Swiss tap off, running into a really nice splitter play with momentum, and they look for that QB option, which is a really clever option to do. Very hard to execute though, and that's why you probably saw the hands go down.
Striking platform here, accelerating their way through. This is dangerous. And it's a great covering touch, but again, you see the threats. And I believe that was, I can't believe it's taken 22 minutes to give him a shout out. It was Rafranordi throwing a very lovely long ball.
Yeah, it probably took a little bit too soon to throw the long ball, actually. He probably wanted to take his time in the in goal, allow his players to find some space. Might yet get another opportunity as Netherlands cough it up on first.
Yeah, Netherlands just have some areas of the game where it needs shoring up, otherwise they're staring down the barrel of a very unfortunate scoreline. Rafranordi positioning himself for an open side quickie. He does get open side, diving at the line. That's Rafranordi scoring, and for my mind, it's the first time he's been on the pitch and he scored straight away. Rafranordi getting over for Swiss. It's now 6 for the Swiss. And they've certainly been with a surprise package in the mixed open, haven't they? They've really dominated as much as they can. And, that game against England was just magnificent. And then they're dominating here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, the last time we actually saw a Swiss mixed open side was at the World Cup. They didn't end up sending a team to the Italian comp, but we had... Did they? They did send a team. I do apologise. They think they ended up 4th after the bronze final with Italy. However, World Cup, I don't think they really performed what they would have liked to. They were really quite far down in the table. So I think the seedings for this tournament really favoured this vastly improved side that we see coming out here, and they've put some results on.
It is vastly improved, and they've certainly got some very exciting players, namely Louis Maloney, who has just absolutely turned up here on pitch 2. Yeah, lovely open side quickie, maybe looking to get away with a slight forward pass. Doesn't matter. Although, I think it is coming back for that forward pass. There'll be a penalty for offside. So, score chalked off for Swiss, but they will get another crack of the whip.
Yeah, and I'm reliably informed by a former Swiss mixed open player that Louis' nickname is Louis Money, and that's pretty accurate.
I'm upset that I've not come up with something myself, as we see Louis Money. Yeah, how good. Has Niels Burry got a nickname? Because all he's doing at the moment is benefiting off the Netherlands absolutely slamming in on Maloney, and then Niels Burry just hitting hole 1, lovely, executing. Only took them one extra touch.
Hitting hole 1, scoring through hole 2, manages to somehow bounce outside even the link in that situation.
Well, this is because they're all collapsing onto Louis Maloney. There's not a lot of you know, there is not a lot of awareness to the other players around them, because I think Maloney has undone the Netherlands on more than a few occasions. Nice striking platform hit for the Netherlands, looking to potentially go long. That's a half. That's an audacious flick pass, and it's intercepted. A chaotic moment comes up with Swiss ball. 4.5 minutes into this second half. I mean, whatever was said in the Switzerland subs box has kicked them into life, because this transition that spluttered on occasion is looking as slick as anything right now. Santiago Olds scooping, checking back. Here is Olds. Left footstep, left hand rip into the corner. It's well marshalled by Ocean Hartnett. That's Bibby Pools, the voice that you can hear, reliably informing me of who's made that touch, because I couldn't quite see the number. There's a lovely straight and drive.
So much better from the Dutch there. Yeah, they've won themselves a penalty off the back of that. So much better, so much of a more direct line, a lot coming from more depth. It's really, really good to see them start to fix up that transition.
And I think it's nice as well. It almost favours the Netherlands, that ball being killed in the far corner, because it means that the Netherlands don't resort to this initial one-up punch and then stubbornly working their way up the box side. They can use a little bit of width to create some separation from the Swiss press.
Yeah, definitely. It means that the defence have to start wider. They have to have bigger spacings between each other because of the amount of space on the pitch.
And I honestly think some teams should just start taking a leaf out of England mixed open subset, which doesn't really seem to have much of a policy. It's just where's the space, we'll play there on first, and then we'll go to the box off the back of it. You see Lawrence Maroon try and bounce through a couple touches. Santiago Olds dives. Flick pass from Lawrence Maroon. I don't think he was too happy that the touch was made. Here comes the Swiss transition. And wrap around to Olds. Lovely hands away. It's just purring through the gears, isn't it, Theo? There's a lot to like about this subset.
Yeah, very much. And it just shows kind of what happens when you go through your different progressions. The Swiss have started to feed the wrap and get the space. Now they've earned the right.
Yeah, Grimes
looking to run that passive shape again, because number 9, I think, is out, sitting really deep. Wrap again, sitting really nice and deep out the back. Probably the option was to feed him on this occasion, but we go short and see what happens.
Yeah, Rafranordi with a late flick pass.
Yeah, Netherlands looking to come up this side again. You know, they've got a lot of high pressure from the Swiss. Just over the 10. Not a bad outcome, not a bad position to be in, but that's a really nice latch to get some yards on the field.
Checking around the initial press as well, then ball down. I think it's quite a firm touch that's come in. The sideline ref looks to have a word.
Yeah, I think it might be slightly in at the side from that touch there. So good go up from the setting player to get to the side of the defenders and force the referees to see the picture that the link is making the touch from the side.
Yeah, I think it was quite telling as well. You could see it coming. There's a lovely drive and dive. Not quite happening though. The Netherlands still having a go, driving at the line, right-handed long ball, always drifting forward. I think it's a symptom, isn't it, when you see, you know, like Jay Mummery trying to throw that long ball when he's off balance. He's under a lot of pressure from the Swiss defensive line.
Yeah, and he saw that the space was out wide because the Swiss defence was so compressed, but they were compressed pre-touch and moving in pre-touch as well. So if you're looking at that situation, what you're probably wanting to do is get the half to pick the ball up and then run themselves away from that dumping player to execute the 3v2 on the other side, rather than trying to execute a really long pass after the fact.
What a latch that is as well, by the way, from Yasmin Eastwell. And there's Money Maloney accelerating, hitch kick step, finding himself into the in-goal area, looking for some extra support, floats a lofted pass, and that is a wonderful finish. And when you're hot, you can do no wrong. And Maloney with a beautiful pass to Jonathan Furryman. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about Louis Maloney, other than, well, he's nigh on unplayable for the Netherlands.
Yeah, lovely floated ball, just into space there.
It's so good. And we've had a co-commentator interchange, which is amazing. We've got two very keen people actually stood next to me. We've had Theo Edwards for half an hour, and we've swapped out. And I will get the pronunciation correct on this occasion. It's Bibi Pullis coming to join us, who I'm informed has played for both of these teams in the past.
Yeah, I have actually. I played with Switzerland in 22 and 23 Euros here in Vichy and out in Nottingham, and then I played with Netherlands last year in Italy. It was a women's team, but some of these players, some of these girls were playing in that team as well. I mean, I say two of them, but still.
Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands have found it hard going, obviously. You've been watching this game, but the Swiss have just been unplayable at times. As Grimes, left foot step, then back to the right, trying to ghost around Maroon. Lawrence Maroon making a good touch. And I think there will be a penalty for throwing the ball away. That's about as telegraphed as you'd like it to be from a referee's perspective.
Yeah, I'm loving the Swiss transition. I obviously played with them, and there's so much more joy on and off the pitch. We had trouble with the connection within the team, and I think that's what's helping them perform so much better on the pitch at the minute.
Well, I'm sharing a room I'm sharing the hotel with some of the Swiss Mixed Open, and there was a potential circumstance where I might have had to share a room with one of them, which was going to be interesting. But they are as happy-go-lucky as I think I've seen any team. They are always at the bar each evening. They're always sat outside. There's a real sense that they're all very much enjoying their time here. And at breakfast this morning, there was just nothing but positive chat coming from all of them. It seems like quite a nice team to be involved in.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I can't say I had the same experience, but I think the mix of experience with inexperience, and it's such a young team, and they all play for each other, which is, I think, something that makes such a big difference.
Yeah, and here is Louis Maloney platforming for Santiago Wolds. Right foot step, bounces around one. That's offside, or is he? The ref's happy, and that'll be half court and turnover. Santiago Wolds. You know, I love players like Santiago Wolds. I've got a real soft spot for them because I think they're just so dynamic and yet don't shirk away from the defensive side of things. I think often you see really potent ball players on one side of the ball never really get involved with the defensive side, whereas from what I've been able to see in the two games I've covered of the Swiss Mixed Open, he's anything but that, and that for me is a nice thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's got a bit of an ego, but sometimes that
you
helps
need
out.
you need it.
I'm not one to talk.
There's allegations that you can't have personality in touch, and that is as hard a touch as I think you could see. Although I think the refs are just going to say play on.
Yeah, I can't lie. They've been very inconsistent with hard touches. I got told by Julian Edwards, who's actually reffing right now, to tone it down on the physicality against Scotland this morning. So
I love that. Your son stood behind you.
I think we have a try for Switzerland.
Yeah, we do. And when it rains, it pours for the Netherlands. They can't catch a break. Charlie Grimes getting over on this occasion. You see it here on the replay. Open side quickie for Grimes. Left foot step. Diving between the two middles. Easy try time. Good decision from the refs. Ball's down first. 7 minutes to go. I mean, this Swiss team, for me, have been a complete unknown entity. I didn't really know all too much about the Swiss Mixed Open until I started to interact with them and just realised how many Kiwis there are in this team who have all, lived and qualified in Switzerland. And as soon as I started to hear them speak in the hotel, I was like, okay, this is going to be good. This is going to be tasty. And I suppose you give this team a couple more years to develop and really gel together, because that game against England, they were playing as a team with brilliant attack, but quite a leaky defence. I think if they had maybe had a couple tournaments under their belt as this cohesive set of 16, they probably pieced together some of the problems that England scored off the back of. But I'm excited. Oh, he's out. He's gone out.
Oh,
no! That's unfortunate for Rafa Rinaldi. But, surely this Swiss Mixed Open is got one eye on the World Cup in a few years, because they're so young. This is going to be a really exciting team to take it, into New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the head coach at the minute was the assistant coach at the World Cup, so he's been with this team for the last 3 years, and I think he's looking to build on this performance right now at the Euros. Obviously, they had an unfortunate run out in 2024, and then last year they were unlucky not to get a bronze medal. But I think having that Kiwi coach and the mix of the players they have at the minute is just such a strong team, and I think. The only thing about Switzerland, it's a very international country, so people come and go. So, you always, I think we have another try.
Yeah.
Louis Money.
Louis Money, you're so right. He has been the standout player for this Swiss Mixed Opens time. Do you know what? There's a few things that I'd love to see in touch. So, diving finishes, I absolutely love. And this is so selfish of me, and I know it is. And I'm going to just take the flak early. You've got the run it straight that's happening down in the Southern Hemisphere. We just get two really big blokes running at each other, and it's great. I would love to see a format similar to that that's just 2-on-2 quickie sets that we get a live broadcast for. Because I would love to see Santiago Olds and Louis Maloney take it to anyone in Europe on those quickie sets.
It depends on how big you make the pitch.
Oh, no, not a full pitch, because then you just give it to Tom Davies and let him run around everyone. But you give someone like 10 metres to work within and say, here you are, here's 2-on-2. Because these boys, they are electric, they are explosive, they're bounce. I mean, Santiago Olds is just carving through the Netherlands at will. He's shifting through gears. Maroon is doing his best to take him in. And Santiago Olds doesn't make the same mistake.
Oh, he's waving. He's waving up at the camera. He loves it.
We love a good celebration. I think he knows we were talking about him as he just shifts through the gears. It's easy stuff for Santiago. And what more can you say about the number 3 for Switzerland? Him and Louis Maloney have been unplayable this game. And I tell you what, the biggest compliment I could give them is when they were playing that game against England, their entire half-time team talk that I could hear was about how they shut down the number 3 and number 15. And that's one hell of a compliment.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you would say they were Aussie and Kiwi. So.
I feel like we've got to stop bringing it up. No, you can only play what's in front of you. But you can't forget about this man as well. Charlie Grimes looking at spear a pass back on the inside. Nothing doing at the moment. He's had a great game. Me and Theo were talking about him. It's funny how you take one person from one environment, you put him in another, and he looks like a completely different player. Charlie Grimes is one of those.
No, definitely, I agree. I mean, I played against him this year at UTC. And he was nowhere near as strong as he is now. So I was genuinely pleasantly surprised when I saw him play against England as well yesterday. And yes, he might have a bit of an ego, but when it works, it works.
Hey, you need it. You need it. I'm gonna die on this hill.
I guess I'm not one to talk to. I guess you'll see it in a minute.
You said it. Yeah, you said it, not me. But no, I think you need it, especially an international comp. I think you're seeing a really good balance of it with a lot of the French teams, like they're on home soil. That there is that arrogance, there's that confidence, but it's well measured and it's deserved. It's not unwarranted confidence. They go and put out a really dominant first half performance, and in the second half there is that swagger that you're so used to seeing. And I think that's the perfect blend. And what you saw in this game specifically for Switzerland is they had to work so hard in the first half. We've seen Money Maloney drop off a lovely pass. And again, it's Yasmin Eastwell who's underpinned a lot of that good transitional work, latching, this time getting her reward, having a lovely hole. But Switzerland have worked hard to be in this position, and now that they are, they're enjoying it, and there is that swagger.
No, definitely. I mean, it's just so nice to see everyone play with each other. You look on the pitch, and there's always a different mid-pairing on, and that's not an easy thing to do, but they go on, and they're subbing, and they score no matter who's on the pitch. And that's a difficult thing to do as a team. And with my personal team, I know it's a bit more difficult because we haven't trained together since coming here. But not every team can do that. And I think that's what's such a strength of the Swiss team, and that's what's giving them all those tries.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm sure they'll let me know if I am wrong, as Rafa Rinaldi does skate his way through. There is a chaser, he gives the extra pass, but the diving touch comes in. And that is playing for your badge. The Netherlands with a last gasp touch to stop it being 13. For now, there's still fresh sets on offer, and Swiss go diving over, and it looks like the referee's happy. This time it's Luca Schaller. It does make it 13, which feels hard to take after working so hard to sing that one out, but it is ball down. Good decision from the referees.
I love to see that they're also involving their girls. When I was playing, that was a lot less of it, and seeing Margot especially, and I think it's Josephine, is it, getting used in that attacking line. That's why they're also putting so many scores on that board, and they're trusting each other to be in the right places at the right time, which you saw from that previous score with Louis just passing that ball out to Josephine, and she was there at the right time, and that's such an important thing which people underestimate, that supporting running lines.
Yeah, I completely agree, and the depth at which they need to be run at. I think that's a really important thing, and we're coming to the final stages, and I think what we've seen is just Switzerland problem solve one or two of those areas that England found success on, and just put on one of the most comprehensive performances we will see in the mixed division, and everyone is shaking hands, but unfortunately you can't finish on a penalty. And Netherlands might look just for one more as a dummy. There's a show and go with Charlie Grimes.
Another one, and they're going again. They're not ready to finish this game just yet. They want one more score.
It looks like the sub box is to be there. There's hands in the air.
I think they're ready to just...
Oh, lovely skip pass, 2-on-1 to the wing. There's a Swiss C that comes their way. Look at it, make this one. Oh, this is a bit of jouet to finish. The Netherlands sub-box are getting excited. But there's going to be another penalty for a forward pass. And now I imagine it'll be the Swiss turn, because when Rafa Nordi's on the pitch, he's not one to tap and just surrender.
I think they like to have the last word, so...
And that is full time. Finally, after 3 back-to-back penalties, while the clock was in the red. Switzerland with one of the more comprehensive performances we've seen from any team in this mixed division so far against the Netherlands. They're the victors, 13-2. And coming up for you next, it is our last of 3 back-to-back-to-back mixed opens games. And it's Scotland. They'll be taking on Belgium, a Belgium side who are missing 2 of their talismanic players, but also a Belgium side that beat the Netherlands earlier on. It's certainly one to keep an eye out for. That'll be with you in about 10 minutes' time.
that bag.
5 minutes, petit trempé de cardio.
I never liked doing that.
Allez, communication.
T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 1 minute.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know
So welcome back. Our third game in mixed open in this afternoon slot. Belgium versus Scotland. Belgium with early line attack. And I'm going to hold on bringing my co-commentator in because the last two games that I've done it, there's been an opening score that's interrupted me. The left foot step, diving at the line. Good covering touch that comes in from Jack Slesser. A long ball option from Belgium, fifth touch platform, that's 6 and change. There is the turnover, and I will take this opportunity to bring in Theo Edwards. Theo, it's been tough going for Scotland, but it's good to see them still showing up and putting teams out here representing in the mixed open. Obviously, the men's open is the category in which they're normally the most dominant. This is a very young side as well. Bumped into a few of them at the pizza place last night. The 15-year-old, number 2, Tom Trevis Smith. They are a developing nation in the mixed open category, but Belgium haven't had it all their own way, and I'm reliably informed that you've got some info about them missing a few very key players historically.
Yeah, they're missing the Chantrem brothers, Louis and Henri, so both of them are really, really high quality players, and they're going to be big losses for this Belgium team, but their core's really strong. They've been developing really nicely over the last few years. They had a really strong World Cup, so like you said, and they play a really nice brand of touch, and as we said before, they play mixed really well by involving all the players across the pitch. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, and certainly the one that everyone from a Belgian perspective is looking forward to seeing, and I know she's been shouted out not only on 7th Touch but on Half Court as well, which is a phenomenal little Instagram page, by the way. I'll give them all the flowers in the world. Half Court is absolutely brilliant. I've no idea who runs it, but if you're watching this maybe for content or whatever, come say hello, because your content is absolutely phenomenal. But you also shouted out number 7, Josephine Fallon, who is, certainly one to keep an eye out for. And here she comes, entering the fray now. Here is Fallon, checking open side. This is Guillaume Hughes. Hughes scooping, driving, just steadying the ship for a moment. Extra touch in the chamber. Scotland just reeling. Here is Fallon. Link punish with Josephine Fallon. And Fallon scoring. Deserving of all of her plaudits, deserving of being the player that's picked out amongst the rest in this Belgium mixed open side. Josephine Fallon opens the scoring.
Yeah, it's really nice there. She often plies her trade in the middle of the field. Bit of an organiser, kind of general player in the middle, bossing people around. But she's also got the goods to do it herself. Really nice direct dive at the line there, and sure we'll see a lot of that in the coming few minutes.
I hope so. This is a brilliant player, as we see Scotland get underway. Ryan Black, unfortunately, a penalty, incorrect play of the ball, something that the referees have been pretty hot on. It's an important aspect of the game, isn't it? You gain quite an unfair advantage by not passing your feet over the ball, namely the momentum that you save from doing it. There's a nice bit of footwork from Achille Cambi. Cambi just takes the settler, moves open side towards Timeo Cardinale. Short side quickie, coming towards the open side, a little bit of interchange. You just got to be careful of having 7 on, because they have 7 on for just a moment. Referee's happy with the speed of interchange. Belgium camping on the Scottish line, going short side, link punish, diving touch comes in. That is a try saver, and unfortunately there's a man down injured for Belgium in the in-goal area. That's the last thing that we want to see. We've had one too many injuries on pitch 2. No one wants to see players go off injured. I think it was yesterday where we had an Irish player go off with a collarbone problem, and it's not been a good pitch for limiting injuries, and unfortunately for Belgium it's the number 10, Ziad Hazaro-Gen, who's down and looks to be in quite a bit of discomfort. And in fact, we will just wait and see. But Theo, aside from the injury, it's been a good start for Belgium.
Yeah, it's been a bright start there. They're looking very positive in their line attack. Number 9, like Van Hecke, he's gonna dictate a lot of the play. We already saw that he's got a nice left foot rip off that 32 long platform. We saw him working with Louis Chantraine last year in the silver medal winning Belgian mixed open team at the Opens Cup in Italy. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they progress.
Yeah, it's good to see that the players weren't sent off the pitch for that injury. It's normally a telltale sign that it's a bad one, although I think it's the knee.
It's good to see again. They're bringing Josephine into the game really nicely, running an ML line and ripping a really nice link hole ball off her left hand. And you have to think if it was a better line, it's probably a score.
Yeah, completely agree. Just a little bit of depth needed as we see Slessor come marching forward, and Harper checking over towards Travis Smith. Here is Travis Smith. Going to take on the outside, little goose step, not bought. There's 5th touch. And now there's Finlay Robertson as well. No touches remaining. So Scotland just looking to kill the ball in the far corner. Just looking to complete their sets, I think, for Scotland. Obviously, they've not had it all their own way in this game so far. In the tournament, it's been really tricky work, but it's about solving the little wins, right? Myself and Elia Huget were talking earlier about the micro targets that you set in each game, set completion, finishing the ball in the right place. I think that's the area for Scotland to really target in this game.
Yeah, they'll be building throughout the tournament. It's a very, very young team. You know, they've got a lot of development to go, and it looks like it's going to be a bright future for them. You know, if they're starting out playing mixed open at 15, yeah, you might get go down 16-1, 12-0, but you know, give it 3-4 years. Who knows what will happen? It's just, you know, it's great to start them out at Opens level this early, and then it's only up.
It's reps, right? I think I've said it so many times. I was saying it when we were talking about the growth of the women's 40s division, and you know, some of the results that look fairly one-sided in that. It's all about reps. It's about having the ability, and Scotland go scything through, and it's play on. And what a score that is from Rupert Carter. Lovely interplay involving the wing, and you speak about why it's important to have these teams here that maybe don't have the same level of international playing experience. Well, it's because of moments like that. Rupert Carter with a knife through butter moment against Belgium. So it's a nice score there for Scotland.
Yeah, they did well to create a bit of confusion in the Belgian defence. You know, it's quite difficult to break down a well-drilled defence who know what they're doing, but if they're in a bit of a difficult situation, then it's easier to find the space. They're looking for a 32 setup on the far side into the long line. Oh, it's Counties.
Oh, that might be the best pass of the day. That might be the best pass of the day. What a diabolical long ball this is. Picking, ripping, how flat to the line. What a finish as well. There's Achille Camby with an absolute knife through Scottish hearts. They're finished effectively in the corner. 2-1 Belgium.
Yeah,
I mean,
got to give some credit to the finish on that one. The pass is really low. She's done really well to pick it up and get it over the line, all in one motion, especially with the winger chasing her down.
I think it was number 11, Linnea Coleman, who got the finish. Unfortunately, I just missed the number live because I was marvelling at a pass that was thrown at that speed, that flat, that close to the line, that was then caught and ground. That is a miraculous thing. I suppose you know better than anyone else sat in this commentary box just how hard it is to throw something that far, that flat, that fast.
Yeah, it's certainly something I can't do. So you know, that's why if
and you're the closest one here. They're probably good. I
am a direct threat, as I like to say, which basically means I dive and I can't really throw.
Well, speaking of dives, there's another one. Belgium are starting to turn the screw. Scottish defensive spacing left a little bit too wide. It's a lovely setup, lovely finish. Left foot step. Lovely hole hit. Max Kaiser. Lovely finish.
Yeah, really nice from Corentin Bondon. They're really, you know, it's a kind of good touch dynasty there. His sister's playing number 6, Tiffin, and then we've also got, I think their older brother Loic is playing for the French men's open team. So you know, it's a proper touch dynasty that they've got. The Belgians are known for sets of siblings that really kind of shine in their mixed teams. It's come through the junior setup.
Oh, lovely score from Scotland. Has to be balled down. Finlay Robertson getting over, lovely variation. Step back option off the sweeper platform, very nice. James Burns it was dishing off the pass, but brilliant finish by Finlay Robertson. And just to come back to your point of the family affair in Belgium, it takes a lot to overtake the English siblings. So you've got the Simons, you've got the Pennises, it's quite hard, you've got the Edwards as well, don't worry, I've got you. But Belgium certainly have something to say in that category. This siblings playing at such high level is a terrifying thing. His lovely hands, shoveled over towards the wing, takes a fair bit of finishing, bounces around one. It's good covering touch. Although
there is no way she's got through there.
Look at this, what a bit of footwork.
1, 2, 3.
Oh my word. Tiffin Bondon.
We mentioned the famous family name. She's absolutely lived up to it there. And it's a classic case of you develop your juniors, you're going to be successful in the future. The core of this Belgium team, I first met them when my sister played mixed under 15s here back in 2022. And they were really inexperienced. They were young. They didn't really know what they were doing, but they've stayed together as a group. They've grown. They've learned. Their mixed 18s team were agonisingly close to winning bronze a couple of times in a row, and it showed dividends when their mixed open went and made the final in Italy. So it just goes to show that patience and developing that junior setup is really going to go do well for you later on.
Absolutely. I could not agree more, and I'm certain that the Bondons are really good example of that. 13 minutes, big touch coming in.
Yeah,
good line speed as well.
I believe Corentin Bondon has spent a little bit of time over in Australia.
Nice.
Kind of playing, refereeing, just getting a feel for the game out there.
Oh, left foot step, skating his way through. Needs to find some support and does so. And Camby with another score, or another try assist. And look at this, the left foot step, the acceleration to get round, the presence of mind to know where your support is, sympathetic pass, easy finish. That's number 5, Kincho Dietrich. And Belgium, I mean, they've not had it all their own way. They've struggled in some games, but they look dominant out here against Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, they won't, they'll obviously be disappointed with some of the results, but, they won't be too worried. They know that even though they've been developing for so long, they've got so much more development to go. Like, this team is really, really young. Is it diving in there? Cool, good touch. Yeah, this team's really young. It's got a long way to go still, and you can just see if they carry on improving at the rate that they have, they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with later on.
Yeah, I completely agree. Link punish option, step back, ripping long, skip pass over to the link, back on the inside, and Scotland with another score, and it's Josiah Ewan, one of the nicest guys on the touch pitch. You could not ask for a more deserved player, but lovely set piece design. It's Rupert Carter to Josiah Ewan. It's a really nice trail line there. Skip pass option to the link, back in towards the middle. Scotland have come to play here. Yes, they've lost a lot of games and very convincingly, but they are showing up. And if they can do this for 40 minutes, we'll be in for quite a close game.
Yeah, really well, and it's a classic case of an inexperienced team gelling together as they go throughout the tournament. There will be unrecognisable game 1 to game 12 or whatever it will be on Saturday, and you can just see like they're really starting to work together as a team better. They're starting to understand each other, and they're starting to find what works.
Yeah, and Slasser getting Scotland underway. 5 minutes to half time. A lot to like about this Scottish performance in the first half. a little bit more to like about the Belgian performance in the first half. Some absolutely wondrous scores. I think Scottish scores coming off the back of some lazy Belgian defence, and then good isolation of those lazy players that aren't checking and tracking back on the inside of where the current line threat is. Whereas for the Belgian perspective, it's just some absolute money.
Yeah, it's as I was about to say, the difference maker is the midfield. Belgians make an error in their transition, but the difference really has been the way that the Belgians get on the ball, and they create a really, really nice flow up the pitch. We were speaking about it last game with the Netherlands, is that they compressed the field and didn't really manage to get into the space, but you see this from the Belgians, that they do straighten up, they look for the space. You know, if there's a 2-on-1, they'll go and find that 2-on-1 and get those extra yards, and it's really hard to defend against such an organised and hard running attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the referee spotted an infringement, it's not square.
I believe it's a forward pass to the attacker, just overrunning that line there, and it's a common thing you see, as you spoke about it yesterday as well. So the more developed teams, they come from depth, they play with more space, they allow themselves that time on the ball.
Really good transition, roll ball, micro skills working well. There he is again. Gamby been the pick of the bunch so far for Belgium. Thoroughly exciting player is Josephine Fallon, getting involved in acting half, checking away for the upper side quickie. Back to Fallon. Fallon scoring. Unreal. How good is this Belgium middle pairing involving Josephine Fallon? She is unplayable on her day, working with Axel Juliet. Wonderful score.
Yeah, she's dictating the show. She knows what she wants. She does really, really well to keep the flow they've got coming out of the box. That's really important. A lot of the time when you get a lot of yards, you see the 7 and you start to slow up and you think, okay, let's run into something. But she keeps the foot down, keeps them going forwards, and it leads to the success off the back of the strike.
And it's really nice as well to see, this emphasis on just going forward. There's Slesser looking to rip long. Thought better of it. That's half court and turnover, and Belgium want to go quickly. I think the refs are just going to ask for the roll ball to be taken again. Doesn't look like there's going to be a hard touch penalty given. I think that's fair. I think unfortunately Jack Slesser is just quite a big man.
Just looks like an impact injury. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and it's just a knock. I mean, we know how horrible dead legs are, but we can still play on them, so we're hoping it's just something like that. Yeah, we
were saying earlier that the dead legs are one of those where I'm going to go and cry for 5 minutes and then I'll be fine.
Yes.
Because it sucks for 5 minutes. Speaking of, it's Fallon.
Oh, it's
let it pass away.
Ooh, it's unlucky. That's an absolute rip off her left hand there.
I tell you what, I'm hard pressed to find in my memory someone else in this mixed division that's got a left hand rip as accurate as Josephine Fallon, especially operating in that link mid channel. And I don't want to say an English player because there is one, but I don't want to give him any more compliments than I already have.
Is it Jared by any chance?
Oh, God, I love him, but he's dominated the air.
He is a little bit good sometimes. It's kind of annoying.
Him and Harrison Cross have just been unplayable in that England mixed team. And Jared earlier on in their game, he walked past the commentary box and winked at me as he was going back, and I was like, oh God, he's good, isn't he? And then he proceeded to provide an absolute attacking clinic. But enough about the English.
This is what Belgium do really well. They flow through their transition, they keep moving. As I say that, they started their momentum a little bit, but they're going to roll into a long again now.
Yeah. Referee's in a good spot to see that. I think it was nice endeavour. I wonder if they could have just gone link wing there rather than wing
I
back to
agree.
link.
I think probably could have gone hands. I think we've also seen Loic step back off his left foot and look to ball play into the 4v3, and I think the space between the middles had opened up nicely for him to try and do that again and maybe have a dive himself. That's definitely something that they'll notice and they'll look at. It's obviously a pet platform for him, and he'll keep refining that, and he'll get there.
Absolutely. There's Josiah Ewan platforming here. 5th. Last play. Late switches, balls away. Refs happy to let this one play. Scotland looking for a moment of magic. on the hooter, and there was a 2-on-1 on this near side. That pass just lacking that bit of accuracy that they needed, but it's really nice endeavour for Scotland, who could have entered this game and not really put up much of a fight because their results have been really tricky, but they've done anything but that. They've stayed in the fight, they have taken their opportunities when they've come to, they've isolated some really good scoring opportunities, and at the half they're in a good position to take this one deep in the second 20 minutes. Half time and our final of 3 back-to-back mixed opens games. Belgium 6, Scotland 3.
Had je dan uiteindelijk gespeeld eigenlijk vanochtend? Ja. Ja?
T-minus 1 minute.
So welcome back 20 minutes to go. Scotland with early possession. Ewan, extra pass, right, left foot step. Well, there might have been an opportunity to rip to the wing, not taken on that occasion. Is Robertson. Ewan held up in the touch just a little bit. There is Robertson, not a lot of space to work with, but the footwork is good enough to create some opportunities. But that fifth touch platform just needed to be a little bit crisper, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. They did well to open up the defence on the earlier strikes and get a behaviour, and then they need to look at what the defence actually did and start to exploit as Belgium roll through their transition.
Yeah, it's nice. Very nice transition, getting in between two middles, right foot step, looking to accelerate, 3-on-2, skip pass to the wing, unfortunately just it's through the legs of Linnea Coleman.
Yeah, they did really well. They didn't have great field position. They had a decent roll, but they were still kind of only just out of their own half, and so that scooping line, digging really nice and deep into the defensive line before they released the ball, got them a lot of yards, got them a really good set finish down in Scotland's corner.
It's just a little break. Once we get the ball bang on the mark. One thing that I've been really impressed with Scotland is, their ability to just keep moving forward. They're never really taking a backward step. And it is quite tricky when you're playing against a team that is probably a little bit further down that developmental track than you. But they're certainly staying in the fight.
Yeah, they're not afraid to move the ball around as well. They've got great footwork and speed and good ball skills as well. So they're using that to their advantage and keeping the Belgians guessing as to where they're actually going in midfield.
Nice inside check, scooping platform. Here, looking to rip long, late switches, but it's well marshalled. Right, there was just losing track of the touch count for a moment. And now left-handed pill into the corner, almost taken spectacularly by Elisa Masran. And a big touch is coming in from Belgium, looking to stunt the momentum of Scotland in their transition. Good hands under a lot of pressure. And Slesser looking to play away, but there's no support. This is much better midfield defence from Belgium. This is fifth coming. And unfortunately not able to just go through a gap there. I think it's a really good example of what not being as far down the developmental track looks like there. They just needed to punch through those offside defenders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Belgians have done really well. They've applied pressure, but they've done it in a nice and smooth way, and their midfield defence has actually just suffocated Scotland and not let them out of their half. It's going to give them a really nice platform to get some strikes down on the line now as looking to move it to the link channel, probably Counties play, bomb long, or no, step back. Yeah, unlucky. Really nice left foot step. Half expecting him to rip another one like he did in the first half, but they've got another repeat to work with now, so we'll like to see them work through their progression and see what they can come up with.
If I was a betting man, I'd be putting the money on Canby to go and rip long on this set. However, he might not need to because there's a Belgian winger in acres of space. It's an easy finish. And Lisa Masson with a score in the corner. It's a little bit too easy for Belgium on that instance. The middle's just way too wide for Scotland.
Yeah, it's always a risk, and you do see this with some mixed teams, is that they tend to try and almost kind of shield their female link and get their male middle over to make the touches, and that can create a lot of space, especially if that middle's working right over into the link channel, can create a lot of space for the pickup option, and defences get really, really compressed. It's quite common over here in Europe that we see it, but actually what you see from the Australians is they don't care. They'll let their girl make some touches, and then she pops up on the open side and cuts off the space for the defence. So, differing styles, but everyone has their way of doing it.
Right in saying that's the muddle defence, right? Where you sort of links go up, make the touch, come back straight, mids go fill the space.
That would be a muddle or a Boris defence. They tend to just defend defensively. They don't care about protecting any particular player. They'll stay in channels.
Yeah, that's a very fair point that you make, actually, because I was at an airport somewhere, and I was talking to an Australian player, ex-player, and he was saying it was like, you guys make touch really complicated in England. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, someone asked me once about what defensive policy we run. I said, oh. I was like, what did you say? He went, be fit.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the policy.
Yeah,
be fit and chase. And that's it. And back your teammates to go and cover the gaps. He was like, it's just cutting off space. And it sort of, put me very much back in my box for a moment. And I will nip that one in the bud very quickly as we see Corentin Bondon fly around the outside of the Scottish defence and get another score on the board. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it? In England, there's a lot made of defensive policies, but sometimes it's just be fit and chase and back your team.
Yeah, if you can run very, very quickly running backwards, then you don't need to run any form of defensive policy. You just defend what's in front of you, and that's what stands the Aussies and the Kiwis in such good stead. They tend to take a little bit more on themselves. They look for help from a teammate when they need it, but if they can cover, they will absolutely cover and release everyone else to go and cover their players. We see Scotland rolling down to the line now. Yeah, probably looking for a little quickie setup. Yeah, it's a nice setup. They're probably a little bit far out for it to be effective, but number 2, he's obviously got some. Tom Trevor Smith, he's obviously got some athleticism. He's got a good step, and he knows how to kind of move into those spaces. So if he can get that dump on the 7 next time and have a crack at the line, might get some success off it.
And he's only 15 years old.
Yeah, it's
the other thing to bring in. We were at the pizza place just around the corner of the hotel. By the way, banging pizza. And I was blown away by how young he was, and the maturity in which he spoke was very impressive. If your parents of Tom Travis Smith, you've got a very fine young man there.
Brilliant grab.
It's a lovely finish, and apologies if you can't hear us for a moment. There's a Belgian contingent in the box next to us, and they are banging on the walls because they absolutely love it. And who else but Josephine Fallon hitting holes, finding in space, catching crowds. You're right, that's an almighty finish.
Yeah, it's nice progression from Belgium. They've run a few sets where they look to dive and they look to go into holes off the quickie. Scottish defence tightened up, started collapsing, so he pumps the quickie, fakes it, goes the other way. Link jumps into the channel, pumps it again, and then just an unreal grab from Josephine to put that down.
Absolutely. There's Finlay Robertson, another very bright player. Josiah Ewan working with James Burns. Oh, lovely. Has to be. Oh, what a covering touch that was made. Although, no, it is a try time, and this is wonderful stuff from Finlay Robertson, the young man getting on the score sheet. Look at this for footwork. It's moments like this that really make me smile because, yes, Scotland are down, but there's your right foot. There's your left foot. Spins through the gap, has no right to get there, but Finlay Robertson with a score to remember. And it gives the little Alan Shearer celebration as well.
Yeah, it's good. Nice to see them get one back. They're down 5 at the moment, but they're definitely still in this game, and they're pushing really, really hard to stay in it as much as they can. As Belgium started to go into their box of tricks. We've not seen them run a sweeper setup yet, and it's obvious that they've got that in the locker because that was a really nice line. A lot of pace and flow into it.
Yeah, you're completely right. It is lovely. Right foot step, separating the middles, easy score.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Belgium have got more than just that quickie game. We've obviously seen them run a couple of longs, but bringing it into the sweeper setup as well, it's giving them a really nice dynamic playbook that they can develop throughout the rest of the tournament.
There is Finlay Robertson. Robertson in an acting half into Travis Smith. Travis Smith with the left foot trying to bounce around one. Diving touch comes in. But the referees have spotted an infringement early.
Yeah, I think it's a forward pass again, just overrunning that line. He's obviously a danger. We've seen him create overlaps as well, but he just a little bit too flat on that rooster line that he ran there. If he takes one more step, he can dig into the line, start to release, and they can get the 3v2 over on the far side.
I suppose that's something is quite an important thing. These guys are early on their development track, and it would be a phenomenal thing to see this team in a year or two really start to get their timing right. And as we see Belgium go over for another one, unfortunately Tom Travis Smith was trying to put in quite a disruptive touch And you can see here, he thought that this player was coming in, so tried to slam and disrupt the roll ball. It's a late check away to Bondon. And Bondon gets over, diving finish.
Yeah, it's a really nice roll from Belgium. You know, they've run with such momentum that they've actually ended up getting the touch with 2 players so offside they're behind the roll ball, and it just becomes impossible to defend at that point.
There's Ewan in Scotland. Just want to get more scores on the board. Unfortunately, though, there's a lapse of communication. That one just falling to floor. Referee slowing things down just to get in position. And Belgium off they go again. This time going down the short side of conditioning. That surely can't be a hard touch. It can't. I was going to say, you can't make a hard touch with one hand.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see Belgium looking away from their sub-box a little bit, trying to mix up what they're doing and start to find the space. And it looks like they're gonna sit for a direct set here. That's 3rd over the 10, so should be able to get a good strike on the 7 if they take this one. Yeah, so they're down there now. Looking for that sweeper to come around again.
Yeah, it has to be good, although it looked to be a bit of a janky splitter setup. Doesn't matter. However, it will come back for forward.
Yeah, it's quite clever from Scotland to disrupt there. Whether, you know, the Belgians wanted to flow into the sweeper so they could get the line on with momentum, and Scotland was so convinced it's a score they've had their subs on come on preemptively and they've had to run off.
Josiah Ewan's lost a boot, so we'll just slow things down for a moment.
Yeah, and Jack Harris spotted that the subs came on, spent too long on the field, and actually started to affect play by kind of being behind the Belgian defensive line. So Belgium won the ball back. They do ring the changes.
I wonder what's going to happen here, Theo. I imagine Canby's going to set for some sort of platform and then look to throw long, or just dish off to the sweeper, and the sweeper's going to score between the 2 middles. Lovely score. And it's set piece play. Loic van Heck with a lovely finish. Great set piece design, identifying tired middles, splitting them. There's a lot of learning here to take for Scotland, because, I mean, you'll know, coaching the men's 30s, that the one place on the pitch you do not want to concede scores is...
It's the middle hole, you know. I mean, well, firstly short side, obviously, but we do not want our middles to... Oh, as I think it's a turnover for a bobble on the tap. But just that sweeper line, he's come off the box, he's not even broken stride, he's got the ball, he's slammed it down between the middles. It's very difficult to defend when you're rolling, but middle separation has to be nice and tight. It's very, very difficult to protect 2 players at the same time, as they do really well there. Slesser getting across and making the touch to cover for his link. That's the kind of spacing we'd like to see middle, forcing a harder option of executing an overlap rather than just diving at the line.
Absolutely. It's a
against
lovely,
the grain.
Lovely pick
Fire option. Oh, it's good height from the link to get in the channel and block the passing option there. Belgium correctly identifying that Scotland had crabbed across because of their direct threat on this edge, and looking to go open side and make the space happen elsewhere. Whoa.
That might be the first misplaced long ball that we've had.
Yeah, I almost would have said he was in if he just kept running. The defence were releasing on him, and the saving defender wasn't really in the same postcode. But he's absolutely bombed that one back to Belgium.
Stealing that, by the way. Stealing that. Jack Slesser for Scotland looking to drive. Travis Smith following in suit, unfortunately getting caught off the mark. Got a feel for Tom Travis Smith. He's doing his best to establish some parity there.
He's just about got the ball down, not on the mark, but it's good skills to catch and get it down as soon as he can, and he's run a really nice tip line to try and get a few extra yards.
And as much as the scoreline is, very favourable towards Belgium, I really do just want to make the point clear that this is a young Scottish side. There's a lot of learning and a lot of development to be doing, and I've been really impressed by a few of their young players. And here is a really good example of where these middles just need a little bit of help.
Yeah, and there again, you can see the difficulty of trying to protect your links, whether that be in mixed to female link or even just in general. You know, your middles are having to work so hard that a team that moves the ball as well as Belgium do on the line, they're gonna find space eventually. They're gonna win penalties like they did there, and they're just gonna tear you apart. Absolutely, and then it's much harder to defend than it is to attack, and you see another Belgium score go over. But just to, before because we will start ringing through the praises of Belgium, because they have been clinical. You've got to play what's in front of you. And in fact, it's the number 10 who went off injured with a knee earlier, as he had Azaru Jean. It was great to see him back, because I thought that knee looked bad. That injury was not good, but he's back, fit and firing, which is a great thing to see. He's got a little bit of free spray on that knee. As we see, again, one of these players that's been very impressive for Scotland, Finlay Robertson. Having a bit of a dabble, nice play away. Open side quickie, picking up against the grain, it's a nice option. Then right foot step back, throwing long. It's nice, maybe should have just gone into the in-goal area there, but again, Scotland will watch this game back and they'll go, if I have a little bit more composure there, I get in, I probably find a spare player. They will, and they'll take comfort in the fact that they are creating opportunities and that space is opening up. They might not necessarily be executing, but we've as a coaching philosophy, we can forgive not executing. You're never going to execute everything, and especially for a development team. The more important thing is that you look at that and you go, okay, we created an overlap, we maybe didn't execute or didn't go the right way, but we got the defence to do something, and that's what they'll be looking at and taking comfort from. Yeah, and there's still plenty of touch to play in this competition, and I really wouldn't put it past this Scottish team to just get up. It seems like a relatively straightforward penalty. It's having to go quickly. That's try time. Scotland turned it back. Josephine Fallon with another one. And I think there's a really good example there of just the difference of these two teams, because Fallon playing Matador with Ewan, just waiting and waiting and waiting, was just so patient. You can see here is waiting for Ewan to back off and then retreats. You get the penalty, quick tap. Ewan's claiming to the ref, Fallon reacts quicker. It's a really good example of maybe just that experience coming to the forefront. Yeah, definitely. And Josiah's a smart player. He was trying to disrupt their platform and just gets it slightly wrong and concedes a penalty. But Josephine's obviously wise to it. She's been around a long time. She knows what she's doing. Taps the ball, goes straight over. Yeah, lovely step back option here for Slesser, trying to bounce through the middle. Nothing doing. 2 minutes to go. The ref's just going to bring this one back. Forward pass off the base of the ruck. So again, nice to see them as driving that high standard. And I don't kind of a case for the dynamic start almost, as if we try and do the buddy and we get given a forward pass, we've lost the ball before our sets even got going. So Scotland with an opportunity to claw one back here. Yeah, it'd be awesome to see them do it as well. Yeah, they've certainly got some talent out there. This pod's definitely been working through some other sequences, and we might see something different here as the pickup goes against the grain. Oh, just don't claim the touch, son. Corentin Bondon, just don't do it, because that would have been a wonderful thing to have seen. Here's Carter Rupert, Rupert Carter. Late pass goes, unfortunately, Emma Martin with not a lot of space available. And with a minute to go, Belgium have been very impressive, but again, if you're watching this from a Scottish perspective, you shouldn't be too disheartened about the score line, because there's plenty of opportunities to learn and develop, and honestly, on occasion, 3 or 4 different decisions, and the scoreline looks a little bit different as we see Josephine Fallon just flexing here on live stream. An ever impressive player. Lovely late check, getting through Slesser, back on the inside. There's a 3-on-2, open side quickie. Fallon's an exit of space. They skip Fallon, they go to the wing. It's a good covering touch that's made from Keris Carson. Loic Van Hecker is going to be... I'm very glad for the Belgian that they got that score, because Loic's going to be absolutely fuming he didn't get that ball back. He split behind a player that is 2 meters behind the ruck and his half's picked up. I'd be fuming. Look at him there. But it's a very good job they've got that down. It's a really good finish by number 11 in the corner. just getting it down in time.
Yeah, I'm glad you spotted it. And that will be all she wrote in our final mixed opens game. We've had 3 back-to-back and been treated to 3 brilliant games. This time it was Belgium marching through Scotland mixed open, a very young team that I imagine will come back to Euros in a few years with a few more notches to the belt, and will look to overturn some of the results that have gone against them. But the more important thing to mention is we have now an hour's break on this pitch. So if you're looking for more touch, take a look at the other streams. Pitch 1 is still live, pitch 8 is still live. I'll be right back with you in about an hour's time here on pitch 2. So welcome back to pitch 2 after our little hour hiatus. Nice opportunity to walk the grounds here at Vichy. The European Championships being hosted at the Omnisport Complex in Vichy. Wonderful ground, but we've got the Women's Open action. Then it's Ireland versus the Euro Select. So the Barbarian style team as Ireland look to go through. 3-on-2 option, forward pass. Early turnover for the Euro Select. There's Ireland Women's Open side, littered with talent. Aisling Gill, Caitlin Gill, 1 and 2. You got Rachel Duggan. And then Katie Jelfs, sister of Sophia Jelfs, the Southwest Saxon, honing her trade. Would have been almost certainly playing here today, if not for a last-minute injury. But Ireland with early possession. And keep an eye out for the number 9. Leanna Prizeman. Katie Harmon. I mean, this team is just littered with touch players that have honed their craft all over. You got Katie Harmon, Ima Murphy, Leanna Prizeman, Shannon Gill. All 3 Gill sisters out here representing Aisling, Caitlin, and Shannon. A couple early turnovers to get us underway. Here's Aisling Gill. And Katie Jelfs. McGrath. Scything through the initial press. Good touch by Bex Holmes. The best touch player in her family is Bex Holmes. Onside quickie, diving at the line. His covering touch was made. The referees disagree. Rebecca Toll left wanting. It's a good opening score for the Irish Women's Open. Open side quickie, just beating the opposite players to the line. With Shannon Gill accelerating. Not a lot of covering defence. It's a good time to remind everyone as well, this Euro Select team, Barbarian style, they have been playing and training throughout the Euros. There's opportunities for more women to play more touch. It looks like they're going to give the score here for the Euro Select, bring it all the way back to all square. Marie Lafitte. Open side quickie, working with Lena Boutaleb. And a lot of these players not selected for their home nations, still putting their hands up to come to Euros and play in this Barbars team. It's just such a statement of intent about women's rugby and women's touch more specifically. It's a wonderful thing. See Leanna Prizeman platforming for the splitter plate. Prizeman escaping outright. Bibi Pullis making a good touch. Bibi Pullis, who you would have heard on commentary throughout the season if you follow England touch. Joined me on more than a few occasions. She made a very good touch on Niamh Summerbell. And then also forcing the turnover. Pullis honing her trade for London Eagles, working with some of the really established players, of which she is one herself. She finds herself locked in defence for the time being. Caitlin Gill. McGrath. And Caitlin Gill once more, just steering the ship. Gill feeding, McGrath diving. And Pullis with a touch to see off Ireland. Sweeper platform, disrupted roll ball. I think the referees are happy, although they just give ball down. Good defensive work from this Euro Select team. And then Pullis checking to Karen Nicola. There's Karen Nicola getting in and working acting half. Late check away before Bex Holmes. Holmes taking a tumble, and that'll just be ball down. And the Irish sub box liking that decision. Holmes coming out of Foxes in Manchester, owning a trade in the northwest of England. It's both Crewe and Nantwich. That's very stubborn in her work is Bex Holmes, uncompromising in her endeavour. Working in the midfield with Rebecca Toll. Is Holmes checking open side to Katrina Cotty. And Cotty certainly line attack threat from Link, but that pass thrown blind from Cotty, finding the floor with the referee's whistle allows for a penalty. Cotty with tap ball. Holmes. Toll. Holmes. Toll. Back in towards Bex Holmes. Cotty. Holmes. Picking up against the grain. Looking to potentially throw long. Not a lot happening. Asking for a little bit of extra movement from that far Link. There's not a lot doing from Elizabeth Olsen. And Holmes getting up, putting on defensive touches. And then forcing the turnover. And Bex Holmes throws that long ball in line attack. Doesn't find Sporting players, but then turns the screw, puts the nudge on in defence, forces the turnover for the Euro Select. Living up to being the best player in her family. Unfortunately, though, that ball just going to ground. Just a bit of a loss of communication. Island ball. And there's nice pace on display, carving around the outside. Cara Summerbell says, fine, I'll do it myself. Kicks through the gears, leaves defenders in her wake, accelerating round the outside. Summerbell gives Ireland the lead again. 2-1, 7.5 minutes into this one. Here's Pullis. Checking straight to the Link player. Patricia Alarcon. Unfortunately, though, going from wing to wing, potentially costing Euro Select. Cara Nicola unable to take that one in stride, turning over possession to Ireland. Over back-to-back turnovers. Allow the Euro Select another crack at the whip. Pullis now finding herself into the Link channel. Pullis, county step back, just colliding with the half, now going straight to the wing, trying to dive at the line. Pullis now in motion, having to work hard to get over. Doggy's platform for Pullis. Pullis accelerating. Looking at go hard at the line. Cara Nicola. Touch was made. And Pullis looking to become line attack threat for Euro Select. Player with plenty of international playing experience, not selected for nation, and then showing her attacking chops here for the Euro Select. And then this Euro Select pod forcing the turnover 9.5 minutes in. And Ireland Women's Open with a mix of results, losing 9-5 to France, winning 9-6 to Scotland, and then losing 12-2 to England. England certainly the favourites in this division. Wonderful women's division. From a league perspective in England, a lot of these elite players honing their trade at the Hoods and London Scorpions, Eagles. It's certainly certainly a wealth of female talent in England. And there'll be a lot of players who weren't selected that will feel quite hard done by, but on any other day this could honestly be a completely different team. Such is the depth of talent in England in this Women's Opens division. And the Euro Select just moving laterally, trying to get some fresh legs on the field. And in this round robin stage, Euro Select have played 3 games already. Unfortunately losing 16-0 to France in their opening game, which really is a baptism of fire for a team that has never played together. None of these players would have had any experience playing with each other or training with each other. And losing 19-2 to England, which is honestly no disgrace because that England side looks phenomenal. And then losing 14-5 to Scotland. Lovely check back on the inside for Ireland. Ireland driving down the short side, and Euro Select doing a good job at keeping the Irish out, and they'll get a penalty for a forward pass as well. So compared to their last 3 results, the Euro Select in the Women's Opens category, problem solving well. And before our hour-long break here on pitch 2, I saw the Euro Select training at the bottom of the pitch. So they would have spent an hour going through little fixable things, building some interpersonal relationships. There's good driving coming in from Sophia Von Av. There's Pullis, back to Von Av. Pullis looking for a scooping platform. Pullis scooping, driving, straight through. However, the referee just brings that one to a grinding halt. Blast of the whistle, 12 minutes in, still only 2-1. Ireland picking up against the grain, 2-on-1 on the outside edge, have to finish. And Kelsey McGrath with Ireland's 3rd. Just as they're approaching the 13-minute mark, McGrath fixing, ball in 2 hands. Keeping defenders honest, executing for her team. Now again, it's Holmes and Toll who'll be looking to get over the score. That whitewash for the 2nd time. Bex Holmes recycling, coming back onto the 7-metre line. Toll. His 5th touch. Nothing remaining, and then that'll be 6 and change. Nice good transition work here. Ali Flynn getting involved, coming off her wing to make things happen and help orchestrate the subset and allowing Rachel Duggan an opportunity to carve through. And Duggan connects. And it's Aisling Gill with the finish. Rachel Duggan just burning through, connecting with Gill. And it was hard going initially. Ireland struggling to get over the try line, but all of a sudden the Euro Select defence looking a little bit leaky. 4-1, bang on the 15-minute mark. Marie Lafitte diving at the line. Marie Lafitte just asking questions of the referees. Top try scorer in the Euro Select as of right now. Certainly the one to keep an eye out for. Working with Boutaleb. Boutaleb to Lafitte. Back to Boutaleb. Trying to get the ball down, but that'll be 5th touch. There's Lafitte. Throwing open side, looking towards Karen Nicola. Then Euro select, I think it'd just be a case of trying to complete sets, keep Ireland pinned back as much as possible, keep this scoreline as low as you can. Fortunately, it's a turnover, but Maeve Brown with good pressure and good line speed. There's nice Karen Nicola taking the roll ball on that outside edge. Subset going, Pullis. Pullis orchestrating this subset. There's Evelyn Groves. And then here is Groves and Pullis. Nice interplay between the two middles, trying to get players offside. Pullis diving at the line. Pullis asking questions of the ref. Has to come back. Rolling the ball on the 7. Pullis working with Evie Groves. Pullis now coming over into the near middle position. Lovely manipulation, asking for the dropping early penalty. I think the referee should probably give it. Pullis looking for the inside pass to Groves. Instead goes herself. 4th touch. Good defensive work from Ireland. Now moving over into the link channel for Patricia Alarcon. But that's a roll ball error from Alarcon. Euroselect doing a decent enough job at limiting the try scoring opportunities for Irish. Women's Open. Big calls from the side of Keep Running from Captain Liana Prizeman, who's Irish Women's Open's mainstay. There's Rachel Duggan trying to orchestrate things. Here is Duggan looking for the late wrap. Nothing doing. That's 6 and change. And for a team that's only played together 3 times before this, the Women's Open Euro Select are certainly putting themselves in good stead, giving themselves a lot of platform to launch from. There's certainly a team that would have benefited from more than just a single training session before the tournament. They've been piecing it together as they've gone. But Ireland have just been clinical when the opportunities have afforded themselves to them. There's Jelfs. There's Duggan. Summerbell. Check back on the inside. Prizeman. There's Summerbell scooping, feeding towards Prizeman. Prizeman trying to bounce around the covering defence. Beck's Holmes with a good defensive touch. And Euroselect trying to play around the Irish press. There's probably a just cause for the coach to probably be asking for a away set if possible. Ireland really stacking that box side for the Euroselect. And they're moving a little bit static. A scooping platform here for Lafitte. Quarter and a half, 30 seconds to go. Then Prizeman. Five Irish players. Here's Shannon Gill to Aisling Gill. It's a Gill family affair. Shannon Gill sidling through, looking for support, connecting with the wing. And Karen Nicola can't quite get over to make the final touch. And going into half time, it will be 5-1 to Irish Women's Open. There's Shannon Gill flying through. And it's good evasion from the winger on that far side to create scoring opportunities. Half time in this Women's Open round robin game. Ireland 5, Euroselect 1.
Hi everybody. We are pleased to announce there will be a live concert at 5:30. We will welcome the band Atuva. And during this time there will be not live stream on the screen, so no games on the screen during this time. Enjoy!
T-minus 1 minute.
And so welcome back. Euro Select getting underway. Bullis. The second half. Where this Euro Select Barbar side find themselves 4 tries down. Well, what a wonderful thing it is to have all these women from so many different nations willing to fly out, show up, play with people they've never met before at the European Championships. Bullis, open side quickly. And Bibi Bullis diving at the line, unfortunately repelled on this time. Oh, just ghosting through a gap for a moment. And then having to come all the way back to the mark was McGrath. Gill. To Gill. Gill to Gill. 2-on-1. Lovely draw and pass finished in the corner by Katie Harmon. And it was an all Gill affair before the last pass to Katie Harmon, and Ireland start as they left off in the first half. 6-1 to Ireland Women's Open. And Euro Select do get over. Nice work between Rebecca Toll and Bex Holmes. Toll just accelerating. And that gets around the diving touch of Shannon Gill. And it's the two Rebeccas combining for Euro Select's second score. And good work from Holmes, good work from Toll. Shannon Gill loses her footing as she's trying to make that last touch. Jelfs. Stepping back. Katie Jelfs, long ball. Certainly the right option. Ali Flint in lots of space. Euro Select winger sitting too tight. It's good initial work on the feet. And that's just going to be given ball down. So Ireland keep marching forward. Katie Jelfs. Nice check away towards Aisling Gill. Jelfs sweeping around on the doggies. Looking to step back, but on the feet. A good touch. Sweeping platform, stepping back against the grain. And Rachel Duggan has a couple. 7-2 for the Women's Open for Ireland. And Rachel Duggan has had a wonderful game so far. Nice hands there from Aisling Gill. And then Gill to Duggan, chopping a hole. Defensive spacing for Euro Select, leaving to be a little bit to be desired. And then they turn the ball over from the restart. So Ireland with another opportunity to go hard and establish an 8-2 lead. And they do exactly that. Summerbell makes it 8-2. And a game that was quite close 4.5 minutes ago is now certainly out of distance. Sweeper platform, Summerbell driving. Both middles just splitting. in the ruck penalty given. So Pullis and Groves have an opportunity to get another score on the board for Euro Selects. Pullis doing well, driving through. She thought it was an offside defender. Third coming. Pullis again, open side quickie, driving through hole one. Well defended by Ireland. I wonder if there's going to be thought in the back of mind of Pullis to throw this extra pass. Now sweeper set up. Now stepping back against the grain. Pullis looking for players to chop holes. That's 6 and change. However, inaccuracy at the restart. Unfortunately, for the Euro Select, just errors creeping in, and it's tricky work. A team that's never really played together, well, not really, has never played together, trying to play against a team that has so many reps underneath their belts. And Jelfs gets over. This combination of Jelfs and Gill is causing all sorts of problems for this Euro Select team. Aisling Gill platforming, Jelfs with a scoop, playing away, and then Gill back to Jelfs. Easily done for the middle pairing of the Irish Women's Open. A Euro Select over inside quickie for Lafitte. Lafitte's diving at the line, Lafitte scoring. Better line attack. And top try scorer, Marie Lafitte. With another one for Euro Select. 9-3, 6 points the difference. And Gill to Prizeman. And Summerbell. Link punish for Summerbell. And the referees are happy that Summerbell beat her opposite number to the line. Katrina Cotti couldn't make the last minute diving touch. Summerbell has been clinical on these link punishes. Ball down first. Double digits now for the Women's Open for Ireland. Pullis. Now straightening and accelerating. Just providing a bit of go forward. Here is Pullis. Dummying now coming into the middle platform, checking over for a link punish. Just not a lot of. Sophia Varnav just needs to come a little bit more lateral. Pullis picking, stepping, throwing a late pass. Just finding the floor. Pullis threatening the line consistently. I think this Euro Select team is just looking for a little bit of dynamism off the ball. People hitting holes, running lines. And it's easier said than done, especially considering how late in the day it's getting. It's been extremely hot. There's Summerbell driving through an offside player. Prizeman scores. And Summerbell's been the pick of the bunch so far. Having a brilliant game. Right foot step. Driving through offside defenders. Finding the pass to Prizeman. There's Lafitte Late check away towards Lafitte. And they're caught quite close to the line. Lafitte coming for this open side quickie again. Getting it, looking to go back. Maybe should have gone back, although it won't matter because Lafitte's got a brace. And Marie Lafitte causing all sorts of problems for this Irish Women's Open side. Problems that probably won't threaten the overall result, but it's nice to see the Euro Select getting scores on the board consistently, especially through Marie Lafitte. Jelfs to Duggan. Duggan slightly isolated. There is Katie Jelfs. Duggan. Just lots communication between Duggan and Gill. There's Aisling Gill. Rachel Duggan back to Aisling Gill. It's good defensive touch. That's 6 and change. And applauded from the Euro Select sub box, being able to repel Irish Women's Open on that occasion. They just need to secure transition ball. Aisling Gill getting up to put pressure on Bex Holmes. Holmes rides the pressure well. There's Cotty. And it feels like it's been a hot minute since we've had transition attack for the Euro Select. Is Pullis. Big calls of play on. The referee's happy that the offside defenders then retreated back onside. 8 minutes to go. 11-4 in favour of Ireland. Prizeman. Getting up over halfway. There's Summerbell to Prizeman. Back to Summerbell. Prizeman. Liana Prizeman driving through. Getting into the in-goal area. Looking for some support. Gets the late pass away. Maeve Brown with a score. And again, it's this interwork between Prizeman and Summerbell. This time it's Maeve Brown and the beneficiary. Ireland Women's Open really putting Euro Select to the sword. Lafitte will be looking for her hat-trick score. Really nice setup, but just slowing up for a moment. Marie Lafitte. Nice check away, back in towards Lafitte, who almost escaped through. Lafitte. Tap penalty for the Euro Select. Boutaleb. Lafitte. Boutaleb looking for this open side quickie, looking to go back to Lafitte. That ball just only ever destined to hit the floor. And in the ruck, penalty going against Marie Lafitte. Duggan. Barrow. Here is Victoria Barrow. His 4th coming is Duggan. Jelfs on the right. It comes back in towards. There's Barrow. Lovely over the top ball. Skips out Niamh Summerbell. A long ball, and Irish Women's Open have just been completely clinical. Cruise control from about minute 8. It's a good finish in the corner. But Irish Women's Open never really look like picking the wrong options when they get into their line attack. You can tell it's a team that's worked together consistently. And Euro Select are a team that are piecing it together on the fly. Somerville. And Cara Somerville. There she is, Cara Somerville. Been brilliant. Leona Priceman as well. Captain's contribution. Got interchange. Shaped by Ali Flynn. And then Ireland cutting through. Rebecca Toll with a good defensive touch for the Euro Select. Holmes. There's Karen Nicola coming in and acting half. Pullis. Pullis. Coming over towards Evie Groves. That's 6 and change. Good touch from Groves. Groves and Pullis look working well together, but then Duggan finds a space to escape through. And connects with Aisling Gill. The Women's Open for Ireland. Unrelenting in their go forward. All the results might not have gone the way of Ireland's Women's Open. It's been a tricky day. That big defeat against England. I mean, there's no disgrace in it. England are a phenomenal side in the Women's Opens category, boasting extreme depth and skill and calibre of player. But certainly pieced it together well, spearheaded by Leona Priceman. And here she is, Cara Somerville. Roll ball speed has been really quite impressive from Ireland. I suppose, you know, we've spoken a lot about it. If you've had the stream on all day or you've tuned into some of the previous games here, you would have heard us talking about the difference between emerging nations and fully fledged tier ones. Well, speed at which the ball gets off the floor, Lafitte, and that ball's just lingering a little bit too much, is Marie Lafitte. 2 touches, not making any meters. Lafitte, 5th coming. We'll get 1 strike. There's Lafitte trying to get on the short side quickie. Late pass should have gone. Boutaleb. There's a couple times where it seems like Boutaleb has found a little bit of space on that try line. I wonder if Marie Lafitte will start to look to throw those. I mean, it's completely easier to see from where I am. Aisling Gill. Aisling Gill just driving through. Rolling defence from the Euro Select. And if you give Aisling Gill free space, she will take it. The Gill family steeped in touch rugby. Not only that, but the Jelfs in terms of Katie playing here and Sophia unfortunately injured. The Somerbells. This Irish team full of players with plenty of attacking ability. There's Holmes. And Euro Select look for a bit of interplay. But in the end, Irish Women's Open coast through. So a very comfortable win over the Euro Select. This a representative women's side from all over the continent. Women from here, there and everywhere coming together and representing their respective countries here at Nationals. It's an admirable team. And unfortunately, they've come up against some extremely well-drilled teams. That's a hard thing to overcome no matter how much you train. Full time here. Ireland 15, Euro Select 4.
minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 1 minute.
So I'll come back to our third to last game here on day 2. And France look to have gotten over his calls and claims. Jerome Hovland gets over for the opening score for France. Just going hard at the line. Unfortunately though, for Hovland, score chalked off. Ross Taylor looking to get up and put a destructive touch in. Tough defence here for Scotland. There's Perez. Hovland. Perez on the out. Here is Perez looking to go long. Flat rip into the corner. Almost taken in stride. That pass going forward, tap penalty here for Scotland. Taylor. Checking away is Ross Taylor again. It's Cameron Hart. France able to repel that. France. Stubborn defensive work here for Scotland. And a France link punish, driving at the line. That looks to be good. And the opening score for France comes by the way of Irvin Legrand. Yeah, it's a good touch. Attempted by Ismail Perez. But the pictures for the referees always favouring the French. 5 minutes in, we do get our opening score in this men's 30s. A short option here. Having a short maraud down the short side. Alan Clephane. There's Ross Taylor. We know how good Ross Taylor is when he gets a striking platform. Looking here for the 32 step back. Lovely right foot, left foot. Good ball into Clephane. The French stay wise to the threat of Clephane. Coming over towards the short side, dummy switches. It's still going. There's James Watson. And France with an opportunity to get out of dodge effectively. There's good pace on display by Cyril Benistant. And now France will just look to hair away. I can't repeat the sentiments of the Scots behind me, but they do need to up their physicality just a little bit. France go 2 to the good, 6 minutes in. And first of all, they let Benistant carve his way through the middle, and then there's a clean set of heels on the outside. Ian Jeanette. Six and a half minutes in, France 2-0 up. Scotland yet to really threaten that French line. A referee just and France looking to drive forward. Good covering touch made by Alex Ramsey. France keep moving forward. Dorian Fays. A scooping platform here for France. There's Fays on the outside edge, and there's 3. However, covering touch made. That's much better impetus added in this transition, however still struggling to go forward. Hard work here for the Scottish. 5th touch, bang on halfway. Just trying to leave the ball in a difficult area for Scotland to go, or for France to go coast to coast and get their fresh legs on the field. And turnover to Scotland. And this game just slowly becoming a little bit more of a contest. Scotland still yet to threaten. We're yet to see Ross Taylor, what he can do when he gets into the red zone for France. Taylor, the number 7. Dominant player. However, there seems to be a nasty injury. The player just subbing off. They're taking a nasty tumble. There's just a delay in play. Player injured on the sideline is right on the sideline. I think the referee's just having a discussion whether it'd be safe to play whilst he's there. It looks like we will get back underway. Here is Ross Taylor. Counties for Taylor. Late switch to Clefane. Clefane driving. Another late switch, but it's picked up by the French. Touch 0 first coming. And you can see there's just a little bit of a difference between the speed of turnover between either teams. France looking to come forward at all costs. As Hovland platforming here for 5th. Driving 2-on-1, looking to execute France once more, and they will. And Dorian Fays could have had a brace. The sideline refs indicated touch. It will remain 2-0 to France. Taylor platforming. Scotland looking to get out of dodge effectively. There's Clefane. Better work from Cameron Hart. Scotland driving hard, 2-on-1 in this outside edge. Hart can't reel that one in. There's nice footwork on display. And then France 12 minutes in. Looking to establish a 3-try lead. Nice flash pass into the link channel. They will get their 3rd. It's lovely execution from the French 30s. Sébastien Ordonné. chopping a lovely hole out to in against the grain. And France get 3. A wraparound option here for Scotland. Unfortunately not able to do all that much with it. So France get moving forward. Lovely extra check. Cyril Beniston. They're certainly one of the more potent players here for France. A lot of pace on display. There's the try scorer, Ordonez. Positioning himself back out into the wing now. Left foot step, accelerating. Flat pass, potentially the option. 2-on-1. The express does go. It's well defended by Chris Gove. Chevette and Cangiani. We're looking to combine for France's 4th score of the half. Good line speed from the French, undone. Some great foot speed into the roll ball. And a good roll ball again. Clefane in towards Ross Taylor. Clefane scooping. There's calls of go Allen as he accelerates into the goal area. Looking for some support. Gets it. As try time. And the Scots get their reward. Chris Gove with the finish. Alan Clefane getting through this French defence. Showing a clean set of heels. And Gove with the finish. 3-1 to France, but Scotland slowly establish themselves in this game. Now 6 minutes left in this half. It's Grissal. And Scotland just lose their bearings, and Kevin Grassi skates his way over for the 4th. That defensive spacing a little bit too wide between Lincoln Wing and Grassi, with far too much space. Scotland. Hard touch penalty. .32 platform. 32 long. And left foot step on offer. Was plenty of space on the inside. There's not a trail line option there. That's a tricky thing to try and undo. This French defence, if you've not got options on both sides of the ball. David Smith. And then unfortunately, the French pressure forcing another turnover. Good defensive work by Alex Ramsey. And a Scottish player, I think it's just been caught in the ruck. Looks a little bit leggy out there. Do Scotland, it's been a long day of touch. Again, we're clocking up another 12 hours on broadcast. Scottish turnover, 3 minutes left to go to half time. Just taking his eye off the ball. You could see it from where we were. There's Tamio. It's nice hands to Overlin. There's Overlin. Might be try time. The referee happy with the touch that was made. Over inside quickie for Overlin, having to work hard to get himself onside. Tap back option. That ball's just gone to ground. But penalty to France. Scotland are offside. Overlin, play on course from the referees, late pass away, that's ball down. And then 2 minutes to go, Scotland survive for another set. Still 4-1 to France though. Scotland need to find a little bit more go forward. That's better work. It's Clefane and Taylor come involved. Coming onto the field. There is Ross Taylor. Alan Clefane. A skip pass over towards Watson. There's nice footwork from Alan Clefane, escaping away from one. Referee was happy with the pass. 90 seconds to go in this half. France still remain firmly in the driver's seat. A minute to go in this half. Scotland, if they want to get back into this game, just need to establish themselves some better line attack platforms. France have done an amazing job at driving hard, getting Scotland rolling. There's footwork. Nice. Again, dangerous. And relatively straightforward penalty for the referee to give. Scotland struggling to find that onside line. Seems to be just a little difference in fitness levels between the two teams as of right now. There's Grassi. Grassi in motion. Grassi driving and diving. Good touch by Joshua Sweetenham. 10 seconds remaining for Scotland to survive and go in, only 4-1 down. Grassi in motion once more, picking up against the grain, late pass away, and Scotland don't survive. And bang on the hooter, Tamio with France's 5th. And you could feel it was coming. It was all one-way traffic towards the latter stages of that second half. And France just seem to have a little bit more in the locker as of right now. Scotland asking questions of the referee, but at the half in this men's 30s game, Scotland 1, France 5.
minus 1 minute.
So welcome back to the second half, where Scotland have a fair bit of work to do. They find themselves 4 tries down in the men's 30s category against France, a French team that have gone from strength to strength in the first half, and look to start the second in the same way, if not for just losing control of the ball in that far corner. And I'm very happy to say that it's very late in the day, and this is often sort of the worst time to try and source co-commentators. A lot of people go home and their final matches are done for the day. I'm going to try and pinch Theo Edwards as well at one point. I'm sure he's wrapping up after this game slot. But no, I'm joined by Jane Gimbert, who is going to come and provide a little bit of co-comms, which I am oh so grateful for. Jane, it's been an amazing day of touch, hasn't it, so far? And it's nice even in the latter stage of the day. I mean, I had the very fortunate opportunity to go and watch the England-France Men's Opens game on my break, which was phenomenal. But the standard of touch hasn't dropped all day, and that's full credit to the fitness, I imagine, because it's been very hot throughout today.
Absolutely. These teams that you're watching now, France and Scotland, they're not showing any signs of letting up in terms of their fitness, but indeed we've seen that across all of the categories. What's nice in Vichy here is it's probably hitting about 28-30 degrees this week, but there's quite a nice breeze coming through, so that just makes all the difference for the teams on the pitch. That being said, I've seen a lot of ice buckets going through with towels for each of the sub boxes as well, so team managers are definitely doing a great job of looking after their teams. Yeah,
and I would certainly say that France are managing the heat a little bit better than the Scots. We're right in front of the Scottish sub-box. You see France go through, and a lovely score again. Ian Genet with a brilliant score. And France just managing this game a little bit better. The Scots are struggling a little bit with the conditions and the pace that France are bringing. Certainly one of the more dominant sides in this division in the men's 30s is France. They've probably got a very tall opposition, I would say, in terms of England, who force a lot of their men's Opens players.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that game when we get it.
Absolutely. But I think France are looking really strong across a number of the divisions as well. We just come off the pitch from playing the French Women's 27, which was also one of the opening ceremony matches, and that was a very tough opposition. They are trained to play so clinically clean, the French teams, that it's really hard to get anything past them. So credit to their coaches and their players, but they do provide a tough opposition across almost all of the categories here in Vichy.
Yeah, I was talking to Remy Malot from the French Men's Opens. I've had the pleasure of commentating Remy a fair few times, and he's a very lovely bloke, sort of passing conversations, and there was certainly a sentiment that all divisions, all French teams are looking for podiums, and there's a little bit of this uncompromising mentality of that they're fed up with one country's familiar dominance in the Euros.
Yeah. Absolutely. One country, let's not say who. And to be fair to France, they're getting a lot closer. I think across all of the divisions, they're really closing that gap. Having played touch in Europe for a number of years, you've seen France really go from strength to strength, and they've really beefed up their staff, their infrastructure. So credit to them.
And I was, again, chatting away at the England Nationals to Felix de Corneau, who hones his trade in the southwest of England. Unfortunately injured, otherwise I imagine he would have been representing England at the Euros. But he was saying that France have gone through a fair bit of change in their structure, especially in the Opens categories. You know, some players leaving, progressing on to the age groups, favouring some youth, and I think you're seeing that especially in the Opens categories. And certainly probably in his 30s, is the next logical progression as a decent little contact comes in from a wing side.
Heard quite a loud smack from the commentary box there on the pitch, so that like it's quite tough. But that being said, Scotland are getting the opportunities on the line. They just narrowly missed one a little while ago. The far link shooting into that gap, but the pass was a little bit too low for him to be able to convert that to a score.
Yeah, Ross Taylor looking to rip long, does connect. There's a foot race in the corner. It looked like no touch was made, and the referees agree. Chris Gove with the score, and there's your first real look at the Ross Taylor long ball that we've been so familiar to.
Alright, so France are coming back strong after that score by Scotland. Always targeting the same player in defence by the looks of it. Taking the ball out wide, see if they can make the most of their gaps they've just created. But they need to play this quickly to use those gaps.
Yeah, it's a nice 32 short, looking at the early wrap. Dummy. Well marshalled by the Scottish defence. Ian Janet, try scorer to open the second half. And then easy turnover, 6 touch-ins change, just losing track of the touch count. I've been very impressed with France's attacking structure. They've got a fair few ways that they've caused Scotland some issues. And it's been really difficult for the Scots, actually, to establish themselves. Normally they've got some really dominant ball players, but it's just not quite happened for them so far in this game, and that's full credit to the pressure that France have put onto them.
Absolutely. The French teams tend to make very few mistakes across the board, so whenever they're on the pitch in attack, they're a very strong threat. And if you've got another team who maybe just is making slightly more mistakes, then you can really see the difference in how that translates to where each team spends in terms of line attack.
Yeah, we were having a little chat to Elia Huget earlier on when we had our stint of 3 mixed opens games back to back, which was very lovely because we were talking to Elia about those micro tasks and goals that you set yourselves throughout each game, and she was talking about the importance of just completing sets. I think Scotland probably need to start to take a little bit of that into account and apply that into their own game, that maybe not taking care of the egg as much as France are. Very little mistakes. The lovely set piece play, wraparound option. The wing play still live, cutting back against the grain, late switch. Oh, this would be a lovely bit of Jouet score, and my word.
That is some beautiful play right there to get another score by France on the board. So France 7 and Scotland 2. It's so hard to defend those plays though. When you've got the ball moving from different players in front of you in defence, it's really tough. Valiant effort there by the French far wing, link and mid.
Yeah.
Scottish, sorry.
Adrien Perez with another score for France. And that'll be a score that I'm sure will be getting clipped up and put on social media, because French winger stepping back against the grain, finds himself in the mid position, blind switch. There was a lot to like about that score. There's a lot to like about this French men's 30s team. Yeah,
some beautiful plays. So Scotland are really driving it hard up the pitch, trying to make up for some lost time there.
There's Taylor. There's Clefane and Taylor. Taylor with the late wrap release to Clefane. Extra pass goes. Good covering touch made.
5th touch. No more touches here for Scotland on this set. They did well to move the ball so much on the line there.
Yeah, it's really good work from Clefane and Taylor, 2 players that are really quite dynamic for the Scottish men's 30s. We've seen Ross Taylor represent Big Bang Europe, and Alan Clefane providing that little bit of speed and platform that Taylor needs to do his best work, but it's just not quite clicked together for Scotland, struggling with that. I think it's fair to say, struggling with that line attack setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, France are really good at moving the ball around on the line. You've just got to be absolutely on your players, and as soon as you see a player moving away from you, you want to hand it off to the next player in defence. That's really difficult to do when the ball's moving at speed.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more depth needed for Scotland to cut out the midfield press. It's Cyril Benistant looking to create a little bit of magic on 5th, but the ball just dropping short.
Scotland's going to want to transition to their box quite quickly now, just to make the most of that turnover. Doing quite well. Touch number 2 almost at halfway. Touch number 3 is going to be over the halfway line.
Yeah, lovely soft shoulders from Alan Clefane. He's a fan favourite from the Scottish support to our right hand side. Is Alan Clefane. Is Cameron Hart operating in this near link channel. Lovely late wrap, but that hole 1 just shutting in Scottish faces. The French doing a good job at seeing out initial threat. I'd love to see Scotland go to the link play, just condition the width here, and they might get an opportunity to do so because of the midfield turnover.
Yeah, I think that was a no touch there by the French player in attack, so ball goes back to Scotland.
Seems a little bit more go forward. And Cameron Hart. Ball's on the floor for a little bit too long. Chillingworth. Then Hart is burning a few too many touches, looking for the link punish for Hart. Hart diving at the line.
That was a beautiful dive. I think the French just made it back on the line in time. They're just targeting the same players there, trying to get them offside, hoping to be able to get them offside for that final score, but didn't quite work out there.
Fire up option for Chillingworth, connecting with the middle, bit of a foot race, late switches, but Scottish Lincoln Mid's not quite on the same page. We've seen that a few times actually in a lot of different categories, these opting for late switches, but if both players aren't on the same hymn sheet, it's going to be nigh on impossible to create the separation needed to become that second phase threat, as I'm sure we've all become fairly accustomed to, especially watching England Men's Open, who have been able to do that at will at times, which has been a phenomenal thing to see.
You do see some inspirational touch being played here at Vichy.
Yeah, especially in these Opens categories. I mean, honestly, the category that's impressed me the most has been the Mixed Open. I've fallen in love. Well, in fact, no, that's actually such a lie, Joe. Your favourite category so far, your favourite team has been the Mixed 30s, Germany Mixed 30s. Oh, my word. I've completely been infatuated by Christoph and Lena and Gia. They're just superb players. And the way that they play, and Maui as well. I love teams that don't have set structure, that just piece it together whilst they're in the box and say, who's defending where? Oh, the links are going high. All right, well, we'll run some link punishes. Oh, well, the mids are coming up now. Well, let's run doggies, step back. And it's like, yeah. And I had the pleasure last night, the last game of the day, that Mixed 30s game, Germany versus England. We had the Germans right in front of our commentary box. And occasionally gave almost the Cardinal Sinners commentator just taking the headphones off and muting the mic and listening into what those conversations look like.
It's certainly some beautiful touch to watch from the German senior mixed team. I think they've been playing together quite a while. If I'm not mistaken, I think they came third in the last Euros in 2023. So they're certainly looking to defend that, if not rise up the podium this time. Yeah, they've put themselves in pole position to do exactly that. And then not to mention as well at the World Cup, narrowly falling short of those playoff spots. They were certainly fan favourites. I think I'm right in saying, if my memory serves me right, there was a lot of fans walking around with mini German flags for that Mixed 30s team, because there was a lot of belief that they could upset the status quo of the Southern Hemisphere dominance, as Cameron Hart, I think, just taking a tumble and holding his Achilles, and I certainly hope that that's not anything serious for Cameron Hart, opting not to sub, so it can't be too bad. Scotland, they're just sending up two players in defence just to try and shut down that French attack, but it can put them on the back foot sometimes, especially against a strong attacking team like the French. Yeah, they'll certainly look to play around you. It's nice work from Dorian Fays. And here is number 12. Looks like he's a very dangerous player, followed by number 2. They're setting up for a scoop. Can he break the line?
Oh yeah, no, they certainly are. There's Janet and Beniston, who have done all sorts of damage, and the right foot step from Dorian Fays, who would have had a couple scores if not for the final blast of the referee's whistle. 7 minutes to go. France have just been, well, there's been very little errors coming from the French team.
Very consistent play. Scotland's really got to try and pull something out of the bag now to even get close to equalising this score. But that, like we were saying at the start of the second half, the energy levels are not dropping here in Vichy. Both sides are keeping up the energy. So kudos to the fitness.
32 short hit. A lovely option. It's Ian Janet looking at deliver a nice pass into the link hole. Nothing doing as of right now. There's Beniston working his way back into the middles. There's Pottrell in the left link.
Doing well to keep the Scottish defenders up high from their line.
Recycling the play. Oh, lovely right foot step. What about the finish?
Beautiful dive there from the French winger.
Gabriel Dejeau. And Scotland just switch off for a moment. See the dummy. And this finish is spectacular. However, foot's in touch. It'll be chalked off. And the Scots are applauding. The show is going to be kicking himself all the way home later on. A spectacular finish.
Yeah.
Chalked off by a loose toe in touch.
Well spotted by the referees on that one. Not easy to see when there's a foot in touch sometimes, especially when you have a spectacular dive like that.
I mean, we could see it on the replay there. I was second guessing myself on the decision that was made, but the referees come to the right decision. Unfortunately for France, it goes from bad to worse. Turnover. There's Ross Taylor. We've not seen all too much of Ross Taylor in line attack. Looking for late switches, nice dummy. There's 6 and change, and another Scottish player takes a bit of a tumble, holding the ankle. This time it's Cameron Allen. I think at this stage of the tournament, I'm sure you'll agree with me, just get everyone home safe. You know, get your performances out there. Don't compromise on your standards, but no more injuries, especially here on pitch 2. We've had some horror injuries. The broken collarbone yesterday, some pop hamstrings today. We just want everyone home safe at this stage.
Absolutely. You got to take the rough with the smooth, but every player in this tournament is going to be looking ahead to another full day of games tomorrow, and I think most teams have at least one game, if not more, on Saturday, so they want to be fit and ready for the after party and then to get home safe, as you're saying, Joe. Nobody wants to miss the party after this tournament.
No, definitely not. I'm absolutely gutted that I'm going to miss the after party, because I've had plenty of people come over to me, compliment all of the work that Next Gen do, and for being stood out the front, you often get a lot of plaudits, which is quite nice. But I'm benefiting from the hard work of the guys behind the scenes. They've also said, "Oh, let me buy you a beer on Saturday," and I'm thinking, well, you're going to have to feel sorry for Wilfred, actually, over on pitch 8, commentating all day, because I imagine that he's going to get all of the beers that were offered to everyone else who's been the face of the brand. So it's going to be a heavy night for him on Saturday. But we're not quite there yet. 3.5 minutes to go in this game. 4 on 3 here, 2 on 1 now. Lovely execution, back on the inside, fresh set of 6. That's a nice foray down the short side for Scotland. Quite coming to the conclusion that they would have liked, but they'll continue on regardless.
See if they can make something of this new set of 6 on the line.
There's Ali Hendry, platforming. There's Chillingworth and Ismail Perez working together. Chillingworth just taking the sting out of this line attack.
They're going to want to get France quite high up off their line here, just giving them most chances of really attacking, getting those players offside.
Yeah, 32 long here for Chillingworth. Right foot step, beats 1, step back option. I'd love to see, and this is just the coach's head in me. Run this 32 long, feed the trail, and then play phase. Because there's so much space over on that far side. I'd love to see these fast roll balls. Ismail Perez looking to rip long. That one, I think, just drifting forwards, unfortunately. And it will be chalked off. But you know, if you're not unfamiliar with what I mean when I say play phase, there's a really good example where the defensive pressure does enough just to cut out that initial line attack threat, and then you get that roll ball down really nice and quick, no matter where it is in that 7 metre, and then you probably just look to whip it long almost instantly. There is space out there to punish, but it's quite hard skill to do under pressure, and especially in the heat here at Vichy.
Absolutely. Playing heads up, seeing where those gaps are after you've just been driving quite quickly down one side. They're often going to be on the other side of the pitch, but again, playing phase, as you're saying, Joe, you need that heads up, you need the communications from all of the different players on the pitch to be able to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think there'd be a penalty for in at the side. 2 minutes in this one left, and then we're on to our penultimate game, where it'll be mixed open action between Jersey and the Netherlands. The Netherlands struggling in their game earlier on against Switzerland, but that's again no mean feat.
The Swiss have caused quite a few upsets, I think, the Swiss mixed open in this tournament.
And I'll be completely honest with you, England were lucky in that game. Their 4 scores scored by Harrison Cross in the first 10 minutes proved the difference, and then Cross went off injured, unfortunately, with a popped thumb. I've been spoken to him today. He's back fit and firing, but they were fortunate that they got their noses out in front. Otherwise, on another day, it could have been banana peel time for England. That pass is picked
by
off.
Scotland, lovely. Let's see if they can make the most of it, drive it up quickly to their box.
No touch called. As Scotland maraud forward, the result of this one a foregone conclusion, but Clephane and Taylor would be looking for something to remember for themselves. Ross Taylor, late switch, now coming down in front of Alan Clephane. Clephane scooping. A skip pass, and then it's intercept, and both teams providing opportunities for each other. Dorian Fays with an intercept to secure his hat-trick here. There 40 seconds to go in this game, 8-2 to France. Dorian Fays with 3. And you could see it coming a mile off. Fays was up in the passing lane. That ball from Clephane just didn't quite have the legs to find the link.
Absolutely great run to the try line there. Almost at the end of this second half. Pretty much a done deal, I think, at this stage, Joe.
Yeah, I think the Scots have probably got one eye on the bar later on.
As have the rest of us.
Some well-deserved rest and recovery, and I'm sure all players, staff and broadcasters will know exactly what I mean by some rest and recovery later on.
I think you might try and advance some of those beers at O2 on Saturday. Bring them forward to tomorrow.
Maybe. And that is all she wrote to this men's 30s. The Scots want to play for a little bit of pride. The France are still scrambling, even after the full-time whistle.
Fair play to them.
And this game, as is so many games today, been played in a wonderful spirit. Highly competitive, highly professional, but also with a wry smile on the face. Full-time here in the men's 30s. France 8, Scotland 2. And we move on to our penultimate game of the day. Mixed open action between the Netherlands and Jersey. There's a few players here that I'm looking forward to seeing in this Netherlands mixed open side. One that I didn't get to see earlier. One of my favourite players on the circuit, and I'm sure he knows it already, Seb Cheng for the Netherlands. He's a wonderful player. He's a little bit of a legend of Netherlands touch as well.
He is an absolute legend of Netherlands touch. And you know, Seb Cheng wrote his thesis on how to develop touch at a global level last year.
I liked him already. He's now an absolute hero in my book. That one's coming up for you in about 10 minutes' time, and then after that we'll wind out the day with a men's 40s clash between Spain and Wales. But as it stands here, full-time in the men's 30s, France 8, Scotland 2.
T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
Come on, Jez. Little pets.
T minus 1 minute.
So welcome to our penultimate game of the day, mixed open action between the Netherlands and Jersey. And all day I've been banging on about co-commentators. I had 3 games of co-commentary earlier on, which was absolutely phenomenal. Shout out to Theo Edwards, Elia Huget, who joined me for 3 games in a row. I've also had Bradley Bonifacio as the Netherlands get over. And you speak about the Netherlands ambassador for development and Netherlands mixed touch get over for the opening score of the day. With a lovely just skip pass out to the wing, relatively straightforward stuff, not marshalled all too effectively. That was Maud Zvanopol. And I'm joined by not 1, not 2, but 3 co-commentators. We've got Tim McCready, Kevin Hart and James Bennett, all representing Jersey. It's the 3 Musketeers. I've been warned of the antics that are going to be coming on co-commentary, but if you wanted entertainment, this is certainly the time to do it. And Jersey get over and you'll hear their celebrations. The mic is hot, ladies and gentlemen. Archie LeMaitre with a lovely dish over to the far side. And Tate Boaki Eardom with the opening score and brings us all level. Gents, we enjoyed that one, didn't we?
Oh, very much. And Tay's first ever tournament as well. So she made the cross from contact rugby into touch, thoroughly enjoying it. And thoroughly enjoying her debut, and I think Archie will be grateful that you got the LeMaitre right as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. There was a few pokes and jibes earlier on about the second name of Archie, and I'll make you a very cool deal. As soon as he scores, it'll be Archie LeMaitre, and if he drops the ball, it'll be Archie LeMaistre. And we'll go back to the bad pronunciation. I'm kidding. Maroon. Operating the outside channel, 6 touch and turnover. It's been far from plain sailing for Jersey, winless so far in the pool stages, but good value for the scores that they've made. And looks like Jersey are just going to carve their way all the way through. Lyle Pritchard with their second score, and they'll be looking to get their first win of the tournament in their last game on day 2. And is Lyle known for his speed? Because he's just carved Netherlands to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that we're going to keep in touch with the scoreboard, but yeah, Lyle's really quick. He's 17 years old, played in Nationals 2 weeks ago. Loves his contact rugby, good, decent footballer as well. But yeah, he's a quick lad, yeah.
So what he's saying is he plays one very bad sport, one good contact rugby, and then plays touch on top of it as well. Very nice.
Yeah, we try and ignore the football.
The Netherlands come into their line attack 32 short. Late wrap release. Unfortunately, that one just fell onto the back hip of Jay Mummery. And we're back into Jersey hands. And I suppose I'll pick your brains a little bit, gents. This team seems to have grown over the tournament. Have they had plenty of opportunity to train together, or is it a case of just piecing it together whilst they're here?
Yeah, so no, they haven't managed a lot of training sessions as a full squad, people living in different places. But they are very, very young. A vastly different team from the last World Cup. We've still got Mark Knight soldiering on in the middle.
Yeah, sometimes you need the older heads in the middle, I'm sure he'll forgive me for saying, but he certainly looks like a more experienced player, and that's being slightly political. Archie LeMaitre is one of those players that looks like he's got a bit about him. Is there plenty of touch playing experience for Archie wearing 15?
Yep, so Archie's 18 years old, just completed his A-levels. He made his tournament debut in the World Cup in Nottingham 2 years ago, and has continued playing ever since. He played link in Nottingham, has moved into the middles now, doing very well.
Very nice. Archie LeMaitre.
And his fun fact is he can lick his own elbow.
That's very fun. Well, we'll see if we can get him to do a try celebration whilst proving that on live stream. There's a lovely low dive matched by stubborn defensive work from the Netherlands middles. There's Seb Cheng involved there. Sort of Netherlands mixed touch legend is Seb Cheng, and one of the nicest blokes I've ever met. Over inside quickie for Archie LeMaitre. Pick up against the grain from Knight. Inside play. Unfortunately, Archie LeMaitre has dropped the ball over the line. Unfortunately, it's the alter ego of Archie LeMaitre, who's a superb touch player. LeMaitre has dropped the ball. Remains 2-1 for Netherlands. 2-1 to Jersey. Netherlands living life right on the edge. Archie's not going to forgive himself for that one.
He's not, and he's going to be known as the second best Archie in the squad if that continues.
That feels like a loaded statement. Do I want to know any more?
Well, we've got Archie Donnelly there as well, who's 16, and he's played very, very well. He's coming at link. He played Nationals a couple of weeks ago, played middle. And yeah, there's a little bit of rivalry on who the best Archie is. They both got an opinion.
Well, I'll tell you what, Archie Donnelly, I singled him out earlier. We were doing a little bit of a... Well, I won't spoil some good social media content, actually, but keep an eye out for the Instagram Archie Donnelly, because you've been oh so impressive. There's Archie LeMaitre wrestling back his personality from LeMaitre, showing his defensive chops. Yes, this is going to go on for 35 more minutes. In the Netherlands, Colombs, Maroon, left foot step, Maroon diving at the line. Mark Knight with a good touch. Jersey 2-1. And boys, how is touch progressing down in Jersey? Obviously, unfortunately, it's well known that you lose some very, very, very talented players going into the England setup as people move into the country for work or university or whatever it means. But Jersey's a country that has a lot of touch pedigree going for it.
Yeah, it's been really useful going back years and winning European championships as mixed. But now we're kind of a new setup. We're trying to build on youth, so that's why we've got such a young side out. And it's trying to bring that through. So we've got a lot of youngsters who played in the Nationals last week who aren't here, but will be knocking on the door of this team. So we're just trying to progress that and grow the social side of it at the same time as well.
Absolutely, and it seems very similar to the way that Netherlands are approaching their touch development, prioritising some good youth, and I'm not sure if you guys saw on the Instagram, but just announced a partnership with Montenegro to get involved in their touch leagues in the Netherlands, which is an absolutely amazing collaboration. I've got to shout him out again, the best name in England touch, Big Bradley Bonifacio, is spearheading that for head of development for Touch Netherlands. But as things stand here on the pitch, Jersey enjoying their time of it, and as I was saying earlier, the results not necessarily going their way consistently, but good performances nonetheless. There's Cadere.
Yeah,
Cadere. It's a lovely right foot step, almost burning through the middles. A covering touch by Pim Jaeger. There's Umpleby and Jersey looking to have a bit of a raid down the short side. Turnover here. For 7.5 minutes in, we're pretty happy with the Jersey performance so far, are we, gents?
Yeah, really proud of them. I mean, I know a lot of them quite well through playing with them socially and bringing them on through coaching-wise. So it's a very young side. Like Luke Cadere, 17 years old, making his debut number 16 as well. So it's so encouraging to see them getting the experience that they absolutely need at this level. Hopefully Kitty shuts them out on the wing at some point. That'd be good.
Oh, good pace on display from the Netherlands, and you don't get your wish. And the Netherlands draw level. Jay Mummery, and a brilliant player for the Netherlands, been showing his attacking chops. Dominant stuff from Mummery, and we're back all square. And I imagine this is a game that, I'm asking you questions like you know everything about this mixed open. So you're doing a pretty good job so far. But is there a bit of a mentality change going into this game against the Netherlands, viewing it as an opportunity to get the first one on the board at Euros?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's more the fact that the 3 games yesterday, they've grown into it. And then they were really positive about their performance against England this morning.
Yeah, that was a very good performance from Jersey. They certainly exposed some leaky defences. And England, part of those. I mean, unfortunately for Jersey in that game, England probably just didn't play well, but they have the great players that are able to pull things out of nowhere.
Well, that and they nicked Anna Shanolenko, so that helps.
Well, I wasn't going to mention it. I tried to sort of drop it very gently earlier on with saying that you lose some fortunate players, but yeah, Anushan is a phenomenal player.
Yeah, he's very good. His dad says he gets all his speed from him playing in the men's 50s.
I thought that there was a relation there. I mean, Alanko's quite a unique second name, and yeah, how good is that? How good is that? Touch is always a family affair. It's part of what makes the sport so special.
100%, yeah, because our coach is Brett Graham, Cole's dad. And then we've got Kevin Hart stood behind me, and Lucy Hart is our manager, his daughter. So yeah, there's a lot of family connections.
So not just Hannah Shanolenko, but Cole Graham as well went across the aisle. I'm sorry. You wouldn't have picked that up on the microphone, but one of the 3 co-commentators behind me just said, "Rub it in, why don't you?" Well,
yeah, but to be fair to Cole and Annie, when they come back to the island, they are always keen to help out, pass on the knowledge, experience.
Yeah. I think one of the things that's so beautiful about the game of touch is no matter where you are, if you play the code, you're willing to help it grow. And I think, especially in the home nations, there's this really lovely relationship between Wales, Scotland, Ireland and England that you probably don't get in any other sport, because everyone just wants to see this sport go from strength to strength. That's what makes it so special. The referee's happy with the grounding. I think they are. And it's a good finish. And the Netherlands just edge ahead. It's a nice shake and bake from Irene Rodriguez de Ruiz. And the Netherlands find themselves 3 to the good when we're 10.5 minutes in, and it's been our first commentary interchange actually. Would you like to introduce yourself, Felix? I've forgotten which one you are. There's 3 of you. I'm not taking 30% odds.
Well, I'm Kevin Hart. I'm currently the sponsorship officer for Jersey Touch, and if there's anybody who can get money out of anybody, apparently it's me.
Well, you and Richard from Next Gen will have a wonderful conversation together, I imagine.
Well, if it's talking about taking money from people, as I say, we are very open to offers. If O2 want to come across and sponsor us, then we're happy for that.
Oh, I'm sure. Lovely playback on the inside. That ball's away, and I believe it's Josh Stewart looking to get it over. The sideline refs just having a conversation.
Yeah,
a score is given. There's 3 tries apiece. We're back all level, and I'm sure you would have picked up the clapping. We're a passionate bunch here in the commentary box, and I'm trying to err on the side of the Netherlands actually to provide some parity on the commentary teams.
I just need to correct you. There was Henry Humpleby who scored that try, absolutely superb. And Henry's come from, he was with us when he was about 13, and he has just grown. And when I say grown, he used to be so small. and all of a sudden he went to university and just grew.
Did he go to university in South Africa by any chance? Lots of red meat and testosterone going around.
No, if you look at him, he's still very slight, but in fairness, he just shot up.
We'll send him Joburg yet. We'll get him fleshed out. For now, lots of defensive work to do, and ball has been rolled. Not a lot of go forward here. Pim Jaeger.
Yeah, and just Henry, he's an interesting character. He can name every flag, apparently.
Well, we've got a cameraman who's been able to name all 200 and something contracted Chelsea players in the 2026 league. So we'll get them have a task off between the two of them.
Yeah, he couldn't get the Jersey flag right, which is a bit of a disappointment earlier on. But
did he pick Guernsey?
He did pick Guernsey.
See, easy mistake to make.
Well, it's not an easy mistake to make, but talking of mistakes, we do have a Guernsey ref on the pitch. And we must give a shout out to his wife and his son who are watching this.
Amazing. This is why we do the live stream. And here's Jacob Vautier checking back on the inside.
Yeah, you got Jacob Vautier there. He's there, quite experienced player. His dad is also playing for the men's 50s. But we do class Jacob as the second best Vautier.
I'm sure he won't forgive you for saying that.
No, it's good banter. Then they work it on how many tries they score, and they're actually drawing at the moment 0-0. But Steve, his dad is definitely in the front.
Hot competition then. Sebcheng. And in that transition, it's great work by the number 9, Fon Sommers.
But I mean, you just put in the touchdown there, and
6 touch and turnover. The Netherlands almost ghosting over. Good transition defence from Jersey. And they're going to need a little bit more of that. There's 6 minutes left to go in this half. We're locked all square. This feels like a golden opportunity for Jersey to get on the scoreboard and try and gain some winning points, get into that W tally.
I mean, Nicole Goddard there just taking that touch, who's our captain for this team. And Luke Cadere going in.
It's a nice fly option from Cadere. Lovely right-handed scoop, driving at the line. This is Stewart checking back on the inside. There was opportunities to feed the hands, not taken. Netherlands with good transition defence, but there's been a misjudge of the touch count. So this is now 5th, which might be quite hard to take from a Jersey perspective, because that would have been a golden 5th touch platform for them to strike off the back of. And Stewart now needs to create moments of magic working with Humpleby and co. But there's a late pass, penalty ball for the Netherlands. Little moments like that, I think Jersey just need a little bit more go forward, and there's a few nods here in the commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, they are a young team. Obviously, forgetting about Mark, who's been coaching them as well, and Mark's very experienced. But they are a young team. They haven't had great opportunity to train together, just due to exams, university. So this really is their first outing as a team.
And here is Jessica Tan. It's nice work for the Netherlands. Samuel Holman has been touted as certainly one to keep an eye out for. There's Maxime Colomez.
Stunning touch there by
Holman.
Henry.
This is Maroon. Holman. Tan. Back to Holman. Lovely 2-on-1. Give the extra pass. I wonder if Holman just wanted to go himself. Unselfishly gives the pass, but there's a penalty now for Netherlands, and Jersey living life right on the edge. Tan.
I'm not sure that could be a good call by our Guernsey ref there, but we'll take it.
Holman back to Tan, looking for this link punish. Jessica Tan having a drive at the line.
Superb save there by Luke Cadere.
I actually don't think it was Cadere. I think it was Freya Gambles who dug Cadere out of a hole, because Cadere was called offside by the on-field ref.
We'll give it to Luke. Freya's a bit more experienced.
Well, that is certainly true. Holman. Tan. Back to Holman. Nice interplay between the two. Jessica Tan positioning in the middles. ML play for Holman. Flash pass to the wing. Just asking a little bit too much of Ocean Hartnett, and Jersey live to fight another day.
Hey, we're always fighting another day. Yeah.
Hopefully not physically on this game, otherwise... well, there's no bias up here in the commentary box. We're trying to do our best. And the Jersey, 3 minutes to go till half-time.
And Claire Boots just coming back on now. So Claire has been on the island sort of 3.5, 4 years. Joins us from South Africa. She just runs marathons for fun. So she's quite a fit girl, in fairness.
Absolutely wild. So we see striking opportunity for the H. Tap back into Knight. Knight with the flick pass, just a little bit too tall for Alex Neesham. 2.5 minutes to go. That felt like a really good opportunity to get on the score sheet.
Yeah, Alex Neesham, in fairness, he's a big lad. I think he's been a bit hard done by this few days. He puts some decent touches in, which are seen as harsh. But as you can see him, a bit of a fun fact about Alex, he's got a pet snake, and I bet you can't think of the name.
Oh, I'm going to try and stay away from a very horrible pun.
No,
Seb Cheng.
No, in fairness to him, he's really thoughtful. It's snake.
Seb Cheng platforming and working alongside the dangerous Thomas Ransbottom.
If he was onside.
Ransbottom, Cheng. Dangerous middle pairing. Cheng open side quickie. Late pass away towards Fon Sommers.
Great shot by
shout
Freya.
out Dog Rufus, by the way, came out a little bit later on if she will allow me. Jersey with a good defensive touch. It's stubborn work from the boys on the try line, but the referees disagree. And the combination of Ransbottom and Cheng just unpicks the Jersey lock. Open side quickie for Ransbottom, diving at the line. It's probably ball down. Good decision from the referees. Unfortunate for Jersey. 90 seconds on the clock in this first half. Jersey find themselves one down.
Well, in fairness, the Netherlands were lucky not to find themselves one down there because the way Alex flattened them. So, and there's our speedster, Lyle Pritchard. Another Welsh contingent from Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey just need to find a little bit of go forward. Surely an offside player. Play through. It has to be penalty. It will be. He was never onside. Probably the easiest decision any referee will have to make so far today.
Well, it was a good one. Good decision.
It was. It's just very easy. Made the touch and stood in the roll ball. That's about as straightforward as you'd like to do. Pavlicek. Trying to get up and make touches. Nothing doing as Jersey continue forward. Sweeper platform here. Donnelly just having to come back. Seconds remaining in this half. Jersey have got to go quickly. Open side quickie. Looking a step back option. Late pass away. There was a nice space affording itself in that link wing hole. The pass just didn't have the legs on it, and also there was no support runner dropping through. So opportunities gone begging for Jersey, and now the Netherlands, if they get this subset perfect, might have had an opportunity to go 2 to the good. As it stands, it's only 1 at the half-time. Boys, what do we think? It's pretty good from Jersey so far.
I think a 3-4 scoreline is pretty good. I mean, they're playing their skins out. As Tim said earlier on, they took a lot of heart from the England game, and I think they just carried that through into this afternoon.
Absolutely. At the half, in the mixed open, it's Netherlands 4, Jersey 3. Jersey have got 20 minutes to get in that victory category for the first time this tournament, and in about 5 minutes time we'll see if we can do it. The penultimate game almost coming to a close, the second half to come, and then our final game of the men's 40, Spain and Wales, to round out our second day of full live stream, well, full 12 hours actions of live stream. As it stands, Netherlands 4, Jersey 3.
minus 1 minute.
Welcome back, second half underway. Jersey with a bit of work to do, find themselves one score down against a very well-drilled Netherlands side. And if there was an aggregate for touch playing experience, the Netherlands certainly would dominate in that category, but Jersey with a lot of go forward, a lot of guts and a lot of youthful exuberance. I'm joined alongside by the third co-commentator. I'm sure we'll end up going back through all three. Again, it's James Bennett on this occasion. James, what's your assessment of that first half?
I think it's a fantastic first half from the Jersey squad. A young squad, but you know, they're making sure that they're getting fuel and nutrition right throughout, making sure they're eating their cheese toasties and getting on with the game. But it's been brilliant.
Oh, lovely interplay. Sorry to cut you off there, James, but the Netherlands side through, and that is beautiful stuff between Samuel Holman and the far winger is Maud Svainapol. And this is, well, it's certainly not the start that Jersey would have wanted to go an early score down.
Absolutely not. But it's these things that test the players and make sure that they've got to keep their head up and keep moving forward and playing the best they can. Good to see Freya Gamble's out on the wing. She's putting a real shift. She's playing both halves all the time. That role on the far wing is a really...
This is dangerous from Jersey, looking to cut the deficit back down to one. Cadere in motion. Here is Cadere driving, right foot step. There was a little bit of space afforded on the left-hand side. However, penalty, offside. Jersey need to use this set of 6 effectively to cut the deficit back down to 1. The one thing you don't want to do against the Netherlands is give them a 3-score buffer, because if that's the case, then it might be all she wrote. Lovely dive. Referee's got a question to answer. There's groans to the right of me. Boys, you can be a little bit louder if you like. We've just had to deaden Atmos mic because it's come out of its sleeve. So you can provide it for us. Open side quickie once more. In fact, coming back to the short side, but it's really good defence from the Netherlands. Jersey just asking questions. Henry Humpleby it was on this occasion. Here is Humpleby, this time going open side. Step back option from Josh Stewart, but that one just hits the floor and potentially guilty of a little bit of overplaying there. Ball should have just gone through the hands.
Absolutely, and they're trying to push. They get themselves in that position where they're a couple down and they think they've got to go, and they've got to get that score. They need to use their 6 as much as they can.
It comes with experience.
Absolutely.
It comes with experience. Probably one of the main differences, because looking down the Jersey team sheet, there's the only name that really stands out to myself from a experience perspective, having commentated in England for a fair few years, is Freya Gambles, who has bags of playing experience, whereas Rans Bottin has been around the block a fair few times, and so has Fon Somers. And I think this level of experience just proving the difference at the moment for the Netherlands. Rans Bottin carving through, and then look at the shake and bake here from Fon Somers, represented so many different teams, and this time for the Netherlands, finishing, and that's that infamous 3-try buffer for the Netherlands.
Absolutely, and Freya Gambles is playing on the far wing, which is a tough place to play, because you spend a lot of time out there without much support, waiting for the ball to come to you, which sometimes it doesn't quite get to. But actually, Jersey's been quite good in utilising her to make sure that they're getting that space and that go forward.
And also, those far wingers, very crucial in terms of counting touch counts. The referee looks like he's going to play through and give the score. And Jersey do get on the board. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. That's exactly the reply that Jersey needed after going 3 down. I'm just waiting for this replay to come through. Unfortunately, not able to show the replay, but it was a wonderful score from Jersey, bringing it back down to 6-4.
It was a real stretch out, getting that ball down, arms like an octopus, making sure he got it.
ML play, danger, long ball option, tap back, Sommers keeping the ball alive.
Good, great touch there though. Archie LeMage coming in, making that save.
Yeah, Jay Mummery it was, trying to get over, working with Fon Sommers. It's a dangerous pod. 32 short here for Mummery, looking to give the early release. Does exactly that, just taking the settler. We're going to bring Fon Sommers into play. Both Lincoln middle going hard, looking for the ball. Sommers with a really good set of hands on display, but Archie LeMage with a touch. And then a little bit of afters. And I think there's nothing untoward there necessarily. There's certainly nothing malicious coming from Archie LeMage, but I think the touch was made initially on Fon Sommers, and she found it unnecessary that the second one was made. It's been a long day. Everyone's been under the sun for probably a little bit too long. And I imagine that this is just going to be take the roll ball. There's a hand of an apology from Archie LeMage. There's also a hand of acceptance from Fon Sommers, which is good to see. As I say, we're all just a little bit too hot and bothered at the end of a very long day.
But we found right throughout the tournament, everybody's been playing this in the true spirit of touch, making sure that everybody at the end of the game all gets together and celebrates the fact that we're all here, which is a great tournament.
Oh, well, the biggest of its kind, the best of its kind, the most amount of teams, the most successful so far by all accounts. And there's a lovely scooping platform, and then there's a fair bit of pace on display for Josh Stewart, who does connect. Unfortunately, the grounding's been deemed to have been too loose from Henry Humpleby. No score given. And there was loud cries of yes to my right-hand side. I'm very fortunate that I've not got my headphone on my right ear, because if I had, I wouldn't have been able to hear the passion coming from the Jersey Royal bunch. And
I mean,
no,
I
I'm
did
not
see a
talking about
blocking runner
potatoes.
on the way back, a blocking runner that stopped him getting into a suitable position, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, loss of control there, no, or the touch given beforehand. Well, it's not. It was truth. We are seeing that, some of the gaps are appearing that, as people aren't quite sure about.
It's a nice ball there.
How they're
from
taking
Cheng.
their time.
Not quite taken in from Maud Svainapol, but the Netherlands still leaving the ball in a relatively fortunate area for Jersey. Just maybe guilty of mistiming these lead runs is Knight, who steps back into the infield, takes the touch on Seb Cheng. It's nice.
I mean, the pace of this is really, really strong. There's no joggers on the pitch. They're all hitting their stride.
There's Vautier platforming it for Knight. Knight to Vautier, unfortunately. And I think it's a really good example of one of the main differences from emerging nations and the more established nations is the depth at which their support players are. And I think Knight has brought a fresh set of 6, so potentially problem-solving opportunities here for Jersey. But they just need a little bit more depth in their line attack. Without that depth, you allow covering defenders to track across relatively straightforward, and potentially an opportunity to fix for tomorrow's set of games is Knight. Sweeper player, left foot, right foot. Donnelly not able to unsettle Ransbottom all that much. Donnelly having to take the touch and reset, looking to come potentially back towards this sweeper platform. Here is Knight, open side quickie for Knight. Driving, step back option, Knight. Denied at the line, good touch from Seb Cheng. And the two of them share a wry smile between each other. Only 8 minutes into this second half. And still only 2 tries down to Jersey. And I fear for what might happen if there's a last minute winner. This commentary desk is getting flipped. There's a nice pick-up, check back in towards Knight, but Ransbottom marches it up. Just not a lot of movement there. And we were discussing a little bit at half-time some work on areas potentially. And there's a really good example of Jersey just accidentally making the pitch really small for themselves by only using those 3 middle players rather than the full set of
sometimes I think
6.
that's to do with confidence. And as they grow into that role, as they grow into the game, I think that'll come much more often.
Well, we would certainly hope so. 8.5 minutes gone. Nice platform here for the Doggies. Maroon checking away, unfortunately just losing control, but I think the referee's going to give a penalty for offside. Never quite hit the line. Did Jacob Vautier, according to the referees. 9 minutes in, gents, you can pass the mic around between all three of you. I'm going to ask you a very open question. What do we think of the Jersey performance? There's a couple of areas to work on, certainly, but there's a lot to like about this mixed team.
Yeah, there's no lack of commitment. I'm careful what I say as chairman. I think sometimes they're just guilty of trying to just a little bit too hard, and it'd be one of those and that's very easy to say. And when you played the game, it's difficult always to be accurate, so it's looking for a bit more accuracy in what they're doing.
Yeah, I would agree. I think a little bit of depth, a little bit of momentum into their strike platforms. That's a nice fifth touch platform, giving Joshua Smith an opportunity to have a go. There was Humple Beef and accelerating through, and the ref, blowing the whistle. It looks like they're just going to give the 6 and change. There was gesturing from both sideline referees. I was questioning if there was potentially an offside call. Netherlands getting away with it. Sommers dummying, straightening. And the Netherlands get through their subset. Sommers having to come back to the mark to get involved with half as well, avoiding being half caught. Nice driving. Late pass away. That'll be given touch and pass. Penalty ball hit.
But in fairness, Tay is right on her tail there and sort of caught her up. So, but touch and pass is a good for us to counter attack now.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's certainly been the best Jersey performance that I've seen. Maybe from an all-round perspective, unfortunately not from an attacking perspective. That definitely came against England earlier on in the day. That was some brilliant scores going in. Just need a little bit more of that momentum. Get up for it a little bit more, lads. It's a nice sweeper platform now, although running down quite a congested angle. Late switch back on the inside. It's nice endeavour, but the touch and pass will be given. And I would love to see, and you're more than welcome to take some of this or not. They go back to that sweeper platform and pick up against the grain. Go back. You've run some nice sweepers for 30 minutes. The Netherlands are now reacting to it and defending it relatively comfortably. You've got phase play options off the back of that. You've got to pick up against the grain. Leggy touch, runs bottom, escaping into the in-goal area, looking towards Seb Cheng. It's really well dealt with by Archie LeMaitre, who stays true to his task.
Great D there by Jersey. It just covered all angles, didn't they? Just didn't let him go. Didn't get him out of his sight. They'll be really pleased with that. And
Jersey.
Kitty Walker. If you just see Kitty on the wing there, just feeding the ball in. Again, Kitty's 16 years of age. First appearance for Jersey. Certainly at this level, definitely a step up from the nationals.
There's Humpleby and Stewart. There is Henry Humpleby with a left foot step. Late pass goes, and there's calls from the far side sub box. I think this game is going to be a really good opportunity for Jersey to learn and develop and problem solve some things, because for my mind, and I'm only a lowly commentator, so disregard this if you like, there's a really good opportunity there of just being a metre deeper and you score.
Yeah, look, there's lots to learn from. As we say, they're a young team. This is high level for them, but there's so much promise. If you go from day one to the end of day two, the way they've come on, the way they've developed over that short time they've had together.
Defensively as well, superb, absolute. Almost all change from the first games that we've seen from Jersey. They certainly stopped the flow of scores going against them.
No, let's just say that they've had a few chats back in the office, shall we say, back in our tent, and they've taken the positives out of it, found the positives, and then today has just been a completely different day for them, as you say. Defensive wise, and sometimes attack, but look, silly mistakes, as you say, little mistakes we make, and that doesn't make a lot of difference, and you can't do those, but they happen to everybody.
They do indeed. And for such a young squad, I wonder if the chairman to the right-hand side of me knows this. Do you know the average ages of this team? Because we've mentioned a lot of some 16, 15-year-olds. It's a very impressive feat to have people that young representing their country at the Euros. And England Men's Open have an average age of 23, which is terrifying. But I wonder if there is an average age statistic for this very young and exciting Jersey squad, because I imagine as Fon Sommers looks to go through, but lovely defensive touch. So I imagine if the average age is what I think it is, which is probably around the 21, 22-year-old mark, the future's very exciting for Jersey Mixed Touch.
Yeah, it won't be far off that at all. Kitty and Cara Howe, who's off this game, they're both 16. Archie Donnelly is 16. Alex Neesham and Archie LeMaitre are both 18. We've got a bit of an outlier. in Mark Knight, shall we say?
I was going to say there'll be no surprises. There's a nice scoop there from Stewart. Looking to rip long back on the inside to Stewart. That's much nicer. And there was almost scoring opportunities for Cadere. He found himself in a little bit of space, and if there was just an extra yard on that pass, then Jersey would have brought this back to a one-try game. And the Netherlands driving through in their subset once more. Late pass away is rescued expertly as Sommers. The line speed coming on from Jersey.
One of the things the players were talking about yesterday was they hadn't recognised the intensity that some of these games were being played at, and that is the biggest learning curve for them.
I'm gonna hook him up with some nice staff kit, because this Netherlands top is absolutely gorgeous, and there's only one thing that's a little bit more attractive than the top at the moment, and that's the touch that Netherlands are playing. There's lovely momentum rolling through this transition. Cheng on this occasion, the beneficiary of that nice inside pass from Ransbottin. And the Netherlands weathered the Jersey storm in the early stages, especially that first half was extremely tight. And Jersey will be looking to just get another score on the board. There's a nice stepping back against the grain option. There was 3-on-2 options, and they do get the score, running that sweeper step back option. That's what we were sort of asking for here. And we get that. Well, Jersey get their reward. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock, but what a wonderful score that is for Jersey.
Yeah, absolutely superb. Archie's really looked forward to playing Link and developing his game, and he has picked some very, very good lines.
So it's good dive as well to get under the covering defence.
Yeah, and in answer to your question, we've just worked out the average age. We think it's 23.
My word.
Including the outlier.
They remove the outlier, you're probably looking at about 20 years old, which is absolutely terrifying. The future is bright for Jersey Touch. There's a really nice dive though from the Netherlands, Edward van Wyk getting over, and that one's received ever so well from the Netherlands support right in front of us. It's been a hard-fought contest between Jersey and the Netherlands. They've gone the blow for blow, especially in the first half. In the second half, Netherlands have run away with it.
Absolutely. And the average age is 22 without Mark. But one of the things we've got to think about is this pool size of players that we have to take, and as a result, we see a lot of great players coming from a very small pool of players. If you think about the size of the countries we're playing against.
Oh, there was a thought of a score there, but oh, lovely!
And he's given it, yes. Another one from Archie LeMaitre.
Offside call. Have a look at this one on the replay. Looks like sweeping platform. Archie LeMaitre feeding in, and then this is where we'll really see if he was offside. And I think the referees are well within their rights to call it. I imagine, though, from the Netherlands' perspective, they'll probably still appeal for it. It's a two-score game. 2 minutes in. I mean, I'd be appealing for it. A two-score game. A quick score here for Jersey, and we're in for a grandstand finish.
Absolutely, and the battle for the best Archie is definitely on, with both of them scoring in this game.
Maybe that's what it took for both Archies to get over the scoreboard, one after another. Just a little bit of chirpsing in the sub box, I imagine, between the two of them. Good touch made on the line. And that was Lyle Pritchard, and it gives Netherlands another opportunity. Maxime Colomes. There's Colomes. It looks to be 6 touch and turnover. 90 seconds on the board. If Jersey get a score here, we're in for a grandstand finish, and I'm picking up all of our equipment on this table, because
you could be in trouble. Yeah.
None of you have got open drinks, though. Good. There's transitional sets here for Jersey. Archie LeMaitre getting involved. Here is LeMaitre. This is crunch time for Jersey. Ball from Humpleby to LeMaitre. LeMaitre into the wing, almost taken. It's oh so close for Kitty Walker over on the far side, and unfortunately for Jersey Hearts, that might end up being all she wrote in this one. 2 tries in a minute is not impossible, but they've got to force a turnover, or more likely get an intercept score.
Right. And for Archie, it's working out the equation of how to attack, especially as I used to teach him maths.
Well, if you can't do it, I reckon it's your responsibility. 45 seconds left. Netherlands will be looking to take it to a 3-score deficit and get their 9th on the board. This has been a brilliant game. Hardly fought between two, and I think the Netherlands might. The extra pass goes, diving attempt. That is ball down and turnover. 30 seconds left. It would feel extremely apt if the Jersey team were able to get another score on the board and then bring this to a 1-try game. They're driving, 15 seconds left. Lemaitre getting up over halfway. I'd love to see Jersey just run a fly option now, and they look to do exactly that. It's a nice roll ball, but Jersey need a little bit more impetus. Final hooter's going to go any moment. It'd be heartbreak if it goes right before they're about to take a touch. There is the final hooter, and they'll look to bring this to a 1-try game for a little bit of pride. Lyle Pritchard with the extra pass, but it's dealt with by the Netherlands, and that is all she wrote. Well, what a game from both teams. The Netherlands come out on top in a hard-fought contest, but there's so much to like about this very young Jersey side. And I think I'm right in saying without Mark Knight, the average age comes down by about 2 years, which tells you everything you need to know. Gents, have you got one final word for us on that Jersey performance?
Yeah, I think that's everything Mark would have wanted. He has worked so hard with this group to get them in the position they are and playing the touch that they are playing. So I think he'll be extremely proud of their efforts. We're very, very grateful to Mark and the experience he brings. And yeah, the fact that Netherlands are celebrating that victory so hard is actually music to my ears.
And yeah, do what you're meant to do. Shout out your son.
Oh yeah, and my son is there. I'm sure he's not disputing the score, but he's the 17 years old. He's the manager of the Mixed Open. He loves walking around with his clipboard and telling people what to do.
There's so much to love about this Jersey Mixed Open team. They're so young, so exciting. The future is bright in Jersey for touch, as the history has been bright at touch in Jersey. But as things stand in our penultimate game, full time in the Mixed Open, Netherlands 8, Jersey 6, and there's only one more game to bring you, and it's in the men's 40s category, and it's Wales versus Spain, and then we're off to rest and recuperate, if you know what I mean. Full time here. Netherlands come out on top over Jersey.
B's is 50th, I think. Yeah. Hi guys.
minus 3 minutes. T minus 3 minutes.
So welcome back to our final game of the day. Spain versus Wales in the men's 40s division. Spain with early possession, looking to get over. There's a fair few people that we've seen represent the Spanish team, especially at some of the more continental tournaments, namely in Elche for the touch and tapas. Here's Team Spain. They're going to create some early scoring opportunities. Driving hard at the line. Going to take opportunities through the two Spanish middles. And the referees err on the side of Spain and they open the scoring 30 seconds in. Just open side quickie. Easy platform. Gethin Cryer working in the middle with Andrew Rance. Early score. 1-0 Spain. It's Gethin Harries. Gethin travelling with me from Lyon over to Vichy on Monday night, so Gethin's secured himself some good commentary, and the other person who's done that is Adrian Scarfield with the opening score for Wales to level the scoring. A minute and a half in. If we continue scoring at this rate, this is going to be an absolute riot for a final game. Good pace from Thomas Evans and Scarfield with the finish in the corner. No, Spain going from middle to middle. Garcia Alonso. Spain with Garcia Alonso checking over towards Bonamusa Cole. And here's Bonamusa Cole trying to get over. And ball down turnover. And our first look at this Wales subset. There's good line speed from Spain, but skipped out completely by Wales. Continues marauding forward. And Wales getting on to the try line. Gareth David and Gavin Jones. Jones platforming. Stephen Williams looking to create scoring opportunities around the outside. But nothing doing for Wales, and now Spanish subset gets a little bit sticky on touches 3 and 4. Adrian Scourfield making good touches for Wales. And that's Triado Balouche. Unfortunately, though, for the try scorer Andrew Rance, that ball just slipping loose of the grasp. There is Gethin Harries. A scooping opportunity, and here comes the speedster. Late pass away. He's not quite on the same page with Thomas Evans and Craig Gillian. Now Spain just a little bit stop-start. Struggling with their momentum initially, and then straightening and carrying and getting some better line speed. Getting up over onto halfway. Moving laterally for a moment, checking back on the inside. And this fifth touch. And scooping, driving, and then caught behind the gain line. A good midfield defence from Wales, nullifying the threat. House driving, platforming, a 2-on-1, checking back on the inside, balls away, ref's happy. It's nice work from Richard Wanklin. And Spain driving well, players subbing off, half was isolated for a moment. They do a good job of rectifying that mistake. They're moving open side. They're checking back on the inside, lovely. Spain continuing to drive quite direct. Unfortunately, that ball just dropping loose. And Wales scything through. And Spanish defences falling by the wayside. And there's lots to love about this score. Just sticks the hammer down, right foot step, beats one. Gavin Lewis, one-man wrecking ball through the middle. Has the pace to finish. Why do you need 6 players when you can just use one to scythe through the Spanish defence? And Spain open side quickie here, scooping opportunity, and lovely late pass away. Unfortunately on that occasion not quite connecting. Andrew Rance looking to throw long. Maybe a little bit of second guessing going on. Oh, lovely ghosting line through the middle of the Spanish defence. This time it was Gareth David. Harries. Unfortunately, though, an illegal play of the ball brings that Welsh momentum to a grinding halt. Nice work from Spain recently. Jordi Complecios. The referee's just having a little word. It's last game of the day. You can see those long shadows on each players. We're in the late evening sun once more. The temperature just coming down ever so slightly, thankfully. Scoop, right foot step. Passive link option. Late switch was there. It's not quite connecting our Spain in these moments that could potentially result in try scoring opportunities. Wales latching well. Driving hard, it's nice from Richard House, and then coming back towards Richard House, escaping his way into the in-goal area. Richard Wankland not quite able to connect with House, but there's a worrying sign for Spain. The pace on display from Wankland. Open side play between the two Richards in the midfield. This long ball offer. It's recycling well. There's Gavin Lewis. Lewis off to the races. Lovely speared pass into the corner. And if the referees are happy with the flatness of the pass, then it'll be try time, but they aren't. But again, Gavin Lewis causing problems for the Spanish defensive line. Spain rolling through their subset. Getting the fresh legs onto the field. There's Gonzalez Garcia. Nice late check away. A couple of players having a dabble at half. Now, the unconventional nature of it might result in scoring opportunities. Referees disagree. They see an infringement. Forward pass. And so we're off again. Richard House. There's Oliver Williams. On the right foot step from Gavin Jones, stepping back onto the inside. There is Jones. Working with Gareth David. And there is Gareth David, driving towards the try line, getting the ball down. It's a good picture for the referees to see, and Wales get their third. 10.5 minutes into this game. And Wales have just continued with the scoring. Yeah, you can see ball down first. It's good work from Gareth David. In Spain, who opened the scoring, will be looking to just stop the flow of scores going against them and try and repeat that early success. There's Soprani picking up against the grain. It's the Cryer and Rance, 6 and 10 respectively. There is Cryer. Late check away, but not a lot of off-the-ball movement coming from Spain, so relatively easy for Wales to see off that later Spanish attack. Nice work from Richard House. Checking away to the speed demon, Gavin Lewis. Lewis with the into-out step. Good touch made by Gonzalez Garcia. Nice show and go, and then another decent touch from Juan Porras. It's good levels of physicality. Gonzalez Garcia getting involved in an acting half once more, but unfortunately, the passing and the hands in the Spanish midfield undoing their initial good work. Unfortunately, there's an injury. Bang on that try line. 13 minutes in, although it doesn't look to be all too serious, thankfully. He's straight up. He's Osorio. Wales back underway with Gavin Jones. And just losing control of that ball as he's trying to dive over the try line. That's an unfortunate end to quite a promising attack set. And that pass just unfortunately not quite having the necessary accuracy to reach its target. Spain, an emerging nation. A lot of the touch tournaments happen out in Spain. Themselves are still setting up some infrastructure, ensuring that they've got the pathways over the next 10 years or so to create a sustainable touch rugby program. And they're representing in touches like in tournaments like this will put them in really good stead going forward. As Wales have had their fair share of stunning moments on a touch pitch in all age groups. There's a lovely sweeper platform. I think the referee's going to give try time. And they are indeed. It's a lovely sweeper setup executed by Adam Davies. We'll see if this ball was grounded effectively. The referee's in a better position than I am. Spain find themselves back on the try line of Wales. Late pass goes away, unfortunately, just falls to the ground. And Spain men's 40s having a mixed bag of results. Losing their opening game to France yesterday, 11-4, which is, to be fair, quite a modest scoreline. We've seen France absolutely crucify teams in a lot of these open ages. And then losing 12-3 to England. England are much further down that development track than Spain, and then beating Portugal 7-6, which would have been a moment of great pride for Spain. And then drawing 8-all to Ireland. That's a big scalp to take. I guess they didn't get the victory, but I think a lot of people probably would have looked at that as a potential banana peel for Spain, and there could have been another quite big scoreline going against them. Well, that's anything but the case. Is Spain, let's go over once more. Spain with a skip pass. Unfortunately not able to go and capitalise. And for Wales in this category, they had their first game at the early time slot yesterday, 8:30. They lost 11-6 to England, which is unfortunately probably to be expected. The England senior categories just boasting not only a lot of ability but a lot of structure. And then beating Scotland 10-4, which is a very good result, and beating Italy 9-3, which is similarly a very good result, and then beating France 5-4, probably one of the more exciting teams in this division. France certainly looking like one of the favourites, and Wales coming out on top, so potentially tarting a Wales-England final in this division if things continue the way that they currently are. There's another break in plays. There's unfortunately another Spanish injury. There's a few players in the shout for top try scorer here. It's a wonderful thing about the Federation of International Touch website, recording try scorers. Gethin Harries locked all square with a fair few other players on in that category, and yes, Gethin will be the only one getting a shout out because he travelled with me all the way from Gatwick, bumped into each other on the plane, and I told him he secured himself good commentary for the rest of the tournament because he helped guide me through Lyon and Vichy. 32 short hit. Lovely platform here from Gavin Lewis. Lewis finding platform taken away. Wells going open side. Wells scoring. Although, I think they've given the touch and then come back for the offside call. 90 seconds left to go in this one. Good touch made by Garcia Alonso. Jesus Garcia Alonso, that is. Getting off the line, making touches. Trying to stunt the progression of Wales. Just taking the sting out of this line attack set for a moment is Richard House. 32 short here. And the two Richards look to combine for another score. Referees are happy, Richards are happy. There's the score, a minute to go. And it's a Richard sandwich stitched together by Gavin Lewis. And Wales, well, you can see why. They've barely put a foot wrong in this category. And as things stand, it looks like it could be England-Wales final. Spain looking to go over. I think the referee's just going to have a quick chat. Offside penalty, 20 seconds to go in the half. Tap penalty. Diving at the line. And that will be half time. Wales survived the Spanish sets on the line in our final game of the day, our 7:30 slot that's going to take us all the way through to about 8:15. At the half, it's Wales 5, Spain 1.
T minus 1 minute.
So our final 20 minutes of day 2 getting underway as Richard House sets off over that 10-metre line. Wales find themselves in the driver's seat against Spain. A familiar position for Wales. They find themselves up against a lot of opposition. It's a lovely late switch, good hands on offer as well. Could have just played quickly, exposed the 2-on-1 on the outside edge. Opting to slow things down is Richard House. House releasing the rapper. It's the speed merchant, Gavin Lewis, who's got pace to burn. The Spanish subset going through well. There's a lot of applauding coming from the Spanish sub box. Their halftime team talk was very positive. There was lots of laughter, there was lots of chat. I think they were just, you know, focusing on the controllables, looking for more scores, not necessarily all too worried about the final result. It was a nice shape on the pass there, going from Castaneda. And Wales keep marching forward. There's Gareth David. Platforming, waiting for this 5th touch. Scooping play a little bit late to the play, late switch around. If that was caught on ground, that would have been a miraculous finish. Unfortunately, not quite on this occasion for Wales. It was Adam Davies looking to get over. Again, it's good work on this near side wing from Adam Scourfield. Nice play away. Spain growing into this second half, completing these sets more consistently than they did the first. There's Gethin Cryer for Spain, working with Andrew Rance. I'm really impressed with the structure that Wales have been able to run with. There's been a lot to like in this men's 40s category. There's a scooping opportunity here for Thomas Evans. Evans with a little flick pass over the top. There's a little bit of a bundle as they make touches. There's accidental contact coming in. And it's good to see that both players up. And no injuries, please, especially on pitch 2. This pitch, for whatever reason, has been a little bit cursed with the injury count. And 2 Spanish players already taking a tumble in the first half. We're trying to avoid as much of that, and as some of my co-commentators have mentioned throughout the day, making sure everyone's fit and healthy for the final day, and more importantly, the final evening. Here's Thomas Evans. We're just coming back to the mark. The referee's just having a chat. And we're back underway. There's Thomas Evans. They're in 14. And Gethin Harries. House. Gavin Lewis. And the two Richards combine once more. And we're looking for a little moment of magic here from the Richards. A 6 touch and change. That's nice work from Spain. Much better transition. I think Wales are rolling slightly. There's 5th touch right in the red zone. And Spain escaping their way potentially into the goal area. Late switch. There's a few players colliding. There's nothing malicious in it. It's just 6 and change. It was good scramble defence from Wales, but much better transition from Spain. They'll take a lot of confidence from that flick pass back in towards Richard House, asking a lot of his middle. Gavin Jones. Really good pace. Added, show and go, scything through. Adam Davies, almost. There's a conversation happening between the refs. There's chats happening. I think there's dispute about a touch that was made. Adam Davies waits patiently to see what the call is. And the score is eventually given. I'm unsure as to what the fairly sizable break was about. We'll hopefully see it on the replay. As Davies just goes scything through. Show and go, no touch was made there. Well, there was a really big debate about whether the touch was made, and I think eventually the sideline ref got involved. So we'll back the referee's decisions. There's a few people behind me that have a bit more visceral opinions, but as it stands, it's 6-1. Whether the touch was made or not, probably inconsequential to the result of this game. Wales have been in the driver's seat. And Wales driving forward. There's Richard House. And the Richards combining, lovely left-hand ball. And Wales with another. And the Welsh men's 40s really strutting on live stream of the last game of the day. A lovely platform from House. Is Richard squared again. Lofted pass into the goal area, easy finish. I think all we're seeing is just the difference between two teams on different stages down this developmental track. 7-1 for Wales. It'd be great for Spain to get on the board again. They're scooping through, playing through offside defenders, scoring opportunities for Spain. Touch made. Fifth touch coming. Hammer play, that ball just popped up. A little bit too much out of the hands. A crossing call. just allowing that space to breathe. It looked like the referees were going to get involved. It was quite clear crossing in the end. It was well spotted from team ref, who have, generally speaking, throughout the day have been relatively faultless. There was a couple of decisions earlier on that you know, it's a game of say what you see. But generally speaking, if you're only complaining about one or two decisions, your batting average is pretty good. About 10 minutes to go in this one. Wales cruising through. And a 2-on-1. Looking to execute around the outside. It's well defended by Fernandez Lopez. House. Dummy switch. Just trying to kill the ball in a difficult area for Spain. And they'll have to go from sideline to sideline to get some fresh legs onto the field. Good line speed pressure coming from Wales. Spain struggling just a little bit with their forward momentum. Just need someone to punch up. Maybe Garcia Alonso is going to be the player to do so. That's fifth. And nice 6-touch turnover, unfortunately, for Castaneda. Just losing track of the touch count. It's nice work from Beasley. And Wales, sweeper platform, step back option, 3-on-2 to execute. Not taken on that occasion. Gavin Jones just takes the settler. Here's Adam Davies. Back to Jones. Jones and Davies with the interplay in the midfield, and then looking at condition around the outside edge. It's a good covering touch that's made from Malouche. Wales trying to stunt the progression of this Spanish subset, but Spain doing well. Unfortunately, that's a bobbly roll ball. That'll be easy turnover. Andrew Rant's guilty, just not taking care of the egg as much as they should have done. And Wales with another opportunity to get moving forward. Stephen Williams. There's Davies. There's Downing. Harry's joining the fray. Still working down quite a congested short side. Moving backwards. Nice level of interplay. This a little bit better from Tomas Evans. Right foot step. Accelerating. Trying to get into the in-goal area. Drops a late pass off. Bit of a collision. Both players take a tumble. Referee's happy with the touch. And that looks to be another loss of control. It is. Seven and a half minutes to go. This game firmly in the hands of Wales. Richard House and co have just pulled strings from start to finish. Take something certainly miraculous.
Mama, I'm a criminal. Yes, go! Behind the back as well.
There's another score for the Speed Merchant. Gavin Lewis. Wales just keep marching forward. Gavin Lewis has been extremely impressive in this game, as have some of the other Welsh players. I really like the look of Adam Davies as well, the big number 15. He's been a potent player. Gareth David. Richard House. And they're extremely well-drilled side. Lots of structure, lots of interplay. Gethin Harries was telling me when we were travelling up that there's also a few players with a bit of contact experience. So this fifth touch platform, there's a lot of free-flowing ability for when they need to use it. There's Downing with a lofted left-hand pass, intercepted though by Spain. Good covering touch made by Thomas Evans. Otherwise, Spain would have gone full length and scored and got their second score of the board. And Wales. Midfield defence, a little bit of a tumble from Craig Gilligan, who was unfortunately hobbling just a little bit. The Spaniards with their hands out, waiting for the touch count, I assume. And we're underway again. Nice check back on the inside towards Gethin Cryer. Lofted long ball into the wing, nice step to avoid one, but the covering defence is good. This subset from Wales just needing a good bit of punch forward. Not a lot on offer. Getting trapped behind the gain line. It's really good midfield defence from Spain. They'll take a lot of confidence and they'll be quite happy with their midfield defence, although they won't be happy with the amount of yards that Richard House has made on first and then checks back into his Richard compatriot. And now the speed demon, Lewis. Late pass over towards House. House executes 2-on-1, stepping back against the grain. Dummy wrap around. It was all a little bit too jouet for Adrian Scourfield. And then the penalty given against him for kicking the ball away as well. That's good. Muscular work from the Welsh, trying to hold up Spain in the roll ball. There's Porras. Spain just running out of ideas a little bit. It's been a very long day of touch again. The European Championships, they're long days, about 12 hours long. A couple breaks thrown in there. But this is a tournament that prides itself on everyone getting visibility on live stream, whether it's opens categories, age group categories, it doesn't really matter. Touch is a sport that's all about inclusivity and diversity. And finishing off the day with a men's 40s clash that has been absolutely dominated by Wales. With 3 minutes to go, 8-1. I think the Welsh will be quite happy with this performance. They might feel a little bit upset. Well, maybe upset's the wrong word, but they might have thought that they could have maybe kept Spain out to 0 whilst putting on quite a dominant performance on the opposition line. Well, that opening score from Spain was well worth it. And there's a lot for Spain to take home after this game. Thinking about some of that midfield press, the transition defence as well has been pretty good. They've restricted Wales to scraps on occasion. Lovely sweeper set up, stepping back against the grain, extra hands have to go. There's another lovely score in the corner. It's 9 now for Wales. It's a really nice sweeper set up. Picking up from half was the big number 15, Adam Davies. Extra pass goes from Gavin Jones, and then it's finished in the corner by Oliver Williams, who's got a brace now. And job done for the Welsh. Spain looking to get on the board. It's a lovely phase play. Trying to play quickly. It's lovely ideas, nice endeavour. There's a lot to like about the way Spain are going about their line attack. They may be just missing, you know, a couple tournaments under their belt, a little bit more experience, maybe 1 or 2 players with that level of composure that's often needed at these international tournaments. It's, you know, there's a few things that could just go the way of Spain, and then I know for a lot of people who play touch in Spain, the main aim is to be competitive over the next 10 years or so. We saw in their men's open team, they've got a lot of athleticism, a lot of players who certainly know what they're doing, but there's that core skills that doesn't quite happen, as we see Wales endeavouring for their 10th of the game. Just not quite happening for Wales, although they won't mind all that much, will they? 9-1 is a pretty good scoreline to take right at the end of the day, especially with no injuries, everyone's fit and firing, you get to go home, rest and recover, and then go again for another long day tomorrow and then final day on Saturday. And Wales just putting on the pressure, trying to force turnovers. There'll be a fresh set of 6 for Spain. This game will end in Spanish hands. It's a nice go forward from Spain. It'd be nice for their development if they can get a score bang on the hooter, which is going to go right now. This will be the last play, and unfortunately that one just drifts to the floor. And that is full time. Spain 1, Wales 9 in this men's 40s category. A comprehensive performance from Wales, who have dominated from start to finish in this game and are going from strength to strength. Well, that is all we've got time for here today on day 2. And the second full day of touch wrapped up nice and neatly. Day 3 will be here for you tomorrow, and then the final day on Saturday, where champions will be decided in all divisions. But from all of us here at Next Gen Live, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.